queens in many years gone by. And this weekend, it's all about who will reign supreme in MotoGP. Round 8 out of 22 in 2025. Welcome to Aragon. Over 5 kilometres in length and twisting its way through the natural topography of the land, Aragon really does have it all. Welcome to one of the legacy heartlands of motorsport in Spain as we gear up for our second visit to the country this year. This is one of the events that has put Aragon and Alcañiz on the map since 2010, along with World Superbikes and a plethora of national and regional series as the motorcycle festivals take over the streets and the fans flock from far and wide to be here. MotoGP's qualifying takes place today at 10:50 local time, whilst the Tiso Sprint comes up at 3 o'clock. But first, it's Moto3, and we have the practice results from yesterday. David Munoz second, ahead of David Almanza, but atop of a Spain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 championship leader Jose Antonio Rueda in fine form. John Kelso next up with Jacob Wilson, so the two Australians very close indeed right behind. And all of those riders inside the top 14 moving through to Q2 straight away. Uche Moodley sneaking in just by a few thousandths of a second ahead of Taya Furusato, who is one of many big names who's going to have to fight it out in Q1. Yusa Yamanaka, Guido Pini, Max Keeles, they're also going through. Mark Giorgiati is back this weekend. He was last on Friday. The sun is beating down early here at MotorLand Aragon. Temperatures already not far off 30 degrees, and you can be sure that it is going to rise. You're in the company of Kiko Giles and Elliot York, who's alongside me. It's only a short trip from home for us in Barcelona, but the temperature couldn't be more different. Barcelona in the 20s, Aragon not far off the 40s. Yeah, good morning, mate. Hello to everyone as well watching from home. Sprint Saturday is here in Aragon, a very exciting day, of course, in MotoGP. So very intrigued to see how this one plays out. FP2 for Moto3 and Moto2 coming up, and it's going to be an intriguing session. Doesn't count towards anything, of course, but plenty of the riders wanting to work on that race pace. A lot of the riders we spoke to yesterday after practice had ended said the morning session was really, really tricky. Very slippery conditions, which we're quite used to seeing in Aragon. So the morning session very difficult for a lot of the riders. That's why we saw the likes of Jose Antonio Rueda streak clear in the opening session this morning. But conditions improved in the afternoon, and the riders feel like this morning is going to be a little bit better again after the MotoGP practice session and rubber down from the likes of the Red Bull rookies as well. So in terms of qualifying pace and time attacks, probably not going to see too much of that this morning. Riders will be wanting to work on that, of course, but it's more about race pace, getting dialed in for Sunday, as well as having a little bit of an eye on qualifying this afternoon. The first three sessions that you'll see this morning, Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP, are all free practice. Qualifying starts at 10:50 for MotoGP and then 12:50 for Moto3 and Moto2. We'll then have a short break and then it's on with the Tiso Sprint build up from half 2, 3 o'clock for lights out. 11 laps here at MotorLand Aragon, and that iconic wall. What will it witness this season? Of course, Moto3 at the moment, the championship, well, it's very one-sided at the very top of the field. Jose Antonio Rueda on to make it connect 4. He's made it 3 in the last 3 rounds for victories, that is. He's ahead of Angel Piqueras, a double DNF in the last 2. John Kelso with a second DNF of the season last time out. Silverstone was pivotal in terms of the title race. Carpe's your top rookie ahead of time. second place, Lunetta third, but it is tight at the top. The top 8 covered by a second, but the pace amongst the real top 3, which is Almanza, Quiles and Rueda, very, very strong, and we saw that earlier on track. Time for Asato finding some form and goes up into 12th there, the Stefano Nepa, both of those riders having some of their best sessions, or their best sessions of the entire weekend thus far. Tactical Brasserie there in 19th, Guido Pini just ahead of him. Pini's back on track after yesterday's big off. Valentin Peroni, who's already through into Q2. 20th, Eddie O'Shea bringing up the rear, not quite under the 2-minute mark. Almanza with a new lap record leads the way to qualifying in Moto3, but that's all from myself, Kiko Giles and Elliot York this weekend. It's over to Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison. Moto2, FP2, enjoy. Good morning, everybody, from MotorLand Aragon. A sunny Super Saturday is well underway as we begin our countdown to what should be a thrilling qualifying session in MotoGP in the next couple of hours. Well, they go sprinting later on today, over 11 laps. And many of the thousands upon thousands that have packed into MotorLand already this morning, with plenty others queuing outside to get in. They come here to see a Marquez MotorLand Masterclass once again. Will they be rewarded? Which Marquez will be putting in said Masterclass? We shall see. The best vantage points already being snapped up. And the next action that they're going to be treated to will be Moto2. Free practice 2. To be said, of the 3 classes on track this weekend, Moto2 looking perhaps the most competitive and the most mouthwatering ahead of tomorrow's Grand Prix of Aragon. Intriguing opening day with no clear favourite, but many genuine front-running contenders to get us excited and nudge us closer to the edge of our seats ahead of this afternoon's qualifying session. Barely a cloud in the sky. We're expecting the best and hottest conditions of the weekend as we go through this Saturday programme of running. Manuel Gonzalez then comes into this afternoon's qualifying session as the fastest rider of the weekend so far. 50.54 rates, a new all-time lap record set yesterday to edge out Diogo Moreira and Dennis Onchu, who were both very confident when they spoke yesterday. Joe Roberts back to his best form once again, up in 4th yesterday. Barry Baltus, who flirted with qualifying 1 for much of yesterday afternoon's practice, did secure a place in Q2 5th. Vanden Goldberg 6th, ahead of Dixon, Top Boscoscuro, and our Silverstone winner, Sinner Agius. Danny Holgado, Marcos Ramirez completed the top 10. Aaron Kinnett was shuffled back in the late time attacks to 11th, but he was comfortably through to Q2. Alberto Reinas. David Alonso had a few adventures, to put it mildly, yesterday, through in 13th, joined by Danny Munoz, the substitute at Red Bull KTM IO, who is in for Colin Via this weekend. If your favourite rider's name was not mentioned just then, it's because they are in qualifying 1 later on today. That includes 7 of our 8 Boscoscuros. In fact, if you look outside of the top 14, the next 6 riders were all Boscoscuro riders. Vietti, Salach, Guevara, Lopez, Arbolino and Ortola, all on the outside, looking in. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison with you, with 30 minutes of Moto2 free practice 2 ahead of us. And for those that weren't with us yesterday and just took a cursory glance at the timesheet, they would say, well, not a lot's changed in Moto2. Manu Gonzalez enjoying some early day supremacy once again, but certainly from the impressions from Manu himself when he spoke to the media yesterday, perhaps it's not quite as comfortable and as dominant as it might look. Yeah, it might not be as rosy as it seems. Good morning to everyone watching around the world. As you can see from this shot here coming down pit lane, it is an absolutely glorious day at the MotorLand Aragon circuit, and I think we're in for another absolute scorcher. We should see ambient temperatures exceeding 30 degrees this afternoon when the Tissot Sprint kicks off at 3 p.m. But yes, I concur with that assessment, Lewis. Manu Gonzalez was 4/10 under the previous lap record yesterday afternoon in practice, yet he called it probably his most difficult Friday of the season. Didn't feel comfortable in corner entry. Had to make some significant changes to his setup, his base setting, which he's been using basically from the first race of the year. The first test of the year, actually. And yeah, I think the fact that he was having to diverge from that setup that he's become accustomed to was slightly concerning for him. And yeah, he didn't cut his usual relaxed figure when he was in front of the cameras yesterday evening. So will be interesting to see whether Manu Gonzalez can respond to that. I'm sure that will offer up a little bit of hope to some of his rivals. This man included Jake Dixon, last year's victor at this MotorLand Aragon circuit. Dixon was the only Bosco representative in the entire top 14. I think we can say from that, Lewis, that yeah, Boscos are struggling as it stands with this layout. Certainly feels that way. A bit of a scrappy end to practice for Dixon yesterday, who had a huge moment at turn 10, which, as we saw for David Alonso, is not a corner you want to be crashing at. Alonso having the second of 2 crashes in practice yesterday at that very corner. Dixon was 7th at the end of practice yesterday. 1 place ahead of this man, your British Grand Prix winner of a couple of weeks ago. Gearing up for his last Grand Prix as a teenager. Senna Regis, who turns 20 on Monday. 8th quickest for Senna Regis yesterday. It was super close and super competitive in amongst our top 14. Just 8/10 of a second covering the entire top 14 around a lap that is the thick end of 2 minutes on a Moto2 bike. And Agius looking to open the floodgates, having notched his first Grand Prix victory at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago. It certainly looks like he's in what is a pretty thick group of riders who will be eyeing the podium tomorrow. Riders who will be eyeing the podium tomorrow. Well, it does look that way. Senna Agius carrying his Silverstone form here to Aragon. He was a multiple flat track champion back in Australia before he came over to Europe, so you would think these low grip conditions at Aragon and the fact that it's an anti-clockwise circuit, one of the few that we go to on the calendar, that should play into his hands and suit him very well. Agius had a decent day yesterday, 8th fastest, and we're going to come on in a little bit to some of the rhythms that the different riders showed yesterday afternoon, but Agius certainly was very much in the ballpark. Barry Baltus, who we just saw on our screens as well, he had a decent day, 5th fastest for him. All a bit of a contrast, I have to say, somewhat surprisingly, to his teammate. I was surprised at Aaron Kinnett's performance yesterday. I actually had to ask you whether he had crashed and had passed us by, because he didn't do a lot of laps. I suspect there might have been maybe an issue with Kinnett's machine at some point, because he had to curtail his first run quite abruptly, and then we didn't really see him on track for another run right until the end of the session. So not exactly sure what happened to Kinnett. New tyre at the end of the session, couldn't get into the 150s yesterday, did Aaron Kinnett, but certainly in the early stages of the session and through much of FP1 yesterday morning, Kinnett was somewhere near the front, so he'll be hoping to resume that kind of form when he's back on track this morning. Here's David Alonso, who's stretching out the fingers, making sure that he's limbered up to climb back on board his CF Moto Aspar Calyx, because the last time he was on board it, he was being spat off at turn number 10. An eventful day, to put it mildly, for the Moto3 World Champion yesterday. When he was on the racetrack and on his bike, he was super fast, but he was off it on a couple of occasions yesterday. The first crash, I think he could forgive himself for, but he was perhaps a little more hard on himself for the second. Yeah, said it was completely unnecessary when he crashed out down at turn 10, Mark Marquez corner. He was taking something of an old-school Marquez approach in practice yesterday, trying to find the limit, and then, when he had overstepped it, trying again, and overstepping it again. So there's no doubt that David Alonso is sporting a few bruises today. As we look at Dennis Ondru, if you had to kind of put your money on one rider in Moto2 to potentially win tomorrow's race at this very moment, I think I would plump for the Turkish rider, as he was fast in both of the sessions yesterday, third quickest overall, and probably the fastest rhythm of anyone in this class. We know that Dennis does like this track, having come close to winning Moto3 encounter on a couple of occasions, and obviously taking his first Moto2 podium here 1 year ago. So Dennis Ondru, certainly a rider to watch here this weekend. Just taking a look at Aaron Kinect's social media, which is always an entertaining exercise, just as Neil was speaking there, to see if he had any extra skin on the bones, what happened to him yesterday. That's with Aaron Kinect. All caps lock very much on, as he put his latest social media post on, and he said, "This user is ready for tomorrow." So I don't think he's particularly concerned at finishing his opening day running here in 11th place. Always an inspirational quote machine is the rider who currently sits second in the Moto2 World Championship. I'm not sure if that's one that you would hang up on the wall in the gym. No. But, yeah, if it works for Aaron Kinect, then who am I to judge? We just saw Alonso Lopez. Looked as though someone could maybe do with nudging him in the ribs, waking him up a little bit before this session gets underway in a couple of minutes. In fact, it's just about to get underway. Just before 9:25 local time, we've got 30 minutes here of free practice action. And this will not count to board who qualifies for Q1 and Q2 directly. That job has already been done by practice yesterday afternoon, so these riders are free to experiment with settings and try and put quite a few laps on their tyres, really try and perfect their race setting for tomorrow. It's going to be a 90-lap race. That is a long race here. It's a 5-kilometer Aragon circuit. Be very interesting indeed. Pretty much every rider in all three classes yesterday, Lewis, was talking about the grip or lack of grip. Costa was particularly circuit, calling it a disaster. Even well, but we're saying it's a complete disaster, the levels of grip. Said it's the worst levels of grip of any track that we go to on the calendar currently. And yeah, even though we've been to places like Argentina, which are notoriously low grip conditions, I think yesterday took a bit of adaptation for everyone in Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP, not just in terms of their riding, but also in terms of having to change their setup quite significantly. So, in terms of their riding, but also in terms of having to change their setup quite significantly. So, it'll be interesting to see today whether the track is rubbered in slightly, and obviously we haven't had any overnight rain, which would have played up with the grip, so hopefully that will improve, and we will see further fast lap times. I mean, lap times were quick yesterday. Did mention Manny Gonzalez was 4/10 under the previous lap record in yesterday's practice session. So the speed certainly wasn't in question, but I think the feeling for a lot of the riders was. Well, it is also worth pointing out from a tyre point of view here in Moto2. We do have the SC0 and the new developmental soft tyre, which we saw last time out at Silverstone, which has been brought again here to Aragon. So certainly a step softer on the rear tyre will certainly play into the improvement in lap times. And we have already seen this morning the all-time lap record go in Moto3 early on today. Max Quiles breaking the all-time lap record pretty early on this morning in Moto3. So it certainly would appear that the early stages of this Saturday practice running, that the grip levels have improved somewhat from yesterday, and I guess perhaps the grip might be as good as it's going to get in this sort of situation before the temperatures really climb up into the 30s. We are expecting ambient temperatures way in excess of 30 degrees by the time Moto2 go qualifying at around about 2 o'clock this afternoon, which will nudge track temperatures up into the 40s. Track temperature yesterday afternoon when Moto2 were out for their practice session, which was around about 2:30 in the afternoon. Track temperature was officially registered in our results PDFs as 46 degrees Celsius. It will be substantially cooler than that this morning, which could see some fast lap times registered. Yeah, so we could be down in the maybe the mid to low 1 minute 50s. Gonzalez's effort yesterday, 50.548. That's the quickest time that we've had so far this weekend in the Moto2 category. So we will keep you posted with some of the times that are coming in as they come on. This is turn 10, Marc Marquez corner. He was making up so much of his ground yesterday in MotoGP. As we previously mentioned, that was where David Alonso had that pretty scary crash. It started off as just a bit of a rear end slide. It kind of caught, threw him up in the air, and then it just sort of snowballed from there, didn't it? And the way he was thrown over in the end, getting caught up with his bike. At first, you did fear that maybe he displaced one or two limbs, but thankfully, David was back up on his feet afterwards. And yeah, very much like him to hold his hands up and say straight away, yeah, that was just completely unnecessary. And completely my fault. He's a very mature, wise head on some very young shoulders, isn't he? David Alonso recently turned 90. He does have the feeling, if he can keep it on the black stuff, it's the feeling of a weekend where he could be back in the podium conversation once again, as he was for the entire Grand Prix of Silverstone. Of course, very nearly won it. Was leading heading into the final Vale and Club chicane complex. For Aaron Canet piled through him. In the end, the victory fell into the hands of Senna Agius. Denis Onchu has resumed where he completed yesterday's running, straight back down into the 150s. 150.7 for Onchu, 150.8 for Diogo Moreira. And to get to MotoGP.com, you'll always find a Friday practice roundup with our top three at the end of the day. Manu Gonzalez didn't seem too concerned, but obviously recognising that perhaps some improvements to make with his Locomotive Dynamo Intact GP Cadillacs. But the riders immediately behind him, Onchu Moreira, who were third and second respectively yesterday, they're top two in this session, both sounding remarkably confident. Yeah, they really did. Diogo Moreira, we know that he is a real star riding flat track and supermoto machines as well. And in these kind of these low grip conditions, you do wonder whether they might suit Diogo, considering that he spent so much of his time away from the MotoGP paddock here, practicing those other two-wheel disciplines. Yeah, he was very, very strong yesterday. Obviously coming here in very good form as well. He's had 5 top 5s in the last 7 this year. And Denis Onchu, well, I did previously say that he was potentially the favourite going into qualifying day. It's no real secret as to where Denis was making the majority of his time. I mean, if you took out Sector 4, Denis was probably on course for a 7th or 8th place. In the final standings yesterday, he was 8th fastest in Sector 1, 7th in Sector 2, 8th in Sector 3, but Sector 4, he had pretty much 2/10 of a second over everyone else, with the exception of, oddly, Ethan Guevara. Diogo Moreira has just gone fastest in this session. New all-time lap record. And it is a new all-time lap record of 50.491, the fastest ever Moto2 time. This MotorLand Aragon circuit. Didn't last very long, did it? Manu Gonzalez's all-time record of yesterday, as he goes into 4th place on a 50.9. And Moreira and Onchu, make no mistake about it, are contenders to fight for victory here in Aragon this weekend. You mentioned Moreira's incredible supermoto, enduro skills. Denis Onchu, famously the Turkish Onchu twins, and of course the management of Keelan Support-Blue, of course very good friends with Toprak Razgatlioglu. They would often train on a completely sodden wet racetrack on slick tyres to try and ride around the pretty low grip levels, so they're well versed in trying to get around a circuit that's not providing them with optimum levels of grip. And we saw it with Onchu last year, didn't we, here in Aragon? He suddenly catapulted himself up into the podium battle, and certainly left an impression on Fermin Aldeguer on that particular afternoon, didn't he? Yeah, that was when Dennis really came of age as Moto2 rider at this round 1 year ago, and this was his comeback as well after a long old stint on the sidelines after a really nasty wrist and arm break, which had him out for a good couple of races. Some of his quotes, as always, were highly entertaining yesterday. He was talking about his chances, and at the end of it he just said, I want to say good luck to my rivals for Sunday. So I think that indicated that he's very confident indeed. He was asked, does that mean you're going to be fighting for the podium? And he said, God only knows. I think Dennis knows, doesn't he? He just doesn't want to tell us. Yeah, it's based on how he went yesterday, because taking a look at the general longer runs and race rhythms yesterday. We saw a number of riders putting in 10 lap runs, 9, 8 lap runs, that sort of ballpark. Unchu put in a run of 10 time laps, and there was only one of them that was out of the 151s. We said going into the practices yesterday that we would expect the race pace to be somewhere in the 151s. If you look at the general trend of laps for someone like Manu Gonzalez, they were all between a 151.3 and a 151.5. But we saw Dennis Unchu doing a couple of laps in the low 51s. He did a 51.1, he did two 151.2s as well, including right at the end of his run, the 11th time lap before he came into the pits, and that's generally quite a good window into how a rider's looking and also how the tyres are coping around a circuit such as this. That Unchu set near enough as good as his fastest lap on the last lap of that long run, and it was something that Manny Gonzalez pointed to yesterday, that he hasn't experienced to this point any appreciable rear tyre drop, which was a factor in last year's Aragon Grand Prix. Was totting up some of the lap times that we saw at the start of yesterday's practice, just before we came on air, looking at the laps done in the 1 minute 51s, and as you said, Onju was very impressive because he got faster as his run went on, but he managed to do 9 laps in the 51s. David Alonso, despite his 2 crashes, did 8 laps in the 1 minute 51s. Gonzalez did 6, and then we had Moreira, Baltas and Agius all putting in 5. Danny Holgado was another one to watch out with 4. So those were the names that kind of stood out from the first half of yesterday's practice session, which indicated potentially who may well be in the podium fight in the Moto2 race tomorrow. But yeah, Onchu looking very well sorted indeed, and if David Alonso hasn't done too much damage to his body in those 2 crashes yesterday, then yeah, he could well be on for a repeat of his podium performance at Silverstone 2 weeks ago. And it's going to put such a premium and such an importance on qualifying later on this afternoon, even in Moto2. Overtaking not particularly easy, although we're not expecting perhaps the wings to play quite as big a factor as it did in Silverstone a couple of weeks ago. Of course, that's where Dennis Unchu has fallen short, hasn't he? By and large, this season. Only once this season has Unchu even started on the second row of the grid. That was in Jerez when he actually took his second best result of the season in 5th place, right on the heels of his podium in Qatar. But outside of Qatar and Spain, I haven't seen Dennis Unchu on the front 3 rows of the grid so far this season. He's been quick on many weekends, but not at the most important points of those weekends. Yeah, he's been super quick on Saturday morning in his very session, but when it comes to qualifying, it hasn't always panned out. Silverstone was a real puzzler for Dennis Unchu. I think it was a real puzzler for the technicians down in the Red Bull KTM IO squad. Caught up with someone from the team on Thursday to ask what happened at Silverstone. They said, I just don't know. Completely unable to say what was the problem. I did go down to the back of the garage just after the Moto2 race at Silverstone and was waiting to speak to 1 or 2 riders, and Dennis Unchu was just standing there looking off into the distance with a kind of 1,000-yard stare, and I was going to go over and say, what happened, Dennis? But I thought, you know what, he's just wearing such a disconsolate expression that it's probably just best to leave him alone. And yeah, he really did look so down in the dumps. You also have to factor in, Lewis, the rider in Aki Ayo's Moto3 team is currently doing a fairly decent job, I think it's fair to say. And I think it's also fair to say that they'll probably be looking for a space to house Jose Antonio Rueda in the Moto2 class next year. And yeah, you're inclined to think that the pressure is on Dennis Unchu at the moment to keep his ride for 2026 in that squad. I know we are just in the 8th round of the season, we're still in early June, but the reality is that Unchu, I think, is reaching a stage of the season where he needs to start scoring results, and pretty quickly. I think the next 3 races are going to be really crucial for Dennis Unchu, and whether he's able to retain his seat in Aki's squad for next year. There's no question we've seen potential from Dennis Unchu, but outside of Aragon last season and Qatar this season, we haven't seen that potential realised often enough. It's remarkable given how quick he's been and how many lap records he's been breaking this season. He's never qualified on the front row of the grid in a Moto2 Grand Prix. We'll be hoping that changes today. Here is Alonso Lopez, who in many respects was a bit of a symbol yesterday of the struggles of the Boscascoros. As mentioned, only 1 of them through to qualifying 2, so the other 7 will be battling it out and only potentially 4 of them can make their way through into Q2 later on. Also, Lopez feels much worse than expected, typically given that it's a circuit that he's gone well at in the past. He said the feeling was poor right from the start of free practice 1, and no matter what we changed, nothing worked. We still had the same old problems. His teammate Chelsea Vietti, who was just up ahead of him in 15th place, he was pointing to a particular part of the racetrack that he was losing his time, and had a glance at the sector-by-sector breakdown of where every rider was strong and where they weren't yesterday. And Chelsea Vietti, overall yesterday, he was 8/10 of a second off the pace of Manu Gonzalez, but over half of that was all in the first sector of the lap, where you certainly need a good front end. So you look to carry the speed and the commitment through the fast right-hand sweepers of turns 2 and 3 and the left of 4. Vietti hemorrhaging time through there, and it cost him a place in Q2. Another Bosco name that was struggling wildly yesterday was Tony Arbolino, podium finisher at this track 1 year ago. He pushed Jake Dixon hardest in a really entertaining Moto2 race, but Arbolino down in 19th, 1 second off Manu Gonzalez's fastest lap, and he was losing the majority of his time in the final sector. I think he was almost half a second off Dennis Ondju in that final sector. Just in a pretty basic sector, isn't it, in terms of just being the straight, then into that long final left, which is 2 corners, turn 16 and 17. But yeah, it was a bit of a disaster there for Tony Arbolino, and we're not seeing a great amount of improvement so far this morning. It was clearly on a Bosco tracking, because his teammate Ethan Guevara was the second fastest rider through that particular part of the racetrack. Guevara was the only rider who was able to get within a 10th of Dennis Ondju in that final sector. Arbolino was 4/10 slower by comparison in the same part of the racetrack. And there were only 3 riders, or 4 riders, including our substitute at Honda Team Asia, Anirat Fugapat, who was slower than Arbolino in that final sector. It was all through that corner that we just exited. The double apex left-handers turn 16 and 17, where Tony Arbolino is losing all that time. Losing 4/10 of a second on his best lap to Dennis Ondju, and generally losing a lot more than that over the course of his run. And Arbolino, unfortunately, no sign of the eureka moment and the breakthrough that Arbolino is looking for. 14th in the World Championship, 31 points to his name, and of course you have to remember that 20 of those were accumulated in the wet conditions of Austin. Yeah, I think it's a stat that we've been talking about quite a bit in the last couple of weekends, but he scored the grand total 3 points since that second place in Austin in mid-April, so it's not been a happy run for Tony Arbolino. 20th, 15th non-score, and 14th his last 4 results in this category. We were just briefly on board there with Barry Baltus as he was running up with Senna Agius. We'd like to point out that Baltus's last 2 lap times in this session, his 7th and 8th of the session, and consecutive ones of the session, were a 51.1 and a 51.2, which is a pretty competitive, consistent rhythm. So I did mention that Baltus was kind of in that podium running earlier from the basis of yesterday, and he's quite impressive here this morning again as we see Jake Dixon running on at turn 12. Well, Baltus is currently 4th, but at this particular moment, he's the fastest rider circulating on track. He's the only rider that's lapping at the moment in the low 51. Senna Agius recently came across the line to do a 151.5. Alonso did a 51.1 a moment ago, but then followed it up with a 51.9. So Alonso's pace on the most recent lap did drop off a touch. So Baltus looking in pretty good shape at the moment. The Belgian, who has qualified up inside the top 10 on every Grand Prix weekend so far this year, with the exception of Argentina, and he found himself down in 15th place, so he is generally a pretty adept qualifier. As we're watching Joe Roberts, his most recent lap, he's come across the line on a 151.859. Roberts, who of course didn't have particularly good memories of this Grand Prix last year when he was involved in a battle with his teammate Marcos Ramirez, and then of course famously crashed on the final lap. He picked up a long lap penalty on his way as well when he'd collided with Celestino Vietti, but this certainly is by far and away the best we've seen from Joe Roberts so far this season, and it's a very clear upward trend for Roberts in recent races. Of course, started this season still building his way back up to peak fitness, registered points in Qatar, in Jerez and in Le Mans, and then made a noticeable step forward to get his first top 10 of the season in Silverstone, and it feels as if that's an achievable goal for Joe this weekend too. Yeah, I think that is a fair comment, Lewis. Joe, 4th fastest at the end of play yesterday. He is currently 12th in this session, but I think he will have certainly been heartened by the fact that he was fighting this rider here, Jake Dixon, right up until the checkered flag at Silverstone. You can see Dixon getting a little bit out of shape, coming through 16 and entering into 17 just there. We're a little unsettled as he comes across the line and goes into 11. So it's not been the easiest of weekends, as we've said, multiple occasions for the Boscoscuros, but for Jake Dixon as well. And you were saying yesterday, the reality of the situation is that we're probably in that fight for somewhere between 5th and 7th place. So top 5 is Jake's aim, and I don't think he was being modest when he was saying that. I think it was more just a dash of pragmatism that led to that assessment. Yeah, he's playing the long game. It is Jake Dixon. It's not a circuit where the Boscoscuros have often shone around here. The most recent victories have all been taken on Calix machines. A couple of KTM victories back in Brad Binder's Moto 2 days. But generally, it has been the Calix rump here at MotorLand Aragon. Philip Salac is currently our top Boscoscuro in this session. We are looking at the Czech rider here on screen, currently in 6th place, Salac. As you will have identified already, he goes to the qualifying one later on, because the only Boscoscuro who isn't is Jake Dixon. Salac in 16th place, although in fairness to him, he did feel that he had the pace to get through into the top 14 yesterday. And of course, the strategy that the Mark BDS team have adopted quite a lot of this season to send their 2 riders out together, and it's generally worked out a treat for them. Generally, they tow each other into the top 10, if not higher, but I guess we saw the perils of that particular strategy yesterday. With Jake Dixon having a huge moment coming through turn 10 when he lost the rear, and ultimately that blocked Salac's lap, who was right behind him. Yeah, and I think they got swamped by a couple of other riders, and suddenly they find themselves in a bit of traffic, so that is why Philip Salac was down in 16th. Pretty confident though that if you looked at his ideal lap time, like if you combined his best sectors from the session together, then yeah, he would be comfortably inside the top 14, in the top 10, so Salac wasn't particularly worried about the prospect of going through Q1 this afternoon. And you see Gonzalez on our screens just here, breaking in to turn 12. It was quite interesting, I thought, yesterday. There was not just in Moto 2, but MotoGP. I mean, we saw no crashes in MotoGP yesterday here in Aragon. We saw, what, just 2 in Moto 2, obviously 2 for David Alonso in yesterday afternoon's practice session. A lot of the riders saying that the grip is so low that basically you were having so many big warnings kind of early on in the corner that it would just cause you to stand the bike up and back off. It wasn't like when you were pushing for that last percentile of the limit, trying to find it. Yeah, the grip is so low that you were basically getting a massive warning as you were maybe pitching into the corner, and then it was like, okay, well, clearly I can't go any faster here, or I need to run off onto the gravel. Yeah, I think that speaks volumes about some of the grip levels that we're finding here. Well, who was particularly interesting when I spoke to the MotoGP riders yesterday was Joan Mir, the 2020 world champion, who spoke very eloquently about the issues. Look at the front end chattering away there for Celestino Vietti as he came into turn 16. He looked like he was on a pogo stick rather than a Boscoscuro through there. Vietti currently 25th and goes up into 8th place, so at least he was fast, even if he didn't look a particularly comfortable ride. But Joan Mir said yesterday that around a circuit such as this, and the grip level it's providing with you, where on the way into the corner, when you're braking, the bike does not feel like it's slowing down. When you're coming out of the corners, the rear is just trying to spin up. He said the worst thing you can do in those kind of situations is override the bike. You just got to be smooth with it. You just got to creep up to that limit rather than try and force the bike to fit, which was something what we saw from Fabio Quartararo yesterday. So that sort of feeds into your point, doesn't it? That perhaps the reason we're seeing less crashes than we would often see is because the riders are very cautious and very reluctant to push 200%. They're almost riding at 98, 99% here. Yeah. It was one thing that David Alonso said as well. I need to remember that less is more sometimes, and I think this particular track, with its very unique grip characteristics, is a case in point. So hopefully the Colombian will be adopting that policy, that philosophy through the rest of the weekend. It's currently going okay. It's working out for him at the moment as he sits in third with Moreira and Onju just up ahead. Moreira's fastest ever time this Aragon circuit at 58.491. Still the reference for everyone in this FP2 session. We see some improvements coming in the later laps here. Edwin Huertas is making his comeback from a collarbone fracture that he sustained at the test in Le Mans just after the French Grand Prix. And it is worth saying that there is going to be a test for a lot of the Moto2 teams, I think in Barcelona next week. And you do think for some of the Bosses that could well be an opportunity to try and remedy some of the issues that seem to be blighting them, because it is fair to say that they have a real impressive roster of riders in 2025, and for only one of them to be inside the top 14 at the end of play here in Aragon, I think speaks of some of the issues they're currently facing.
We have got an in-season test also coming at Brno very soon in the season. Of course, that's our last Grand Prix before the summer break. Both Moto2 and Moto3 will be staying on after that Grand Prix for some extra testing. So their summer break will start a day later if they do choose to hang around for that particular week. We've also got the RW squad who are testing an accident later on this week. There's a home circuit for them, so they'll be getting some extra running in ahead of the Dutch TT, which comes at the end of this month. Our traditional visit to the cathedral on the centenary weekend. For the TT this weekend, or this month should I say, at Assen. Last weekend on June, as we take a look at Barry Baltus, who certainly has caught the eye in this session, was keeping an eye as Neil was on his run there before he came into the pits, and he was still doing pretty consistent low 151s towards the end of that run. As we look on the timing screens at the moment, we've still got Alonso Lopez who's lapping in the low 51s, although we have seen him put some fresh tyres on to launch himself up into 5th place. That is Lopez's best lap of the weekend, actually, 150.847. That is some 7/10 quicker than we saw from Lopez yesterday. But the task for Lopez and for the other fleet of Boscos is to replicate that in qualifying one later on today. This is Danny Munoz, who continues to replace the injured Colin Wyatt. He caught the eye, didn't he, yesterday in practice to get himself automatically through to qualifying 2. Of course, it will be a circuit that he knows very well, of course, as a regular on the European Moto2 calendar, but he, of course, done all of his previous running this season on a forward chassis. Munoz is certainly doing his long-term Moto2 prospects no harm at all.
Was supposed to be on this grid, wasn't he, with the Precanos team in 2025, but they unfortunately folded, meaning Jama Massey, their other rider, had to go across the World Supersport, where he has already had quite considerable success. Danny Munoz continuing to ply his trade in the European Moto2 Championship with the odd replacement ride here. Of course, he is stepping in for Colin Weyer, who was a Moto3 podium finisher here 1 year ago. Colin, I've been told, is absolutely desperate to come back, but just physically isn't quite ready to do that at the moment. And he has been doing quite a lot of cycling. I think he's been doing a lot of swimming as well in the last couple of days, so he's gradually getting some strength back in that arm. But this weekend came just a little too soon. Clearly, 3 weeks' time in Assen is going to be a very, very important date in Colin's calendar, and I would be amazed if he didn't at least try to make a comeback for that race weekend. So fingers crossed that Colin is continuing to heal up well after that arm injury he sustained during training before the British Grand Prix, and look forward to seeing him back on the Moto2 machine very soon indeed.
Absolutely one of the person who tells Colin Wyatt that he can't ride at the Dutch TT. He'll be giving absolutely everything, even with one arm. He'll want to take part in his first home Grand Prix as a Moto2 rider, of course, after he was in the thick of the action Moto3 last year, wasn't he, when he fought for victory on the last lap. Here comes Dennis Onchu, who wants his all-time lap record back. Across the line he goes, and he does take it back on a 150.218. So Onchu now a quarter of a second ahead of Moreira, and half a second clear of the rest of the field, led by David Alonso. Onchu, I think we're going on a limb here to say that he will go into qualifying later on this afternoon, if not the favourite, certainly one of the 2 or 3 clear favourites for pole.
Yeah, I think that is a very fair point. As you said, he hasn't had a front row start in the Moto2 class before.
actually, you may have mentioned this earlier, but his best qualifying performance did come here 1 year ago when he was fourth. So Anju will be looking to better that this afternoon when qualifying comes around, and he's not finished here, you know. He is, well, 1/10 up through sector number 1, so we could be seeing a very low 1 minute 50. Could we even see a 49 here in the level 2 category? That would be some effort from Denise as he's rounding the second sector as it stands. We're trained on Diogo Moreira as he comes around this final turn. He's just seen his previous lap record being broken. And it's not going to trouble Anju's time with this effort. 51.2 for the Brazilian, but yeah, Moreira, another rider I think that we have to keep an eye on for pole position.
Absolutely, we have seen Moreira on the front row of the grid in our last 2 Grand Prix, which he converted into a 4th in Milan, a 2nd, of course, at Silverstone. In the middle of that incredible late battle for victory, the 5-way fight that was won by Senna Regius. Checkered flag is out in a minute's time. Tony Arbolino there right up behind Manny Gonzalez. No sign to the end of his struggles. Down in 23rd place, 2.5 off the pace. Here comes Anju then. He's got Chelsea with Yeti behind him on the Speed RS with Oscar Scoros. Anju sneaking in plenty out of turn 17, and he goes even faster. 150.190 now for Anju. He's 3/10 clear of Moreira.
Not accuse him of not trying through that final sector. Full confidence in that front end. Just seems to be able to break. So much confidence, and a good deal later you saw Celestino Vietti on the Boscoscuro behind him. And, well, there was a marked difference in their 2 approaches to turn 16. Anju has been absolutely sensational in that sector right the way through the weekend. He's going to top this session by considerable margin. He's currently got 3/10 in hand on Diogo Moreira as the checkered flag comes on.
So Anju, Moreira, Alonso, Baltus, who might well feel happiest with his race rhythm in this session, 4th. Lopez, fifth, showing signs of progress for this Speed RS team, but of course, remind you, he has to go through Q1 later. Arena, 6th. He was another rider yesterday who was eyeing an improvement today. So that even though he made Q2 yesterday, he did feel as if he was struggling somewhat. Sarge, 7th from Gonzalez, Vietti, and Kinet. He will top 2 in the championship, 8th and 10th. The 3rd of the top 3 in the World Championship. Jake Dixon is 12th at the moment, just ahead of Senna Aegis, as Dennis Anju continues to pound in the low 150s. He's 13th, that elusive 149. May not come on this lap, though. He's right in touch with his best lap of the session, but he has to find a quarter of a second in this final sector. That first 149 on a Moto2 bike might well elude him.
Someone should tell him, like this big boy, that this actually doesn't count towards anything. But Dennis clearly doing a little bit of a recce before his qualifying performance comes up later.
4th FP2 in a row, will it be that he stopped in Moto2?
Yeah, quite possibly. And he's broken lap records, I'm thinking, what, 3 of them? Yeah, so, the king of Saturday morning is Dennis Anju. Managed to quite better his time there on that final flying lap of the session, but excellent effort nonetheless from the Turkish rider, and cementing his position as one of the favourites. If Dennis Anju is saying things like, "My rivals better watch out," then I think they better watch out.
We'll certainly be watching him closely in qualifying later on. So, of course, Will is team manager Nicky Ayo. He's certainly a showman, isn't he, Dennis Anju? He certainly woke up on the right side of bed this morning at MotorLand Aragon. But here is certainly one of the chief threats to the Turk later on. Diogo Moreira, who, likewise, like Anju, is chasing a first Moto2 pole position. Qualified second here a year ago. And what's pretty clear, having backed up the evidence of Friday practice, is that Dennis Anju and Diogo Moreira are going to be firmly in that fight at the front tomorrow if they qualify anywhere near the potential they've shown so far. And David Alonso, I have to give him a top of the cap as well. Neil, here he is on the number 80. He has put the double crash of practice yesterday afternoon firmly out of his system.
Really good stuff from David Alonso. You can see just in that the sector times, the partial times that have come up on our screens for both Moreira and Alonso. Moreira losing a 1/10.5 in the final sector to Anju. David Alonso losing, what, 3/10 of a second to Dennis Anju there. So I think it's fair to say if the Turkish rider is leading out of the bus stop chicane on the final lap of Sunday's race, we can be pretty confident that he'll see it through to the checkered flag. Obviously, a lot will be going on before then, as we go on board with Pana Gonzalez. Practice start, it was a good deal smoother than what we saw in Silverstone.
Gonzalez, of course, has qualified first or second in every Grand Prix so far this year. That record may well be under threat. Later on, Unchu quickest name with a new all-time lap record for 150.1 this morning. Diogo Moreira, his 150.4 was an all-time lap record at the time he set it. It ended up 3/10 adrift of Unchu. Alonso third from Baltas, Lopez, Arenas and Salach. Gonzalez championship leader 8 from Vietti and Canet. Ramirez, Dixon, Aegis, Escrija, Munoz. Your top 15 ahead of Van den Goldberg, Roberts, Holgado, Guevara and Ortola. Jorge Navarro, who crashed yesterday morning, 21st. This morning, ahead of Adrian Puertas, Tony Arbolino and Sergio Garcia, two illustrious names in Moto2, still struggling. Ayumu Sasaki, 25th, ahead of Yuki Kuni, Darren Binder on his return, of course, from injury, 27th, and Nakarin Atirat Huberpat in for the injured Mario Anchi, 28th. So the next time Moto2 are out on circuit, they will be qualifying. Up next, though, we begin to turn our attentions to qualifying in MotoGP, with free practice 2 on the way next. Surrounded by rocky landscapes from 250 kilometres west of Barcelona, MotoGP has moved to MotorLand for the Grand Prix of Aragon. First McLaren back in 2010, Aragon is overlooked by historic town of Alcanin, which hosted street racing in its part of eastern Spain from the early 1960s to 2003. Home fans expect more MotorLand magic from Marc Marquez. Number 93 looks to clinch career pole 99. It's time for MotoGP. So MotorLand Aragon, the 16th Grand Prix to take place at this wonderful circuit. We were first here 16 years ago, back in 2010, designed by Herman Tilke, of course, the man behind other great circuits like Sepang and Austin in Texas. 5.077 kilometres, 3.155 miles, 17 corners, 7 right, 10 of them left. A couple of those left-handers through 8 and 9 and 10, of course. Turn 10 named after Marc Marquez, who was in supremely dominant fashion here yesterday. And 2 left-handers at the end of the circuit to complete the long 5-kilometre lap. 1, 12 and 16 are your most hardest braking points around MotorLand Aragon. Good morning and a warm welcome back to MotorLand Aragon. It's Sprint Saturday in round 8 of this year's MotoGP World Championship. So far, on Saturdays in 2025, well, it has all been about 2 riders and 1 family. All 7 previous sprints in 2025 have been won by either Marc or Alex Marquez. Can they continue their golden run in search of our 8th gold medal of the campaign? You have to say, based on what we saw here yesterday, Marc Marquez is a red-hot favourite in red-hot weather conditions to add to his sprint successes in Thailand, Argentina, Austin, Qatar, Jerez and Le Mans. Second he was to brother Alex in the sprint in Silverstone 2 weeks ago. And that sees Marc bring a 24-point lead into the action this afternoon. 3 p.m. local time. Will be in action over 11 laps for the Tissot sprint. Marc Marquez led the way yesterday. He was almost in cruise control, wasn't he? A 146.397 saw him finish just over 2 tenths ahead of brother Alex, although Alex did say that he feels that the gap was bigger
There's a bit of a caveat to Mark's performance in practice yesterday. He only did one time attack, and he was in sparkling form. Alex Marquez, the only rider that was in, or within half a second of Mark, who tomorrow in the main Grand Prix can win his 7th MotoGP victory here in Aragon. Coming up for after this morning's 30-minute FP2 and qualifying, Marquez will be bidding for his 7th Premier Class pole position here at a circuit which he loves. He thrives in. Once again, there were his conditions yesterday: low grip, greasy, slippery, and baking hot conditions. Ambient temperature over the 30-degree mark yesterday afternoon. Track temperature was close to 50 degrees. Tailor-made conditions then for Mark as he looks to build on that 24-point lead in the World Championship. Matt Burton-Lewis to the beat in the commentary box with Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Here is confirmation of Marc Marquez's brilliant performance yesterday. 146.397, 2 tenths clear of Alex. Maverick Vinales leading the KTM charge. 3 KTM directly through to Q2 yesterday. A brilliant performance by Joan Mir, 4th in the factory Honda. Pedro Acosta, one of those 3 KTMs, in 5th. Jarko Binder, 7th, his best Friday for quite some time. The South African Aldeguer, Bagnaia and Morbidelli. Those riders already through to Q2. Some high-profile names outside of it. 11th place, British Grand Prix with Marco Bezzecchi. And of course the rider who led for so much of our last Grand Prix action at Silverstone, Fabio Quartararo, way down the order, 18th place. A tall order for Fabio to making 4 successive pole positions in a row. All kinds of grip issues yesterday for all 5 Yamahas out on circuit here this weekend. But Lewis, we didn't really get any surprises yesterday. It all went to plan. It all went perfectly to script, didn't it, for Marc Marquez? He looked, I think Pecco Bagnaia said, well, so many riders said yesterday, he's just operating on a completely different level.
And that's why he is so relaxed as he laughs and jokes with his crew chief. Just over to the right as you look, Marco Rigamonti. This is very much a home fixture for Marc Marquez. As Matt already alluding to his incredible record at MotorLand Aragon, but we're only about an hour and a half away from his and his brother Alex's home of Severa, and he'll have so much support here this weekend, and they not only hope to see a Marc Marquez victory, they expect it today. Alex Marquez appears to be, certainly on the evidence of Friday, the only rider who could threaten that, and he does need to make a serious step forward if he is to upset his older brother today.
Well, he did it last time out at Silverstone in the sprint on Saturday afternoon. Mark tasting defeat for the very first time in a sprint in 2025. But once again, this weekend, as we kind of expected would be, it has been Marquez's brother's show. As we also touched upon, Alex does feel that the gap is much bigger than those 2 tenths. Marc Marquez, the 146.397, did it in just his sole time attack. Pedro Acosta with a special home race helmet. Good to see Acosta firing back towards the sharp end. He was 5th yesterday, and pretty bullish about his prospects, Lewis, in the sprint and the Grand Prix here tomorrow. What was it? A sprint in both here last year, and we haven't heard so much optimism coming out of KTM for a long time on Friday, but Acosta feels that he's clearly in the game for the podium.
We shall see as the weekend unfolds whether KTM can back up what they've done on Friday, or whether as the grip levels improve, whether we'll see something a little bit more normal. Because of course we did have a trio of Ducatis deep in the top 10 and one Ducati out of it altogether in Fabio Di Gianantonio. But of course we have, as you said, seen Pedro Acosta very strong here in the past. He was the only rider anywhere near Marc Marquez and Jorge Martin in the race last year. Ultimately, of course, once a couple had crashed up ahead of him. But KTM and Honda, who are now taking a look at, with Joan Mir up in 4th yesterday, certainly enjoying the rather low grip conditions that we saw in practice yesterday, while Aprilia and Yamaha relatively struggled, of course, having really enjoyed what we saw at Silverstone. It was KTM and Honda yesterday who were stepping up and leading the chase for Ducati. And as you can see there on screen, under the current format, which of course now includes Saturday sprints, Joan Mir's best Friday result.
Yeah, looking very good, isn't he, Joan Mir? And he said himself yesterday, Now we have the package together. We've got all the pieces of the jigsaw. We just need now to put them in the right places. He said yesterday, no excuses, time to deliver. Well, we'll find out, won't we? Have the 11 laps in the sprint this afternoon, 23 laps later on this afternoon. If you are joining us for the very first time this weekend, just a very quick reminder, Joan Mir, the lone representative this weekend for the Honda HRC Castrol team. Sadly, sidelined for the foreseeable future is his teammate Luca Marini, who was quite badly injured in a crash while testing Honda Superbike over at the Suzuka track in Japan last week.
Bagnaia, who famously notched the first of his now 30 MotoGP victories here in 2021. These are scenes from yesterday, some newer spec front forks on his Ducati, as Pecco Bagnaia continues to try and find some solutions to the problems that have been dogging him all season so far. It certainly felt, listening to Pecco Bagnaia yesterday, that he might be changing his approach somewhat in terms of the racing and the aggression that he might display in the racing. He's certainly not here to ride around and just settle for small points. He might be prepared to take the extra risk in pursuit of a podium finish, which you feel third place might be the extent of his ambitions here this weekend, given how the Marquez brothers are going. But we'll see.
He said yesterday he feels his race pace is good enough to be in the fight for the podium. The problem is, once again, so many riders talked about this yesterday, when they throw in a fresh soft tyre, it can push the front. It can overload and overpower the front. And when you've got zero confidence in the front like Pecco Bagnaia has right now, you're going to think twice before you hurtle into a corner with the extra grip from that rear soft pushing you into the turn. I mean, Bagnaia was saying yesterday at times around this Aragon circuit, he's getting the front locking for about 30 metres into the braking zone. I mean, that just sounds like a living hell, doesn't it, to us? We'll talk about Pecco Bagnaia's response to some recent wild speculation linking with Yamaha's factory team while we see Fabio Quartararo on screens. But yesterday, Lewis, it's fair to say, Fabio Quartararo had a Friday to forget. A very bad day at the office. I mean, it felt like at times just staying on two wheels was a big achievement for Fabio Quartararo. On the soft rear tyre in particular yesterday, the Yamaha looked like a handful to ride, to say the least.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to injure Fabio Quartararo at times. It looked like he was trying to throw him off at every opportunity. As you say, they weren't particularly strong. They weren't in podium form in longer runs on the medium tyre, but they were certainly stronger than they were when, particularly Quartararo, went across to the soft rear tyres and the bike changed completely. They're certainly needing to make some drastic changes to the electronics on the Yamaha to try and give them a bike that behaves a little better. Quartararo did, when I spoke to him yesterday, also accept some of the blame himself. Of course, the Yamaha, quite clearly, is not best suited to this MotorLand Aragon circuit. That is obvious, given that none of them were inside the top 14 in practice yesterday. But Fabio Quartararo admitted yesterday that he was overriding that Yamaha M1 to try and make it work around this kind of circuit. Speaking to one or two of the other riders, in particular Joan Mir on the factory Honda, he said that overriding is the worst thing you can do around a low grip circuit such as this, when the bike's not slowing down under braking and the bike's spinning up under acceleration. You need to be smooth, you need to be patient, and Fabio Quartararo accepted that might have to be his approach today.
Can't be a good place to be, Kenny, when you're fully knuckled with the throttle open. You've no idea, but you're going to be fired through the moon. That was the situation that faced Quartararo yesterday. Can't really be anything more frustrating, can there, to ride it, knowing what you want to do, but you just can't do it because the tools that are underneath you. Maybe with a little bit more rubber laid down after yesterday's action, there might be a little bit more grip on offer here today in Aragon. Yeah, the Yamahas were really suffering to the point where Fabio Quartararo was even pondering going out for a second time attack with a brand new medium rear tyre. Just couldn't get anything out of the soft. And he did say yesterday that unless there are significant improvements, he might actually be contemplating racing the medium in the sprinters, which is kind of unheard of. I mean, over the shorter format, 11 laps of the sprint, surely the preferred pick would be normally the soft, but Fabio Quartararo all at sea with the soft, so we might have to race the medium in that sprint. We'll find out later on this afternoon, of course, won't we? Well, it was a brilliant Friday, a super Friday, thankfully, finally, for the the KTM riders, and Bastianini not too far away from the top 10 himself in 13th. But some good news for the factory team. Pedro Acosta 5th, Brad Binder in 7th place. So let's get the thoughts of the boss, Akiyai, who joins Jack. Good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah, good morning to everybody at home on what is a sweltering Saturday here at Aragon. The temperature really has climbed from yesterday, so myself and Aki are just inside the garage trying to get away from the blazing sunshine that we're already having. As the guy said, Aki, an extremely positive opening day to this Aragon Grand Prix after some frustration, some obvious frustration after recent weeks. How important was that? How good was that to have some small victories and try and get the ball rolling with some momentum?
Of course. I have to say yesterday was really positive and for all the riders that the level was good. And okay, Saturday is always Saturday, so pessimist is never disappointed. But honestly, we trust that in this weekend we have a good chance to let's say reach our level a little bit higher. And I don't know if I have been sometimes too positive, but I have said already a few races that I feel that we are going forward. And in Silverstone was really tough weekend for us. Fortunately, Sunday was a little bit better, but okay, Sunday was we hit was present in some wrong wheel, wrong tire choice, everything wrong. But it was not a good weekend for us, honestly. But generally, we are going forward. We are very positive that we have Monday test with 5 riders. Then we have a team test on Wednesday, Thursday next week, so very important time.
This track, in particular, the grip, it is quite unique in terms of how low it is. Obviously, the temperatures throughout the weekend aren't going to help that as well. Do you believe that there has been a breakthrough in terms of setup to get your guys into podium contention? Or is the bike well suited to these particular conditions?
As you say, that conditions are it's special here that it's difficult to say sometimes. Okay, for sure, basically the grip level is low, but it's quite different as well from many other places. And also, I have to say that all of our riders they didn't feel great yesterday. There is not really this front feeling in the car. Like a real put some front feelings and etc. But I would say that it was not only us who had, as you mentioned about the conditions. So difficult to say if this is advantage for us. Better we are just focusing for our work and now in next half hour we understand much more.
Looking back to pre-season and then round 1, obviously the conditions in Thailand were extreme, but there were big concerns there about the KTM's ability to look after the rear tyre. At the end of the race, there were concerns over tyre life. But looking at the pace yesterday, Maverick, Pedro in particular, looked to be pretty strong and in that top 5 fight. So do you feel that you overcome those challenges from the start of the year?
For sure, it's will be forever the question mark. I tell you, like, everyone is working all the time for that as well. But we understand what's called the situation. We have 6, let's say, the setup for the riders also is first races of the year quite a lot. And I think that we have improved in that part.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks as always to Red Bull KTM Factory Racing boss Aki. The big KTM rider right now. They were completely lost, weren't they? 2 weeks ago at Silverstone, a dreadful weekend. Let's not beat around the bush. Then yesterday, fast forward a couple of weeks in real low grip conditions. We have 3 RC16s inside the top 10. Maverick Vinales was 3rd fastest once again. Their top rider. You do get the impression that Lewis, we might have sort of 3 separate battles at the front in the Sprint of the Grand Prix tomorrow, because it looks like Mark's in a class of his own, and it looks like Alex is about half a second behind Mark, but a step ahead of a group. Then you sort of throw in the names of like Vinales, Mir, Costa and Co. as Mark
Yeah, he's got straight into our on camera now, so we're up with Alex up ahead of him. Yeah, funny enough, the one rider who feels that it might not be a simple Mark first, Alex second is one of those KTMs, Maverick Vinales, who never has an optimism problem. It's fair to say he generally sees his glass half full rather than half empty, but he feels he's maybe only got to improve by a tenth or two to maybe come on terms with Alex Marquez. So we'll see whether Maverick Vinales is proven correct on the Tech 3 KTM, but the general trend, you're absolutely right, was the most expected to be Mark and Alex up at the front, and then quite a big group behind them, which might well involve the KTMs. You expect it to involve Pecco Bagnaia. You also potentially expect it to involve the Hondas of John Zarco and Joan Mir. So there is certainly going to be quite a big battle for the potential final spot on the podium, although what we've seen in recent Grand Prix in MotoGP tells us that we cannot predict anything with any great certainty.
Yeah, don't discount as well Marco Bezzecchi, because once again in the factory of Brunnistar has shown great promise, great potential in race trim and in terms of his race pace, but once again there's just missing out. Can't get the best out of that Michelin soft rear tyre when it's nice and fresh and brand new. It was close, to be fair to him. He only missed out on getting into Q2 yesterday by the narrowest of margins. 9 thousandths of a second he was behind Morbidelli, his Italian compatriot, in 10th spot. But keep an eye on Bez, because just like in Silverstone, where he came from almost dead last in the sprint to 4th, and then to win the Grand Prix, nothing wrong at all with his race pace. You feel, though, imperative that he has to come out of that Q1 session.
Has to qualify well, no question about that. If Bezzecchi can get himself, I mean, the front 2 rows would be an absolutely incredible result based on what we've seen from Aprilia on a Saturday morning so far. But front 3 rows, I think, is certainly achievable for Bezzecchi. If he can achieve that, he will also be firmly in that group that we've been describing already, which could be as many as half a dozen or more riders that could be fighting for that final spot on the podium. If it is the Marquez brothers that occupy the top 2 spots, as we watch the Aprilia car on the inside of us, as we were on board with Fabio Di Gianantonio, and Marco Bezzecchi now leads him down this 900-metre backstraight.
It was kind of a strange and weird day here yesterday in Aragon, because every rider to a man was complaining about the lack of grip. They were saying there's a narrow racing line. If you do stray off that line, the track's very dirty and dusty, which makes it even slicker, as Fabian Aldeguer finds himself up to top spot, albeit briefly. But we didn't have a single crash in MotoGP, and a couple of riders were saying that when you know that the track is suffering with such a lack of grip, you're always having to sort of leave that little bit of margin. You're not really pushing to the absolute ragged edge, not to the extreme limit. And that's why we didn't see any sort of casualties of the low grip condition yesterday. What's happening here to Alex Marquez?
We already saw Marc Marquez then he went into the back of him earlier on the lap, and then he had a little touch there, looked like on the front end, coming through turn 16, and kept himself well out of the way of Fabian Aldeguer, who was on his way to setting what was at the time the fastest lap of the session. He saw what it looked like from on board Alex Marquez. Just to underline the point you're making there about how you've got to almost creep up on the limit and ride within yourself. The opposite of that was Fabio Quartararo yesterday, wasn't it? When he was clearly riding over the limit of that Yamaha, and every time he tried to push it 100%, the Yamaha stepped out of line and threatened to fire him over the top. So you've got a graphic demonstration there of what can happen if you over-push. And ultimately, it's a job of being smooth here today. It might not feel fast, but ultimately it is the fastest way around this Aragon circuit.
As you mentioned, we'll just touch upon briefly some pretty wild gossip that's been circulating around the paddock the last fortnight. Everybody loves a good rumour, but of course Pecco Bagnaia has clearly had his struggles on the GP25 this season. He's been completely outgunned by his new teammate Mark, and that has led to some media speculation that he was possibly thinking about walking out of the Ducati halfway through a contract and maybe joining Fabio Quartararo in blue next year, he said. Poppycock, basically. Nothing in those rumours whatsoever. He said it's just not in my style at all to break a contract. I never have, never will. So expect to see Bagnaia in the red in 2026. I don't think that was ever a rumour that gained any kind of traction whatsoever.
I don't know. Bagnaia doesn't strike me as the kind of rider to walk away from a fight or from a challenge either. Boy, has he got one. Ducati now with Marc Marquez as a teammate, and of course Pecco Bagnaia will no doubt want to try and fight back for, of course, this season. He won't want to wait until next season, but for sure next year he'll certainly be hoping for a Ducati more suitable to his riding style and to his needs on board that motorcycle, because he clearly doesn't have it this season. Of course, we do have a post-weekend test here at MotorLand Aragon on Monday. Our colleagues Kip and Giles down at York will be sticking around to bring you all the latest news from Aragon on MotoGP.com and on our social media channels. And one wonders whether Pecco Bagnaia might finally get his hands on that new Ducati chassis that we saw Marc Marquez run for the first time at the Jerez test as he searches for those solutions.
Yeah, and Fabio Quartararo was teasing, wasn't he, in the pre-event press conference on Thursday when I asked him what he was testing next week, because Yamaha are doing a two-pronged testing program next week. They're here on Aragon on Monday, as Lewis mentioned, and they're packing up and driving overnight to do a 2-day test at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, just about 3 hours back up the road. And there's all kinds of murmurs. A couple of sources inside the Yamaha camp who are hinting and teasing that maybe this will be the week that Javier Quartararo may finally jump on Yamaha's new V4 engine project. We'll keep close tabs on that one over the next week or so, see how that one pans out. Jack, down to you.
Yeah, just on that test on Wednesday and Thursday, Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. Not entirely sure if the factory boys are going to be there, but absolutely for certain the Pramac boys will be there, and Jack Miller and Miguel Oliveira, which means that over a week's span, they will have ridden on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, day off on Tuesday, and then back on the bikes again for both Wednesday and Thursday, 6 out of 7 days, before then going into 4 Grand Prix weekends in the space of 5 weeks. I mean, these guys are really earning their money at the moment. Talk about having to put yourself through the paces. It's going to test the fitness of both Jack Miller and Miguel Oliveira doing that amount of laps.
Well, Yamaha did say they're going to throw the kitchen sink at trying to get themselves back competitive. Hey, MotoGP, they're throwing the entire kitchen at it right now, aren't they? Yeah, thank you very much for that, Jack. We just saw that Dramir just have a little bit of wheel spin as he powered the Honda out that final corner. Have to say, Mir looks in great nick this weekend. He just looks very comfortable and confident on that factory Honda. Expecting big things from Mir, 4th fastest yesterday, and he sounds confident that there's maybe a couple of top 6s in the offing. Both the sprint and the Grand Prix here as Mark leads the way. Once again, he's the only rider in the 46 tiers, a 146.86 forwards, put him exactly 4/10 of a second clear of Acosta. Bezzecchi third once again, as he mentioned, in terms of his race pace. Bez is certainly in that podium hunt, but has to get out of Q1, no question about it. If he's got any chance of being in that fight for back-to-back podiums. Jack, back down to you.
Yeah, just fascinating looking up and down pit lane. So often you see the guys into the pit lane, into the garage, and immediately speak to their crew chief. But this weekend, it's totally different. The first person that the riders are chatting to, pretty much across the board, is their data engineers. Yesterday, so many riders were speaking about trying to get the electronics absolutely perfect. It was all that the Yamaha riders spoke about, as that's where their problems were coming, in particular through turn 10. But across the board, regardless of what bike they're riding at the moment, getting that traction control, in particular through turn 10 and out to the final corner when the grip is so low, you want to make sure that you're maximising the drive through that rear tyre, and that's why the electronics are going to be absolutely key this weekend, in particular at the longer distance race tomorrow, to make sure that not only have they got the speed, but they're not completely burning through that rear tyre. It's going to be a fascinating one to watch to see which factories are able to get it right.
Yeah, good stuff, Jack. Yeah, I think the buzzwords inside the garages of the weekend have been traction and control. It is going to be a time management race over the full distance, 23 laps tomorrow. Just Marc Marquez, the reason why he's just putting together a pretty good phase of this FP2 session. He has just improved once again, down to a 146.624. You might see on the graphic, he's out on a brand new soft rear tyre. So this is Marc. Maybe just a bit of a dress rehearsal, get some information for the sprint.
Saved one yesterday, of course. He only did the one-time attack yesterday in practice, so he does have a little more available to him in this session. He is in the process of potentially improving still further. His last lap was a 146.6, following a 146.8, as he now picks up to his slipstream from Frankie Morbidelli. Whistles past Morbidelli. Of course, those two were very close to each other when the checkered flag dropped at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago. Marc Marquez taking that final spot on the podium in the end by a matter of thousandths of a second across the line. Frankie Morbidelli in the end was just 17 thousandths behind him, and Marc Marquez flirting with us there and looking set to improve further on that 46.6, but he's come up pit lane.
Well, how good was he yesterday? The 146.397, which was the fastest time on Friday here in Aragon, was set on his only time attack of the session. And when he went back out for his second run on the same set of tyres, he did a 146.793, which was still good enough to be the third fastest time of yesterday's practice session. He did say though yesterday, as we look at this replay down into turn 16, we're on board with Frankie Morbidelli. He gets blitzed, doesn't he? Slipstream City there for Mark on the brakes into turn 16. That's where Morbidelli had the scare with the smoke coming out of his exhaust yesterday. That little rear lock-up, and then immediately came back into pit. He cracked into Q2 by a whiskey yesterday, did Frankie. There's 9,000 of a second to get Dan Bezzecchi. Marc Marquez at pains though to point out what he said. He has to be hyper-focused to make sure when he's such a massive favourite and he's such in the zone here in Aragon that the overconfidence which cost him so dearly in Austin and in Silverstone maybe and also in Jerez does not creep back in. It has been a chink in his armour so far this year. There have been mistakes, and mistakes are key to at Silverstone. And so it's not a given. It looks like it is, but it's not.
It feels like a formality for Marc Marquez, but it very rarely is at this level in MotoGP. And Alex Marquez saying yesterday that you could tell that Marc Marquez was just taking more risks than him, particularly around his own corner, turn number 10. So Marc Marquez clearly is pushing the envelope further, and he expected the field to close in on him over the course of this weekend. At the moment, no great signs of that with Marc Marquez 6/10 clear at the top.
Yeah, looking really good. As we mentioned, the KTMs have really come to the party so far here this weekend in Aragon. And of course, Tech 3 dominating headlines on track right now. Maverick Vinales, third fastest, dominating headlines off track as well. All kinds of stories about the future. But Hervé Poncharal and his Tech 3 squad with former Formula 1 boss Gunther Steiner, so strongly linked to being involved in that project in the future. Well, there's only one man on planet Earth that knows exactly what is going on, and it's Hervé himself. I'm delighted to say he joins Jack right now in pit lane.
Yeah, it does indeed. Great to have Hervé to speak about those rumours that have been dominating headlines over the past couple of days. Your name is in the papers, Mr. Poncharal. As Bertie said, potential investment from Drive to Survive Formula 1 former team boss and star Gunther Steiner. Could you just bring us up to speed with what's happening?
Oh, what's happening is quite simple, you know. I think it's almost common knowledge now that Liberty Media will very soon be announced as the official promoter and owner of the championship. They own Formula 1, as everybody knows, and there are many bridges in between Formula 1 and MotoGP. What they did, Liberty Media in Formula 1 was clearly a big step, and a lot of people, and when I say people, that means also investors, are thinking the same should and could happen to MotoGP in the next few years. As everybody knows, my manufacturer, KTM, recently was facing financial difficulties. So we are working together to understand what's going to be the future. From 2027, there will be a brand new chapter with a new technical regulation. So it's very important to secure for a company like mine, which is MotoGP team, the future. And Winston Churchill, I think, was saying to govern is to foresee, and I need to think. And clearly, at the moment, I have a super good deal, but in case that organization cannot be the same from 27 to 31, I need to prepare what you can call a plan B. And it's always interesting to listen to people who are coming to invest. That means that your company and the MotoGP Championship is an exciting prospect to invest. And I have had a lot of requests to meet. One of them, as you know, is Gunther Steiner, that I enjoy talking to, which is a very straightforward person and very, I think, nice person to eventually work. Yeah, we heard the crash. To work with. So right now, I am listening to the proposal. It could be to come as a shareholder, as a partner, but it could be also by the whole team. But what I'm pushing is to secure the possibility to be kicking and to be alive and kicking 27-31 with, I hope to, with the tax-free name, with my base, my team, and different investors, just to make things, safe.
Two questions to follow on from that.
Sorry.
No problem. It's good to get the full explanation. First one, how advanced would you describe those talks with Gunther Steiner and his investment group? And are there other parties also in talks as well?
Clearly there are other parties. And this is quite difficult because all of them are quite interesting. So it's quite difficult to pick up and to decide what is going to be the best one, because it's a big choice and a very important one. I think if we open our capital or if we decide to eventually sell, it should be by the end of 25. Because clearly 26 should be a transition year to be fully ready from 27. Because you know from 27 the whole paddock will have to move up to change and you need to be ready. Doesn't matter what's gonna happen, I will be here in 26 and beyond to do the transition. We'll have a role. This is my wish of the potential new partners, and I would say the wish of my best friend, Camero Escaleta.
There's been a lot of talk in the media with regards to the potential of the team changing manufacturers. Honda at first was mentioned, Ducati has been cropping up more recently, but you've mentioned the end of 2026, which is of course when your contract with KTM runs until. Are you pretty confident that it will be the case that we'll still have Teclar or in whatever iteration still with KTM from the start of next season?
For sure, you know, I have a contract, a valid contract, and a really good contract, and I want to thank, you know, Stefan Kira, Paul Pitara for giving me this working relationship. And our contract is until the end of 26, and no sign, and I haven't been told that that won't happen. So 2026 is going to be more KTM on track. Costa Binder, Viñales, Bastianini, this is all I wish, and everything I'm working on at the moment is even from 27 to 31 to sign a deal with KTM and to be the second KTM team on the grid with maybe different owners, maybe different investors on my side. But I've never been talking to any other manufacturer at the moment. I read also a lot of things, but I can promise for you that for the moment, 100% of our energy is to work with KTM until the end of 26 and to work on a new contract 27-31 with KTM. We trust them and we're sure they're going to be there with a competitive package.
Just finally, timeline, when are you hoping to get something agreed so that you can fully focus and get prepared for the start of next season?
You know, when you fell in love with a girl and you would like things to happen a bit quicker than what it's going to do. So, you know, we are two, and more than two, we are quite a few, and it depends, you know, of the feeling, and I'm working on it, but by the end of 25, this is my wish. I would like everything to be clear, but end of 25 could be September, could be October, you know. I can't give you a precise date at the moment, but what I would like to say is I will do everything I can to have Tech 3 with the structure and the people on the starting in the MotoGP paddock for a few more years.
Certainly an exciting future, Hervé. Whoever are the investors that come in, whether they are stars of television, movies or wherever else, but it's good to hear that you're still going to be with them, pushing them forward as well. Thank you for updating.
It's not going to get rid of me, Matt and Jack.
We're trying, but it seems as though we're going to have to put up with you for a few more years.
Thank you very much, all of you, and enjoy the show in Aragon.
Thanks, Hervé.
Yeah, thanks. Great into that, Jack. Lots of nuggets of information. Pretty clear, isn't it? The wheels are in motion for some significant changes. Both with Tech 3's future and Hervé Poncherel's future. All I can say is I hope Mr. Poncherel is hanging around the paddock for a good many years still to come. So, yeah, great chat there with the French team boss. As we mentioned, the wheels clearly in motion for maybe a change in structure, even maybe a change in manufacture at some point in the foreseeable future. Exciting times for MotoGP fans all around the world, of course, with the potential imminent confirmation of a Liberty Media takeover. What that might mean for the future of the sport. While we were listening to Hervé having that little natter with Jack, we did see our first fall of the weekend, and unfortunately it was our rider second in the World Championship. And you can see how frustrated he was, Alex Marquez, when he came to a rest in the gravel trap at turn 7, losing the front of Magazine Ducati. There was a few right hooks, wasn't there, for the gravel trap, so Alex clearly a little bit frustrated with that one. Have to say, the last couple of weekends or so, the mistakes are starting to creep in a little bit more, aren't they, for the 29-year-old Spaniard?
Fabio Quartararo goes up in the third place. He does have a soft rear tyre on. You saw the information. Oh, you got strains, and that's a crash now for Joan Mir, who has made a complete mess of his Honda. Mir, what kind of lap was he? He just come across line and done a personal best on a 1:47.6, but turn 2 has bitten big time.
Yeah, you're probably thinking or believing, normally at turn 2, this is going to be a cold tyre. Look at that. Just was he maybe a little bit offline as he flicked it right into that second corner, but so many crashes down the ears in that second corner. You haven't been on the right-hand side of that tyre for such a long time. Of course, you come through the left-handed turn 15 and onto a near 1 kilometre back straight, then followed by another 2 left-handers, the start-finish straight, and then another left-hander. It's going to be well over 30 seconds when you're on the left-hand side of the tyre. So as soon as he flipped it right there, he was down. A big repair for that, of course. Well, Joan Mir, without any question, has got one bike at his disposal for Q2, so that could be a real costly error there for the Spaniard.
We're going to wait to see whether Alex Marquez has one bike or two. For qualifying 2 is have one at the moment, but qualifying 2 is still a good half an hour away. We're very a bit tiny for me, just to see if Joan Mir was on a first time lap out of the pit. He had, as I mentioned, just got a purple match prior to that, so he certainly had been pushing prior to that crash. Before he turned to bite in a big way for Joan Mir, and Fabio Quartararo, who had just got up into third place, has now become 4th prior to that. Quartararo searching for some solutions on that factory attack. He's going to be out there very shortly in Q1.
Obviously, Mir is not going to be happy with that big crash at turn 2. His team won't be. They're probably going to be saying, like, Joan, there's 3 minutes of FP2 remaining. Throwing it down the road like that at turn 2, and now you've got one bike at your disposal for qualifying. Oh, Quartararo. How many times is he going to get out of jail this weekend? Andrea Dovizioso, of course, MotoGP legend. Multiple Premier Class winner himself. Doing such sterling work behind the scenes on that development V4 engine project. Well, it's been a bit tough watch for Dobby here yesterday, wasn't it? Seeing all the Yamaha struggling and begging for rear grip.
I'm up inside the top 14, of course we'll only get a firm answer in Q1 as to whether this is a breakthrough from Quartararo or whether he's just benefiting purely here from being on that soft rear tyre, whereas a lot of others are focusing their attentions elsewhere. That 1:47.109 that Quartararo's doing is 7/10 quicker than he went in practice yesterday afternoon. That 47.1 he's just done would have put him in the top 10 yesterday afternoon.
He's on that soft rear tyre which he just could not work or get working at all yesterday. Every time he sort of opened the throttle, particularly through the fast left-handers at turn 10, the Marquez corner, there was just that snap as the rear tyre broke grip, broke traction, and then kicked quickly back into line. It was a real messy sort of scrappy Friday, wasn't it, for Quartararo? Out of 15 he goes, let's just do power down his back straight. That was lovely, wasn't it? Nice to hear a factory Yamaha singing all the way up to nearly 350 kilometres an hour down the back straight. Showing some late drama in that FP2 session. Alex Marquez, certainly a big podium contender in both the sprint and the Grand Prix here in Aragon, crashing at turn 7. And then Joan Mir, who was 4th fastest yesterday, certainly one of his better Fridays for quite some time, dumping it heavily. His RC213V machine in the gravel trap at turn 2. As it looks like Marc Marquez is going to continue his iron grip on his home Grand Prix weekend so far. Led both sessions on Friday. At the moment, it's been relatively comfortable for him to lead this FP2 session on Saturday morning.
He improves on his very last lap of the session, a 1:46.607. The fact that he's doing that lap time right at the end of the session just tells you how comfortable he's looking. So I wouldn't suspect he's putting an extra tyre in at the end of this session. Morbidelli and Vignales have got into 3rd and 4th then. They're also in the 1:46s. Top 4 then in the 46s this morning, with KTM's 4th, 2nd, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, Binder was briefly in 3rd right at the end of that session before Morbidelli and Vignales just got ahead of him. Not better, but is it good enough to get him in the podium hunt once again? Fabio Quartararo, 8th fastest. Didn't look like he was particularly enamoured with life on top of that factory Yamaha right now. You do feel that he's got it all on to make it 4 pole positions in a row. Well, first of all, he's got to get through. He's got to get out of Q1. That will be his first challenge. Never say never, though. I would never discount anything that Fabio Quartararo is capable of doing on his day, without shadow of a doubt, one of the best in the world. Good start, that really good practice start for the number 93. And Marc Marquez, 93, chasing pole 99, coming up shortly here. Just listen to the good reception he's getting from the fans. When I was driving in this morning, around 7:30, there was already a bit of traffic building up outside this Aragon track. Lost count how many fans I saw that had 93 caps, 93 t-shirts, 93 flags. He's certainly not lacking support in this part of the world, of course, so close to his hometown of Severa.
Not that he necessarily needs any extra motivation given what's happened in recent weeks for Marc Marquez, but he certainly has it here this morning. It's been a bit of a prolonged drought for Marc Marquez, hasn't it? Having taken pole in the first 4 Grand Prix, he's now gone 3 without a pole, as Fabio Quartararo has taken over on Saturday mornings. But it is Marc Marquez who makes it 3 out of 3 in this Aragon Grand Prix weekend. Fastest in FP2. His advantage cut to a 10.5 this time over Pedro Acosta. Frankie Morbidelli in 3rd from a pair of KTMs behind him. 4th and 5th, 3 of the top 5 then for the Austrian brand. Marco Bezzecchi 6th from Pecco Bagnaia and Fabio Quartararo, who has at least made some progress this morning. Aldeguer and Alex Marquez, the latter of course crashed. They complete the top 10. Alex Rins 11th ahead of Tuan Mi, who had that late ball at turn 2. Jack Miller and John Zarco were next up. Fabio Di Gianantonio, who goes to Q1 shortly, 15th ahead of the Fernandez duo. Miguel Oliveira and an air Bastianini. Sofia Chantra, and completing your field of 21 is Lorenzo Savador.
So, Marc Marquez's perfect record so far in this 2025 GoPro Grand Prix of Aragon continues. And as we mentioned, it does look like he will be locked and loaded for pole position number 71 in his MotoGP career. It would move him just 1 shy of the century in his Grand Prix career. Will it be the victory salute in the sprint this afternoon over 11 laps? Marc Marquez leads FP2. Up next, we go qualifying in MotoGP here in Aragon. Welcome back to MotorLand Aragon. Welcome back to Sprint Saturday here in round 8 of the 2025 MotoGP World Championship. And Marc Marquez extend his 24-point lead over brother Alex in the World Championship in what is our final standalone Grand Prix of the campaign. After we leave Aragon, every other round to complete in 2025 is a back-to-back doubleheader, starting with Mugello and Assen in a couple of weeks' time. 2 of our most iconic and legendary venues. In the present, though, the MotoGP field have to work out the very, very tough conundrum of how do you stop Marc Marquez in MotorLand. He's already through into Q2 after a brilliant performance here on Free Practice Friday. Q1, though, comes up next, and led by Marco Bezzecchi, British Grand Prix winner, of course, for the factory Aprilia team. The Gianantonio, Bastianini, a former winner here in Aragon himself. Raul Fernandez, Rins, Miller, Augusto Fernandez, Quartararo. Pole position in the last 3 Grand Prix, finds himself in Q1, only 18th fastest yesterday was the Frenchman on the factory Yamaha. Salvador Oliveira and Chantra. Take your pick, 2 of those riders are vying for a place in Q2 with the Marquez siblings, Vinales and Mir, who's just had a pretty heavy tumble at turn 2 in FP2 this morning. Acosta, Zarco, French Grand Prix winner, of course, Binder, Aldeguer, Bagnaia and Morbidelli. Alex Marquez himself had a tip-off at turn 7 in that 30-minute FP2 section. Fabio Quartararo, Lewis, well, it's fair to say, having finished 18th on the timesheets yesterday, crept into the top 10 this morning in FP2, but with all these soft tyre woes yesterday, even the most fervent Fabio Quartararo fans will be struggling to make a case for him to make it 4 poles in a row here today.
Average qualifying of 4th, it said there on screen this season. 4th feels like a lifetime away at the moment. His task here to ensure that he's on the front 4 rows of the grid. Nothing beyond Fabio Quartararo in qualifying trim, so no one in this country box is writing him off at this stage, but certainly the evidence of yesterday afternoon suggests that Yamaha not really working too well on that soft rear tyre. We did see him make progress this morning. He set his fastest lap of the weekend in FP2 moments ago, improved by some 7/10 on what he did yesterday, but not everyone was pushing on a soft rear tyre in that session, so we'll get some clearer evidence in this session as to whether they've made progress. But you get a clear sort of demonstration if you look at the entry list for this Q1 session as to which bikes have been working so far this weekend and which bikes haven't. We've got just one Honda, one Ducati and one KTM. Here is that KTM rider, and Air Bastianini. And alongside them in this Q1 session we have all 3 Aprilias and all 5 Yamahas.
Well, the Beast was looking a bit happier with life on the KTM yesterday. It has been a bitter struggle, hasn't it, to find performance on the RC16 so far this season. He said yesterday at least some front-end change have given him some feeling, some turning. He's been having understeer issues all season long. And he said finally that the key thing of Friday here, yesterday in Aragon, was that the modifications they made to the RC16 actually made a positive difference. Changes previously have just been a disaster. Well, look at this. The most successful camera operator in the business, Randy Mamola, MotoGP legend, is now on one of our boom cameras, look, getting some instructions here. Which corner is Randy at now?
I think he's on the inside of the downhill corkscrew there, isn't he?
He's a jack of all trades, isn't he?
Yeah, keep yourself busy. This is Mamola Cam that you're currently on board with.
This is Randy Mamola. Here he goes. Oh, I'm not too sure just yet whether we're quite ready for Randy Mamola to take control of our camera and the reverse corkscrew. It was a good effort, not a bad job at all. He's having a good laugh with our fantastic camera personnel out on circuit who do such an amazing job in all kinds of weather conditions all around the world to bring you the wonderful coverage that you see on your sofas all around the world. I think it's safe to say, stick to motorcycle racing, Randy.
Yeah, well, of course he didn't have the opportunity of trying to keep up with the bike through there, did he? Which might have been a challenge, but yeah, he's certainly keeping himself entertained and us entertained in the competition. That was a lot of fun. On to the serious business though now, qualifying 1. In terms of looking at who we should expect to go through into Q2, this is certainly one of those names. Of course, Fabio Di Giannantonio, who yes, perhaps not getting the same publicity as Pecco Bagnaia struggles on a 2025 Spec Ducati, but Fabio Di Giannantonio is having a similar issue at the moment. He's having similar confidence issues with the front end of that Ducati. Di Giannantonio was 12th at the end of practice yesterday. He only missed out on the top 10. And his teammate Frankie Morbidelli, who took that 10th place by 28 thousandths of a second, but surely Di Giannantonio, the red hot favourite to come through this Q1 session.
A Q1 session that's underway then in baking hot conditions here in MotorLand Aragon. There's Lorenzo Salvadori, who remains Aprilia's super sub, standing in, of course, for the absent reigning world champion Jorge Martin, who is hoping to be back on 2 wheels pretty soon as he works his way back to what would be yet another injury comeback on the RSGP. So Fabio Quartararo's quest for ideally would be his 4th successive pole position begins right now. You have to say it's going to be miracle territory, you feel, for Fabio if he is to continue this stunning Q2 sequence. Not just the fact that he's had his real soft tyre woes so far here this weekend, but of course also the fact that Marc Marquez is just so good around this Aragon track. It was on the soft tyres yesterday where Quartararo was really struggling for any kind of confidence-inspiring grip on the rear tyre. Let's see if the overnight tweaks. I imagine that the Yamaha engineers, and in particular the electronic engineers, probably didn't get a lot of sleep last night. They were probably burning the midnight oil trying to find a setup, not just for Fabio's Yamaha, but for all 5 Yamaha, because they were all suffering with the same issue, weren't they? So, big problems.
15 down to 20. The 5 Yamaha with Lorenzo Salvadori in the middle of them all. as well, which tells you that that's pretty much the level of their bike yesterday. As we begin the first time laps of this Q1 session, Bastianini leads us. The rider just up behind him, Marco Bezzecchi, surely is one of your other key favourites coming to this Q2 session. He will be expecting to go through in this session. Certainly in terms of your race pace, Bezzecchi will feel that he's probably got the most to lose, and he's just lost it, I think, there. Looked like Bezzecchi in the background went down, losing the front there, coming through turn number 4, and Marco Bezzecchi has already made a big error in this Q1 session.
That is a disaster. You cannot sugarcoat that one. That is an absolute disaster for the British Grand Prix winner. The worst possible start to a Q1 session, which was crucial for his hopes, the British hopes of making back-to-back podiums. Turn 4 then is what it's called, turn 3 called out the Italian. He's just desperately looking for a scooter to get a ride back to the paddock as quickly as possible. His mechanics are readying that second RSGP for his return to action. Out wide on the curves there, wasn't he? Going through 3. And on the inside curve there, just washing the front out. How costly could this crash be then for Bez?
Oh, but of course he's on his feet trying to get back to the pits. Here he is running. Fortunately, he doesn't have too far to go. He's on the right side of the racetrack there, having crashed coming through turn 3 on the outside, so that means he's on the inside. So it won't be too far for him to run to get back into the entrance to the pit lane as he makes his way down there. So he doesn't have far to go, but now he's got one more bike and no lap time next to his name.
Yeah, it's going to be a precious scenario now, isn't it, for Bezzecchi, just to sort of keep his cool, keep his focus, and then a regroup on that second RSGP. Quartararo drops out of the reverse corkscrew through the Marquez corner, turn 10. On the exit here was where he's having so many moments throughout practice Friday. Drops down the hill then now. He's about to come in front of the famous Aragon wall. Turn 12 negotiated, now through 13. Bagnaia and Alex Marquez had their big skirmish last year. Jack Miller's over the line. 201.772, so we're just building up to the hot laps incoming.
And a lot of these riders will have had to roll off for the yellow flags for Bezzecchi's crash. Was only near Bastianini up ahead of him as he was shaking the head there, but Fabio Quartararo was last out of the pit, so he didn't catch the yellows, but perhaps he's still not getting the response he wants from his Yamaha M1.
Just saw once again just how low that Yamaha sits when they engage the rear ride-high device coming out of turn 15. Of course, it was the rear ride-high device that squats down again coming out of the final corner. That was heartbreak city, wasn't it, for Quartararo last time out when he was over 4 seconds clear of pace in that British Grand Prix, and cruising to his first win in 3 years since the Sachsenring in 2022. He did kind of hint that there was a problem once again with his ride-high device not disengaging at some point yesterday. Let's hope they're ironing out those problems before we go into the sprint this afternoon and the Grand Prix tomorrow. Quartararo then has moved up into a P1, a 1:47.078. It's already 8/10 of a second faster than he managed on a soft tyre yesterday.
Yeah, 10 quicker than he went in FP2 moments ago when he did put a soft rear tyre in. He's already improving, everyone's improving of course, because only Quartararo got a representative lap in on that first circulation as everyone caught the yellows for Marco Bezzecchi's crash, so their lap times were either cancelled or they will of course had to back off for those yellows because they are getting tougher on that now. In this Grand Prix weekend in Aragon, they're certainly watching yellow flag zones very closely. If you go through those without lifting or dare I say you crash in those yellow flag zones, they are going to be extremely tough on you.
Quartararo improving once again as Raul Fernandez now sits second. Over the line goes Alex Rins. Now, it was briefly for about half a second a factory Yamaha 1-2. The factory Yamaha split by Gian Antonio with a 147 flat. Quartararo now powers through the gearbox on this factory Yamaha. We know that the Yamaha's always down this long back straight suffered in terms of acceleration down to 50, and then once you wind up to top gear, he always made a mess of it. That's a real shame because Fabio Quartararo was on course for his first 46 of the weekend. Jack was telling us Marco Bezzecchi has made it back to the Aprilia garage. So into 16 Quartararo goes, and unfortunately he's just going to run in that little bit too hot. That was going to be Yamaha's first 46 of the weekend.
I think it was also going to be the second fastest lap of the weekend, or the fastest lap by anyone not named Marc Marquez, if Quartararo had kept that together. There is Marco Bezzecchi, and of course quite a long lap here in terms of lap time. It's 5 0.1 kilometres, give or take a few metres, and a lap here is around about 1:48, and an outlap's going to take you 2 minutes, so he doesn't have time to do 2 runs now, this Marco Bezzecchi, so he's going to have to wait a few minutes, and he's going to have 1 run on 1 bike, and if he gets that 1 run, he's in the back of the grid.
He's done a lot of running wherever he was, where we saw him legging it through the gravel track, because just look how much sweat he had on his forehead. He'd only done, what, 1 lap? Not enough to really work up a sweat here in incredibly hot conditions, so it's been a sprint back to the pit lane at Four Bears. At the moment, the El Diablo fans are in a happy mood and full voice, because it is the 2 Fabios, as it stands right now, that are going to be participating in the fight for pole in Q2. A pair of them have logged 47 flats, not too far behind, in a pretty tight top 3 right now is Rins. In fact, there's not even 800ths of a second covering Quartararo, Di Gianantonio and Rins. Out on the second Aprilia then goes Bezzecchi. He has got it all on now, hasn't he, to rescue a place in this top 2. The British Grand Prix winner potentially at the very next Grand Prix, not even getting himself out of Q1. A very big 7 minutes or so coming up for Bears.
They'll just fuel him up to the end of the session now and potentially give him the option to do 2 or 3 time laps on that Aprilia, because he's not going to have time to come back on pit lane at the end of his first run and get out again. So this is it now for Marco Bezzecchi. Of course, having already been caught out at turn number 3, that moment will be fresh in his mind now.
Yeah, he's put himself under the pump, no question about it. As Fabio Quartararo's factory Yamaha cries into life, gets a bit of a tap from one of his mechanics. At the moment, so far so good for the number 20. He's going into Q2. Still in with a remote shot, although still a shot at pole position. A 44th race in a row. Something which Fabio has not achieved since Jerez, Le Mans, Mugello and Catalonia 4 years ago now. Back in 2021. There is Di Gianantonio leaving pit lane as well, the 49 bike. At the moment, he's still safe in that second place, but he certainly can't relax with Alex Rins only 500ths of a second further back.
Jack Miller wants to go here. He's waiting for the final fixes to be made on his track. He's been sat on that bike for about a minute now, waiting for it to be sorted as they tighten up his rear tyre, make sure everything's ready to go. And Jack Miller will now join the racetrack. Miller currently 5th on a 1:47.501, which is pretty much the pace he was setting yesterday. And this is Marco Bezzecchi just leaving the pit lane, I believe, trying to see from our current vantage point where he is. Looks like it's off the racetrack, isn't it? Is this another problem?
He's off the road. There's something going on here. Marco Bezzecchi is not on tarmac, as you can see there. So what has happened here to the Italian?
They run through the bus stop.
Now down the back straight, the rear right-hand device is engaged. There's dirt and dust all over those tyres.
He's trying to pop it back up again there, Marco Bezzecchi. You can see him there, grabbing the front brake a couple of times on the way into the final corner. Let's see if he comes back up pit lane here, Marco Bezzecchi. This is back of the grid that he's staring at. Massimo Rivola watching the screens, and his rider at the moment, from winning the British Grand Prix, is staring at the back of the grid 2 weeks on.
Well, this has been an absolute horror show for Bezzecchi. It just shows, doesn't it, if when you crash out on your number 1 bike at the start of sessions, it could really, really put you on the back foot. And now what's happened here to Marco Bezzecchi?
He's got 2 minutes to get back out of that pit lane and back on the racetrack, otherwise he's starting right in the back.
The right-eye device looks like it has disengaged. Has it disengaged fully? Some kind of issue here for Bezzecchi. He comes into a debrief with his Aprilia crew.
Looks the session over, doesn't it? He was trudging away there as if he knew there was some sort of terminal problem. The Aprilia mechanics kept it to work, but they've not got a lot of time to play with here.
Very little time at all. Well, we feared when he was tumbling through the gravel trap at turn 3 on his first flying lap in this session, that could be a real significant mistake. A mistake which could destroy Bezzecchi's entire weekend here. As Fabio Quartararo, who's had no dramas himself, he drops down through the reverse corkscrew. Big bank of fans there, really good vantage point around this 5km Aragon circuit, is that particular part of the circuit. And then now a cool lead angle, queuing up that rear tyre there as he goes through. Marco Bezzecchi, you can see live pictures inside the Aprilia garage on the left-hand side of your screens. They've done great work there, haven't they, in that Aprilia camp to at least get Bez out on circuit. It's going to be tight. He's going to maybe get 1 or 2 flying laps in at best. Is it all systems go on an RSGP? With a little bit of a delay here, isn't they? They try and release him from pit lane. And looking down the sort of left-hand side of that front tyre, aren't they? Here we go, then Bez has been released. But boy, is he under big pressure.
Marco Bezzecchi's Aragon Grand Prix weekend is essentially going to boil down to one time lap over 5.08 kilometres of this circuit to try and get itself, first of all, into Q2, but get himself any kind of sensible grid position. Take a look at this lap time that's about to be registered by Fabio Quartararo. This is about to be something special, because we don't really special in a qualifying lap of 1:46.631. That is the fastest lap time by anybody not named Marc Marquez in this Aragon weekend, and Quartararo's half a second clear.
1.2 seconds faster than when he was yesterday. That has been some overnight improvement, hasn't it? From Quartararo and the factory Yamaha cap. The Gian Antonio, out in the sea there, wasn't he, on the gas? Out of 17. That probably cost Digia the chance to fight back on the Quartararo. It's still Fabio versus Fabio, though. Ralph Fernandez, though, has just got up into second place. Good job this by the Trackhouse rider. Don't celebrate too soon, though, Ralph. He did that in Silverstone, thinking he got a place in Q2 and got punted out late on. But at the moment, at 1:46.711 has got Fernandez through.
And he clearly feels that he put in a very good lap there, perhaps as good as he can do, because he has now rolled off. But a couple of other Yamahas are looking to try and join Quartararo in the top two. Only one can, of course. It's going to be Jack Miller that comes across the line first, up by Bastianini. Miller goes to third place, just misses out on beating Ralph Fernandez. And it's now Alex Rins that's taking aim at Fernandez in second place.
Yeah, Gian Antonio's on another really strong lap, up to by 0.2 of a second through the first sector. Alex Rins in front of his home crowd, moves at one place from fifth to fourth. So Digia needs a big lap because it is him that has been pushed back down now to fifth spot. And to have the seat again there. So much movement on the rear tyres. They're on the gas through turn 10 and 17 in particular. The two of the fastest left-handers around this Aragon circuit. Just keeping a close eye on Bezzecchi at the moment as well. I think Bez has just started. And what is going to be his one and only flying lap. Now or never then. For the Silverstone winner, to Gian Antonio. This is a big surge down this back straight now. Unsettled once again on the power, wasn't it?
And it's a 10-4. Ralph Fernandez is 800 off at the finish line, but you'd expect that Ducati to pull some time back from Quartararo's Yamaha. In the final sector, you can follow Bezzecchi's sector times at the bottom of your screens. This lap will be his only lap that counts in this Q1 session. You can see already he's 3/10 behind. Marco Bezzecchi is going to be starting not at the back, but very close to the back.
The Gian Antonio does pinch top spot. That was a great performance by Did you look what it means to VR46 Racing? A few whoops and hollows inside the garage there, because they know that was a big lap late on by Gian Antonio. Any mistake at that late juncture and he was going to be in big trouble. Here was Bezzecchi, who is going to now need the second half of his life around this Aragon circuit. Now this is gone, forget it. Good night. Marco Bezzecchi will be kicking himself. He's going to be ruining that crash at turn 3. And let's go down to Jack.
Yeah, whatever it is, guys, they weren't able to fix the problem. It's just given the fact that there was so little time left. Paolo Benora said Marco feeling something wasn't right, but they sent him back out anyway, just to try and get a long time on the board. We'll have to diagnose it after the session.
Yeah, thanks very much. That's at the moment he's going to be looking at around sort of 16th, 17th place on the grid, isn't he? Oliveira 6th, Bastianini in 7th place.
It could be worse than that. I think he might be somewhere near his teammate, Lorenzo Savadori. Surely going to lose more time in this final sector. Savadori is 9th for the 147.6, and there are trio riders on 47.3s and 47.4s. It's a 147.6 for Marco Bezzecchi. He slots in behind his teammate, Lorenzo Savadori. He will start 20th on the grid.
Oh, just look at those faces inside the factory Aprilia garage. They know what a massive opportunity it is, because all weekend, Bez's race pace has been as good as anybody else really behind Marc Marquez. He's been clearly in that kind of hunt from that sort of group, second or third to back to 6th place. But he's just given himself the mother of all mountains to climb, hasn't he? Bez coming from 20th place on the grid. Only Sonkia Chantu will be starting behind the Italian. I suppose if you want kind of any crumbs of comfort for Marco Bezzecchi, he was 18th or 19th on the first lap, wasn't he? In the sprint in Silverstone, and then came charging through to 4th place. And that sent out a signal that he would be strong on the Sunday British Grand Prix. But boy, has he got work through from 20th place on the grid. The two Fabios then are bang on form on Saturday morning here. They do go through. The Gian Antonio takes top spot at 146 at 0.610. 6/10 quicker than anything else Fabio's mustered so far this weekend. And Quartararo joins him in Q2, so they might be slim, they might be slender hopes of 4 straight pole positions, but at least he's still in the game.
He does at least keep up his 100% Q2 record so far this season. Ralph Fernandez's celebrations again were slightly premature, although he did take 3rd in that session, 13th on the grid for Fernandez on the sole trackhouse of Brilliant. Miller 4th. He was only a 10th of a second away himself from getting himself into the top 2. Just a 10th and a half covered the top 5 with Rins in 5th. Oliveira 6th on the 2nd of the Pramac Yamahas ahead of Bastianini 7th. Augusto Fernandez 8th, of course on an experimental Yamaha this weekend. Then the 2 factory Aprilias, Savadori and Bezzecchi ahead of Chantra. And boy does that underline the importance of getting your banker lap in, because all of those problems, that all started with that crash at turn 3.
Yeah, penny for the thoughts right now, Marco Bezzecchi. Well, you know what he's thinking. I screwed up. I made a massive error at turn 3 when he was pushing. It just shows just how much these riders, every single lap of the weekend, but in particular in qualifying when there's so much at stake, it's so easy just to push over the wrong side of the limits. Through turn 3, and he went. Sadly though, he didn't come out the other side of it. Ralph Fernandez, that was close, wasn't it? Only 800ths back. Jack Miller wasn't a million miles back. Alex Rins only a 10th and a half away as well from Fabio Di Gianantonio, who leads Q1 here in Aragon.
Di Gianantonio and Quartararo, the 2 Fabios through to Q2. Ralph Fernandez will be your top Aprilia on the grid tomorrow in 13th place. Jack Miller and Alex Rins on their Yamahas 4th and 5th in that session ahead of Miguel Oliveira. And Nea Bastianini 7th in that session, 17th on the grid. That equals his best of the season. Augusto Fernandez 8th ahead of Lorenzo Savadori, your top factory Aprilia after Marco Bezzecchi's crash on his first run and clearly problems on his bike when he switched across to his number 2 machine. Only Sonkyak Chantra behind him on the grid for the sprint later.
So Fabio, Di Gianantonio and Quartararo live to fight another session on Saturday morning here in Aragon. They're both through to Q2. Marc Marquez, though, the red-hot favourite to take pole position here in Aragon. But it's Digia who leads Q1. Good morning and welcome back to MotorLand Aragon. What a scorcher. It is baking hot down in pit lane, baking hot in the grandstand, which are filling up nicely on Sprint Saturday here. Round 8 of 22 in this year's MotoGP World Championship. A busy period. 5 races in 7 weeks before we head up on our holidays and we head to the beaches. That's a pretty good vantage point as well, isn't it, of this breathtaking, undulating 5-kilometre MotorLand Aragon circuit. Up next on the agenda, the battle for our 8th pole position of the campaign. Mark and Alex Marquez were safely through yesterday with Vinales, Mia, who took a heavy tumble late on at turn 2 in FP2. We'll hear from Jack shortly on him. Costa was 5th fastest yesterday. Sarko, Binder, Aldeguer, Bagnaia and Morbidelli. We're directly through the Q2 yesterday, and in what was, as always, a dramatic Q1 session, which has just taken place here under these glorious clear blue skies. It was the 2 Fabios, Di Gianantonio and Quartararo, who got through after British Grand Prix Marco Bezzecchi crashed on his first flying lap. Had some technical issues late on as well on the factory Aprilia. He starts 20th place on the grid. So Fabio Quartararo then does indeed get to still be in the fight for what would be his 4th successive pole position in 2025. But he's got it all on, as 11 riders do in this session, trying to figure out a way of defeating Marc Marquez, who already has 6 MotoGP pole positions here in Aragon, and he's dominated the action so far here this weekend. Fastest in FP1 and in practice yesterday, and fastest in FP2 this morning. We saw falls in FP2 for Mia and Alex Marquez. Let's get some updated information on the pair of them down in pit lane with Jack.
Yeah, one bike for Alex Marquez, one bike for Joan Mir. The pair of them will have just been watching Q1 and seen Marco Bezzecchi throw it down the road and only turn 3 of his first flying lap. It shows just how easy it is to make a mistake in these red-hot, low-grip, super slippy conditions. Both Alex and Joan know they've got a massive opportunity this week. If they can qualify well, huge pressure on their shoulders now.
Yeah, there is indeed. Yeah, thanks for that, Jack. Yeah, Mir's Honda was properly mangled after he threw it down the road very late on in FP2 at turn 2. There is Marco Bezzecchi's crashed factory Aprilia. He went down the road at turn 3 on his first flying lap of Q1. That's why the Silverstone winner, if he is to make it, back-to-back wins, the first Aprilia rider to win back-to-back races in MotoGP. Well, it was a tough ask anyway, but an even bigger task now, having to come from 20th on the grid. And Sovkat Jantra is behind Bezzecchi on the grid. Quattararo then, one of 5 riders to feature in all Q2 sessions this season with the Marquez brothers, Bagnaia and Morbidelli. The last 3 times he's featured in Q2, when he has been absolutely electric. All-time lap records. Flawless laps to take pole in Jerez, Le Mans and in Silverstone. Can Quattararo complete the quartet?
It kind of does feel like anything's a bonus now for Fabio Quattararo. The way his Friday was going, just to be in this Q2 session must feel like a bit of a triumph in some respects. But let's see how far up the grid the Frenchman can get. In terms of the threat to the Ducatis, which expects to dominate the front of the field, Alex Marquez in particular, and Pecco Bagnaia, as you saw there, who had a fairly good front row record this season in the 7 Grand Prix events so far. He's been on the front row in 3 of them. The likeliest threat then, I guess, is going to come from the KTMs, of which we have 3 of them in this Q2 session. Maverick Vinales, who was 3rd quickest yesterday, can he muscle in on the front row?
Well, there's a party atmosphere, as you can see and hear, already building on Sprint Saturday in Aragon. Can anybody gate crash at Marc Marquez's party in front of his home crowd? Fermin Aldeguer, once again impressing on the BK8 Gresini Racing Ducati. He was 8th fastest yesterday. There's plenty of 54 fans in the grandstands. He said yesterday he was suffering with real front grip issues. Probably the toughest Friday in terms of front feeling for Aldeguer. We saw a perfect illustration of that when he was following Marquez yesterday, and pulled up a Marquez S-Save coming through at turn 3. Here we go then. The fight for pole position number 8 in 2025 is underway. Marc Marquez coming to the end of pit lane. He's pretty eager to get on with business, isn't he? The field go then. 12 riders as always in this hunt for pole position. And the Marquez brothers are very eager to get clear track ahead and get on with the job here, aren't they? Mark, 4 pole positions so far in 2025. Alex still searching for his first pole. It's been a great season in terms of race results for Alex. He's got a great qualifying record, but as yet to start on pole position. Mark gets to the front. He desperately wants clear road ahead of it, doesn't he?
Yeah, and if I was Alex Marquez, I wouldn't want to be ahead of Marc Marquez on this lap. I want to be behind him to try and see what he's doing. I think Alex Marquez knows what Marc Marquez is doing around this racetrack, in particular around some of the long left-handers. It's trying to replicate it that is the main challenge. We saw mid-46s in qualifying 1 from Gian Antonio and Quattararo. Surely Marc Marquez is going to be in the 45s in this session. His all-time lap record that he set here last year, a 1:45.801.
If anybody's going to beat it, you have to feel it is the 93. Here is Joan Mir, who took a real hefty late tumble in FP2 this morning to kick off the MotoGP action. So this means that RC213V he's currently riding is the only one he has available in the Honda Castrol garage. As we pick up this lead group, it's Mark, Alex, Joan Zarco on the LCR Honda, trying to pick up some slipstream and use the Marquez brothers as a good reference here. Zarco, he was pretty relieved to get himself directly into Q2 yesterday in 6th place. Like so many riders, was lacking a bit of that front feeling, but he said, well, if I can still be top 6 and I don't feel comfortable or confident on the bike, it just shows the kind of strong position which Zarco currently finds himself in. Hot laps, first flying laps on the way then here. Marquez leads the field. Mark into turn 1.
Up behind Zarco is Aldeguer, who came up the inside of Pedro Acosta into turn 15. He was very keen to get himself up as far up this train as he could, so he can use that reference to the Marquez brothers up ahead of him. Aldeguer is 4th bike in your picture.
You can see how hard Mark's pushing. He was already leaving a line of black rubber on the tarmac as he got on the gas coming out of turn 3. On the tarmac as he got on the gas coming out of turn 3. So, are we going to get our first 145 of the weekend so far? Fair play to Alex. He is just about hanging on to the rear tyre of Mark at the moment. Zarco is in, could be in absolute prime position here. Had to use 93 and 73 as the ideal reference just ahead of him as they drop the reverse corkscrew through turn 10 now. So good here is Marc Marquez. Well, it was named after him, wasn't it, in 2018?
It's ballooned out between the two Marquez brothers. Marquez bolted off into the distance. As you can see, he's a quarter of a second up at the same stage of the lap as he now goes left into 12. Zarco looks like and now you're only turning left for the rest of the lap.
There's no finer sight in MotoGP, is there, than Marc Marquez just in full flight. This has looked so good from the first corner of his first lap here this weekend. He's been untouchable so far here in Aragon, which has been a story of so many previous visits as Acosta sends it on the inside of Aldeguer into turn 16. So Marquez will surely be crossing the line. He comes out, a bit of a weave on that factory Ducati, out the final corner, straight away, straight out the blocks, a 145.986. He did not disappoint. That is just over a 10th of his own all-time lap record. Surely that 145.801 is going to be beaten at some stage in this Q2. A statement start from Mark.
And Marquez 1-2, it's a factory KTM 3-4. It's Binder ahead of Acosta at the moment. Brad Binder looking for a very rare front row start in MotoGP at the moment. Binder's on course.
What about Fabio Quartararo? Can he ping that Yamaha onto the front row and keep his excellent recent qualifying record going? Of course, Fabio's been a front row starter in the last 4 Grand Prix. Let's not forget, pre his triple poles in Jerez, Le Mans and Silverstone. He was 3rd on the grid under the lights of Losail in Qatar. Well, these guys are able to carry through turn 16 and 17. Quartararo over the line. That puts him up into P6. A high 146 from Quartararo. I think after finishing 18th yesterday, Fabio would have settled for a place on those first 2 rows. This will feel like a right result. He was able to keep himself inside that top 6.
You know, bitten your hand off if he was up for that result at the end of qualifying. Marquez has rolled off on this second lap, so it's Alex Marquez who's now leading the train, and he may be about to pinch pole away from Marquez, although through that 3rd sector, which includes the long turn 11 and the bus stop section through 12 to 15, he's given away a couple of tenths of a second now, so Alex Marquez attempt the drift. Can he though join his brother in the 145s? Alex Marquez attempt the drift. Can he though join his brother in the 145s?
Well, we're about to find out as he comes now through 16, 17. There's a big moment there as he's squeezing the power on with lean angle, spinning up that rear tyre. He does improve down to 146.207. And Pedro Acosta there, just behind Johan Zarco on the 37 KTM, and puts himself on the front row. Run against his factory KTM colleague Binder then, down to 4th place. So this is the best we've seen from Acosta in 2025. He's having a great weekend so far, isn't he, the 20-year-old Spaniard?
Not for the first time in 2025. It's been a poor first running qualifying for Pecco Bagnaia. He's currently 11th in this session, the slowest rider to have set a lap time. Fabio Di Gianantonio, with only 1 tyre, hasn't gone out yet, so he's in 12th place as we watch Quartararo. Pecco Bagnaia currently on a 147.1, never mind a 45. He can't find a 46 yet.
Acosta hasn't qualified top 10. Since Austin at round 3. So this is a very rare occurrence of late before the factory KTM start. Here is Quartararo. Once again completing yet a lap. He does squeeze himself back into the top 6. He was briefly bumped back down to 7, but he's forced the issue once again. 6th place from Quartararo, down from a 46.8 to a 46.7. Only Alex Marquez and Pedro Acosta are within half a second right now. Mark Bagnaia all the way down in 11th. 47.166. This is down into the reverse corkscrew, down into turn 8. Whoa, dear me. That looked like it was both feet off the foot pegs there. 1.4. Bagnaia got it all wrong, did he, going down the hill into 8?
I agree when you're already suffering with a bit of a crisis of confidence on board that Ducati, is it? For Pecco Bagnaia, so that certainly explains in some part why he's down in 11th place, because he only did the one time back. The second went wrong in pretty dramatic fashion, as we saw right there, and Davide Tardozzi, looking is in no doubt to how he's feeling with that one. He's got one rider on pole at the moment, the other one in P11.
Yeah. The cheeks from against this man, who once again has been the standout star of the show in MotorLand. This is his territory. It's a track which he fell in love with all the way back in 2010 on our very first visit. As he mentioned, he loves it so much they named Turn 10 after him, 7 years ago now. And here is Acosta, the best we've seen by him in a long time. Pedro Acosta's previous best qualifying performance of the season was a fourth over in Texas. I mean, when you look at Qatar, Jerez and Le Mans recently, he was dead last in Q2 and never even got out of Q1 in Silverstone. So time attacks of late, Acosta really has suffered. They clearly found something here to cope with the excessively low grip conditions here in Aragon, because Acosta third, Binder fourth, and Vinales 8. So all 3 KTMs at the moment qualifying on the top 3 rows.
To give a lot of credit to Alex Marquez on that first run, because of course, as Jack pointed out at the start of the session, a lot of pressure on his shoulders with only one bike to use in this session. If you're just joining us, Alex Marquez had a crash at turn 7 in FP2 earlier on today, which left him with just one bike for qualifying 2. But if it was a bit of a circumspect banker lap for Alex Marquez, it was a very fast one on a 1:46.207. He sits second at the moment, 2/10 behind his brother Joan Mir, the other rider who came into this session with just one bike. He's in 9th at the moment on a 46.9, couple of tenths behind the top Honda, which is Joan Zarco.
So I guess the icing on the cake, the cherry on the top right now so far this weekend for Marc Marquez would be a lap that's better than his own all-time lap record, that 1:45.801. He came mighty close to it on his first outing on a soft tyre. That's Bagnaia with work to do. Down in 11th place, a lot of work to do. Didn't expect to see Pecco this far down the order after the first attack. This is him powering through. That's where Bezzecchi took the front on his factory Aprilia in Q1. A crash which really did come back to bite the Italian, who's going to start the Aragon Grand Prix tomorrow in the sprint this afternoon down in 20th place. Keep an eye on Gian Antonio. He was the fastest rider in Q1, and he's putting him a pretty strong fight right now for the front row, maybe even potentially threatening Marc Marquez at the top of the timesheets.
First sector, not really the problem though, to try and challenge Marc Marquez. It's sector 2 and 3 where Marc's winning a lot of his time. Sector 2 includes that long left-hander that Pecco Bagnaia is going through now. The Marc Marquez corner, sector 2 will be completed now. Once again, that Ducati misbehaving, and how much time has that cost Bagnaia? It's cost him a couple of tenths.
I mean, normally Bagnaia's factory Ducati looks like it's glued to the road. This weekend, though, it's just looks so unstable. For a number of races now, Pecco Bagnaia just, you can see he's a rider that's just, the confidence drained out of him. Out of turn 15 he goes. Where is he going to go with this lap at the moment? It could be potential. I was going to say front row lap. He's going to be mighty close to it. Estimate at the moment P4. Can he get 16 and 17 bang on the money? 16 he was nailed on. 17 looks pretty good as well. And this might well be a front row lap here from Bagnaia. Time estimated was P4. Over on he goes, and he was spot on his 4th place. It's close. He was really close to the front row, just on the 200s back. That's more like it, isn't it, Davide?
He splits the factory KTMs then, does Pecco Bagnaia. Both Marc Marquez and Alex Marquez now putting very fast first sectors, but as you can see, something's gone wrong for Marc Marquez in sector 2, and he's rolled out, and his pole position now is under a little bit of threat from his brother.
Yeah, he's still got Zarco for company, who's been, his tactic has been pretty clear. Just follow a Marquez in this session, whether it be Alex or Marc, and I'll see where that drags you. I mean, how are we going to Marquez's teammate, putting up another strong lap as well. He's deep into the third sector. Now look at this. Now we said, didn't we, pre-session, that there's a party atmosphere building here in Aragon, and could anybody gate crash Mark's party? Well, we might be getting an answer very, very quickly, because look at this. Alex lighting up the time machine, Morbidelli as well, putting up a real strong gate for the front row at least. All eyes though, isn't it, on 73, just out of your picture. There's Mark and Johan Zarco. They're not going to be impeding Alex for the moment as he goes top gear into the final couple of corners, into 16, then he flings the Grazini Ducati. Alex Marquez, it's going to be close. He's got to nail to absolute perfection this final corner. Over the line he goes. Alex Marquez is in pole. A 1:45.964. Over to you, Mark.
And Morbidelli second.
Morbidelli goes second. So Mark Marquez, out of absolutely nowhere, is now back in third place. As we said, over to you, Mark. What have you got?
He's now got to respond. He is now responding. He's got John Zarco right behind him, but Marc Marquez has got to push now. He's back down to third place. Aldeguer did briefly go fifth. He's now been relegated back down to seventh. Bagnaia across the line. He stays in sixth place. Marc Marquez sets a personal best in the first sector, but he is playing catch-up for the first time this weekend.
Alex, Morbidelli and Mark are split by just 200ths of a second. A super, super tight front row, and they are miles ahead of the chasing pack. But the gap between Mark in third and Acosta in fourth is over 3.5 tenths. Summed right back by both Alex and Morbidelli. Here comes Mark then, trying to retaliate, looking good. Although Alex here, just behind him, also potentially improving, although Alex has just lost a bit of time in the second split. This is going to be so close. Oh, look how aggressive was Mark on the chain direction there between 12 and 13.
Marc Marquez has not got a lot of time to play with here, has he? This is super, super close. Aldeguer is also improving, so he might muscle in on the front row, but a big third sector from Marc Marquez has put him ahead.
He powers there now down the back straight. And if he stays as is, if he doesn't make a mistake in these final two corners, well, you are about to witness potentially the fastest ever MotoGP lap around MotorLand Aragon. He slides that Michelin rear tyre. Out of 17 he goes. Is he the master of MotorLand in qualifying once again? Of course he is. Was there any ever doubt? 1:45.704. And Marc Marquez looks like he's loaded in for his 7th MotoGP pole position here in Aragon, with an all-time lap record to boot as well. He left it late, but it was awesome when it came.
He had to work hard for that one, didn't he? Alex Marquez certainly made him work for pole position, but surely now Marc Marquez has settled the argument between the two Marquez siblings. Bagnaia moves up to fourth. He found time in that fourth sector. It gets ahead of the KTMs. It is now a Ducati 1, 2, 3, 4. KTMs 5, 6 and 7 now.
Top job this by Morbidelli as well. We haven't seen Frankie on the front row all season. His last was in front of his home crowd in Misano last year. It just goes to emphasise what an outstanding performance Morbidelli has put together.
He's not done yet, is Frankie?
I guess the only sort of doubt is how much has he already taken out of that sub-rear tyre. Quattararo then, he takes the checker flag. He's 7th. But well, if you look at where he was yesterday, marooned down 18 spots, 7th is some save by Quattararo. I'm sure he would have liked to have been on those first couple of rows, but his golden run in qualifying comes to a rather abrupt end, which is no great surprise after the woes he was suffering yesterday. Morbidelli on the money. Look at this by Frankie. As we mentioned, he hasn't had a front row start since last September in Misano. He drops then now down through 14. Here comes over the line Sherman Aldeguer, who's just pushed Quattararo then now back down to 8. The rookie up to 7th. This is not a given, isn't it? Look at this for Morbidelli. If he
upset, wouldn't it?
Right, a humongous upset. I've got to say, I didn't see this coming. I thought it was game, set, and match in Motorland in terms of pole position for Marc Marquez. Is he going to be the ultimate party pooper here? Frankie Morbidelli, over the line he goes. No, not quite. So Marc Marquez can breathe a sigh of relief. He does take a magnificent 7th pole position here in MotorLand. Right that row by Morbidelli. Looks like he has booked his place on the front row for the third time this season. It's Mark versus Alex once again at the top of Q2. Morbidelli completes your front row. Row 2 will be led by Bagnaia, Costa and Binder, the two factory KTMs having by far their best qualifying performances for quite some time together. Aldeguer will lead row 3. Vignales came late on with a charge of getting up to 8th. Quattraro eventually was pushed back down to 9th. Fabio Di Gianantonio, who came through as the fastest rider in Q1 and looked like a front row contender himself for much of that session, was 10th at Amir and Zarco. Well, he didn't disappoint. He delivered once again on the big stage. Marc Marquez makes it pole position number 99. What a stat that is, just one shy of the century. 71st in his MotoGP career and 7th now here in Aragon with a record-breaking lap. Great job and a great session, really enjoyed that one.
Well, the final result might not necessarily do justice to how close that was. For Marc Marquez, he takes pole by a quarter of a second from his younger brother Alex. Frankie Morbidelli did he ultimately just run out of grip from that soft rear tyre. He had to do a few laps on it as he came into that final sector of that final lap. It is yet another Aragon pole for Marc Marquez. We saw Davide Tardozzi nervously watching on. How's he feeling now with Jack?
Well, Davide, it's the result that everyone expected, but maybe not how we expected it to go. We're nervous in those final moments. Mark was certainly making you wait. That's in trouble, but anyway, did a good lap, and we was expecting enough time like that. So we'll see. The most important is not the position, but the race. I think that Mark has the chance to win the race. But you know, Alex this year shows that he's a really tough contender. Great job, brother.
Yeah, thanks as always, Jack. Thanks to Davide Tardozzi. Mark has got a chance to win, I would say so, yes.
A piece of understatement.
Yes, last year, when that was on his last lap as well, as we said, how aggressive he was in that change direction, going through turns 12 and 13. It's been start of Saturday so far, hasn't it, as well, for Pertamina Enduro V46 Racing. Fabio Di Gianantonio fastest in Q1. And Frankie Morbidelli, what a ride by Frankie. His first front row start of the season. He's third quickest around the Marquez. But let's get the thoughts of the boss, Pablo Nieto.
Yeah, with one of the mechanics just showing the slightest of gap between his thumb and his finger to show that Frankie was close there, Pablo. What a great job.
Yeah, very, very good. So, I'm very happy because in the end it was very hard also for him. That race was a missing race also fighting with Marquez. It was a little bit stressed because the grass, red flag and everything, and we are right here very motivated, so I'm very happy for him, for the team, for all the sponsor, and we have to keep pushing. This is like this. Great job, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, great job by Frankie Morbidelli. Superb job. Let's take nothing away from the Italian, who's having a real strong season, 4th in the World Championship. A whole bunch of top 4 finishes in Thailand, in Austin, last time out of Silverstone, a couple of podiums as well to throw in there in Argentina and Qatar too.
Well, he's had to wait longer than he and we thought he might, but that is now pole number 99 in all classes for Marc Marquez. Let's chunk of the map from here at MotorLand Aragon. He'll go in search of the century at Mugello in a couple of weeks' time. But Frankie Morbidelli, ensuring it is an old Ducati front rows, an old Ducati top 4 in the group, with this man Pecco Bagnaia in 4th place. Morbidelli just came down to that final sector, didn't he? Costing the chance to, at the very least, split the Marquez brothers on the grid, but he does go from the front row later.
He's been wearing that big beaming smile throughout this entire weekend, hasn't he, Marc Marquez? There's just something about these anti-clockwise tracks where he just comes into his own. Of course, his dirt track background certainly helps, but as soon as he would have seen this design for MotorLand Aragon back in 2010 and saw that there was 10 left-hand corners, he'd be going, yeah, I fancy a bit of that. Frankie Morbidelli ahead of what will be his 130th MotoGP start tomorrow. He's only his 13th front row. That shows what a great job that was by the Italian, who's quite rightly getting the plaudits from his crew. Very, very shortly we'll be hearing from our top 3 qualifiers. A really good job, you have to say, by Alex to take second place. Second on the grid now for the 5th time in the opening 8 Grand Prix. Second in Thailand, second in Argentina, second in Qatar, second last time out in Silverstone. He did it the hard way today though, having taken that tumble at turn 7 in FP2 and then only having the one bike at his disposal for that dramatic Q2 session. And at one stage, well, he was leading it, and we thought there was going to be a big shock on the cards before Mark delivered once again in front of his home crowd. Just a quick reminder, 11 laps to tea, so sprint will be underway at 3 p.m. local time this afternoon. But he's on the front row for the first time in 2025. He looks supremely fast at Frankie, doesn't he? Frankie Morbidelli with Jack.
Frankie, great job onto the front row yesterday. Had its challenges, but you've clearly made a step overnight. At one point, did you think that maybe pole position was on the cards there?
So we did a great job compared to yesterday. We improved a lot the bike, and I had a much better feeling today than yesterday. And we were able to fight for the front row, which is a great thing in nowadays MotoGP. Even if we've been recovering from 3rd row, 4th row, even 5th row, but you know, starting in the first line, it's a much better feeling. So I'm really happy, I'm really pleased about the job the team has done yesterday. We tried to understand for good what we needed to do to get better, and today was the case, so I'm happy. Good luck this afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a real top job by Frankie Morbidelli, who of course had to do a lot of work last time out of Silverstone, in the Grand Prix at least, with the 3-place grid penalty. But he did it, 13th to 4th, and he was so close to pipping Marc Marquez to the podium. Will it be Morbidelli versus Marc once again throughout the remainder of this weekend? This is crew chief Matteo Flamini, who will be very familiar to so many of you at home watching, of course, closely linked with Valentino Rossi for so many years. Alex Marquez then picks himself up off the floor after crashing FP2 to take second in qualifying, and he's with Jack.
Alex, that's a really impressive job to put it in the middle of the front row. A far from ideal qualifying session to navigate with only one bike, with, I'm sure, the crash in your back of the mind. Just how difficult was that?
Yeah, to understand the crash was quite easy. I went too fast in that point for that lap of number of tires that the tire had, and I just was a little bit too optimistic to go in that corner with that speed. I was already really fast on T1 in the lap, and I just lose the front. So just that, if you saw it, any mechanic is here from me, because they are in the garage already working with the bike, because it was quite damaged. But later on, I did the first set, goal done, because it was to be in front row, quite on the right, so in the middle, to be in the clean part. But yeah, happy to be in front row, and we know that here Mark is faster than us, but we're closer compared yesterday, so we'll try to do our maximum and to minimize the difference of the points.
Top job, well done.
Thank you.
Again, thanks Jack, thanks to Alex Marquez. Yeah, I guess pre-weekend, Alex was always in the back of his mind thinking it will be a damaged imitation weekend in terms of just making sure that he doesn't surrender too many points to his brother Mark, who we do expect, unless things go awry, that he will be completing the sprint in Grand Prix double, just as he did here last September. Pedro Costa at one stage was threatening the front row in that session. A thumbs up from the 20-year-old. As he mentioned, he's had his qualifying woes of late. That's his best qualifying since he was 4th in the grid in Austin. But he's done it once again. It's a magnificent 7 MotoGP pole position out in MotorLand for Marc Marquez, and he's with Jack.
Well, Mark, it's the result that we all anticipated, but not in the manner that anyone anticipated. Is the overriding emotion relief at the end of that? Because even that final lap wasn't a clean one.
Yes, the first lap with the first tire was clean. Even I just did one lap and then I stopped because, okay, already for 45.9 without exaggerating, but then I exaggerate too much. And trying to be too fast, even lose time. And yes, let's see. Of course, the riding style for the main race and sprint race is different, but yeah, the lap was not the smoothest track of
of my life, but smoothest lap of my life. But yeah, let's see if we can keep going. Congratulations. Thank you.
Not silky smooth, but still too good for anybody else to handle here in MotorLand Aragon. We saw just how aggressive he was being on that change of direction in front of the Aragon wall as he's dropping down the hill into turn 12. And then just watch this. That was on his fastest lap. That was on his all-time lap record lap around MotorLand. He has done it once again. 5th pole position of the season for Marc Marquez. And now, of course, he'll be focusing on winning back the gold medal, which he lost to his brother Alex for the first time this season. Last time out at Silverstone. A golden performance, though, in qualifying for Marc Marquez. 99 career poles now. 9 of them have come right here in Aragon. He will be leading the field away for the 11th lap sprint this afternoon.
Marc Marquez on pole, Alex Marquez starts second, went to form, but certainly was much closer than we expected going into the day. Frankie Morbidelli is first front row of the season, third. Pecco Bagnaia does take fourth, he was 11th for much of that section. The KTM's next up with Acosta Binda fifth and sixth. We saw Maverick Vinales also just up the second row in seventh. Fabio Quartararo got his Yamaha up into ninth via qualifying, while the two Hondas that went through to Q2 got no further. Mir and Zarco 11 and 12. Ralph Fernandez is just off a pretty on the grid in 13th. And Air Bastianini equals his best of the season in qualifying, but only 17. Marco Bezzecchi, an unmitigated disaster for him after a crash in Q1 on his first run and issues on his second bike. He starts 20th out of 21 on the grid later on. BMW M Award, well, Marc Marquez does have a comfortable lead in that, having taken his 5th pole of the season. 33 points in advance now over Alex Marquez. Fabio Quartararo got himself up into 9th on the grid. He remains 3rd. Pecco Bagnaia 4th, which is exactly where he qualified today.
Marc Marquez shining once again in glorious sunshine here at his beloved Aragon. Number 93, ready to do the business. Marc Marquez sprinkles yet more magic on MotorLand in qualifying. He will start from pole position. And in qualifying, he will start from pole position ahead of the sprint action later on this afternoon. Look forward to your company then.
We leave the UK and head south to Spain for round 8 of 2025 with a spectacular and sweltering MotorLand, our latest destination. Located around 3-hour drive from Barcelona, many count this Grand Prix as their home, but the low grip track surface hasn't made them feel at home. The heat is on. It's Aragon. It's MotoGP. It's a very warm welcome to you from a very warm MotorLand Aragon. This is Super Saturday and our 8th round on this 2022 Stop Tour of the World in the MotoGP World Championship of 2025. And after the British Grand Prix, which saw us packing on the layers and keeping ourselves dry and clear of the wind, beautiful, pristine, toasty conditions for this Saturday afternoon of action. Air temperature currently around 27. Certainly feels hotter than that and is expected to get hotter than that by the time we go sprinting in MotoGP over 11 laps at 3 p.m. local time this afternoon. The best vantage points have already been snapped up at this picturesque Aragon circuit. And they'll have the best possible view of Moto3 qualifying, which is up first. Qualifying 1 then gets us underway, and this is our cast of characters that we'll have to look forward to in this session. Tyler Rosato for the second Grand Prix in a row goes to qualifying 1. He didn't emerge out of it in Silverstone a couple of weeks ago. Riccardo Rossi, who's become a bit of a frequent Q1 visitor as of late. It's his 4th Q1 appearance in a row. Dennis Foggia, a former Moto3 winner around here. Oyusa Yamanaka, who was in Q1 here last year and had the mother of all shockers. He was 18th in practice yesterday, puts him in Q1. A couple of our rapid rookies who were on the front row 2 races ago, both go through Q1 here. Guido Pini and Max Quiles. Quiles, though, and Pini actually both crashed yesterday afternoon, which contributed to their struggles. They are quicker than their positions might indicate. Vicente Perez for the Level Up MTA squad, who continues to deputise for the injured Matteo Bertelli. He's got a 100% record of being in Q1 and coming through it in his 3 appearances for the team so far. Stefano Nepopsic, 58, the second of the Honda Team Asia bikes, ridden by Tachiko Bawazri, part of a bit of time motorsport history this weekend. Noah Detweiler for the CIP Green Power squad, and the 2 Grid and Lab Racing Honda riders. Nerdy O'Shea joined for the first time since Argentina by his regular teammate, Marcos Uriarte. 12 riders set to battle it out for 4 places in the shootout for pole in Moto3. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison with you in the commentary box. Elliot York is in pit lane and will be in Parc Fermé, where, of course, on a couple of occasions already, he's been speaking to Max Quiles at the end of a qualifying session. Second on the grid for his debut, pole position for his second, and then, of course, the number 28 in his 3rd Grand Prix start managed to finish the Sunday race on the podium. Qualifying 1, even at an early stage of Max Quiles' Grand Prix career, Neil, is something of a shock, although he has a pretty good excuse for that.
Yeah, it certainly does. Big crash upset Max Quiles in practice yesterday afternoon, as you previously mentioned, Lewis. And that would give him just 2 laps at the end of practice. One of those was to kind of bend himself in, make sure everything was running on the bike after his big fall. The second, he caught a load of riders in opportune moments. He was outside the top 14 yesterday, but he was very fast this morning in FP2, and he was speaking very confidently yesterday as well. Those Quiles, what impact he's made on this Moto3 World Championship in just 3 races, as you said, reeling off some of his achievements so far. 2 podium finish in Silverstone, probably should have been a debut victory in Silverstone had it not been for that late mistake down into Vale on the final lap, but as it was, 2nd place. Not too bad, I would say, in your 3rd ever MotoGP race, Moto3 race.
Yeah, setting high standards already, isn't he? In his very short Grand Prix career. Is the 17-year-old Spaniard from Murcia. So he turned 17 just ahead of the Grand Prix in Austin, where he made his debut and very nearly put it on pole position. So we need to wait one further Grand Prix to achieve that. Here's Yusa Yamanaka, who is certainly in championship terms one of the high-profile names who's going through this Q1 session. Of course, a couple of Japanese riders in this session who are in relatively lofty positions in the World Championship, and certainly on reputation you wouldn't expect to be going through this qualifying 1 session. Yamanaka, who's 9th in the World Championship, Tyler Rosato, who is 5th in the points, and of course did come across the line in, I think he was 4th on the road, wasn't he, in Silverstone, before he then got the penalty for taking out Angel Piqueras on the final lap. 2 names who will not only hope, but expect to come through this Q1 session.
Time for Rosato, currently 5th in the World Championship. Here he is, the number 72. Japanese rider yet to really explode into life action in this season. He's 4th in Moto 3 World Championship. In Qatar. Still waiting to see the very best of him. And many of us were predicting to be there fighting for the championship this year. Sato said yesterday didn't quite show it on the time machines, but he felt he had made a small step forward from where he was at Silverstone. There's another case where Sato was in a good position on the final lap of Moto 3 race, and then was mistaken off a slightly unclean move he took out. Garrison led to post-race penalty and him finishing down in 12th. So it was another case of a missed opportunity for 2 weeks ago.
It was interesting reading the post-race comments. An apology from Hiroshi Oyama to an apology from Taya Furusato at the end of it. So he perhaps wasn't as keen to throw out the olive branch to aim up the KRS, who of course has lost big ground in the World Championship in the last 3 Grand Prix. That was in the radar as well, of course, not scoring in the last 2. But he's not in this Q1 session. His teammate, Usa Yamanaka, as mentioned, is. He was 18th at the end of practice yesterday. All-time record and the fastest lap of the weekend so far this weekend has been set by a Honda, by David Almanza for the Leopard squad, a 156.922. Both the Moto3 and the Moto2 all-time records went this morning, although the temperatures have climbed steeply since the last time these riders were on track.
We're doing very well to get into the 56s in either of these two qualifying sessions. You can see 3 riders have immediately come up and get there. Max Kilo's been one from number 28, one with Vicente Perez and Stephen Nepa. So yeah, it's just taking a quick breather running on into this session. Wasn't necessarily a surprise for the team.
It might have been some sort of strategy there from Jens Sparkbox. They've immediately changed his rear tyres, so perhaps sent him out of some warm rubber earlier on. Kilo's coming back in straight away at the end of his outlap, so no attempt to set a time lap, but it certainly seemed like a relaxed atmosphere down there at Aspar as they were readying Kilos to return to the racetrack. Certainly, as mentioned, his pace that he showed this morning, he did a 157.0 this morning to take 2nd place in practice. Kilos should have the pace to navigate his way through this session. Let's head down to pit lane for the first time this afternoon and get an update from Elliot Yorgel.
Yeah, good afternoon, gents. Good afternoon to everyone. Just catching up with Dennis Onju, who stood on pit wall. Just asked him about the track conditions this morning. He said it was super grippy because of the lower temperatures. That's when the grip really comes to the fore here at MotorLand. But he said this afternoon he expects and knows from experience that the grip will be a lot less. So just watch out for that this afternoon. We saw the times tumble as Max Kiles heads out of pit lane with his teammate Dennis Onju right now. Saw the times tumble this morning, but don't expect quite the same this afternoon.
Okay, thanks very much for that update, Elliot. Yeah, as I was previously saying, it could be slightly optimistic to think we'll be in minute 56s as we were earlier today. 58.6 coming in. Sato, that's the benchmark in this session so far up to the first. That's Guido Pini, jumps up into 2nd.
Yeah, like Dennis Onju, who Elliot was speaking to there, was on track this morning, setting the lap record in Moto2. Track temperature was only 29 degrees. It is substantially hotter than that now, both in the air and on the track. Track temperature now well up into the 40s as we go to decide the grid for this 8th Moto3 battle of the season. Of course, Moto3 already this season. We've seen 5 different riders in 7 races start on pole position, but a couple of those are in this Q1 session. Yamanaka, who we're looking at, and Max Kiles, of course. Ricardo Rossi straight up pit lane, and like Kiles, like Nepa, like Perez, Rossi's returned to the pits without a lap time on the board.
I'm not sure whether he's getting a telling off from Gini, or a Gia from his crew chief slash team owner. Ricardo Rossi sometimes doesn't come up with the best strategies in qualifying. I think that's a diplomatic way of putting it, and I'm not sure whether Gini was making his true feelings known to the Italian.
In a bit of a rut, isn't he, at the moment, is Ricardo Rossi. It has to be said down there at the Sniper Squad. 2nd consecutive Grand Prix now, where he's had some struggles through the weekend and been at a total loss to explain where they've come from. They seem to have gone down a bit of a blind alley down there at the Sniper Squad, whilst his teammate Nicola Carraro is doing a fine job at the moment, finished inside the top 10 at Silverstone last time out. Rossi struggling badly, been in qualifying 1, as mentioned, in the last 3 Grand Prix. This is now a 4th in a row. and only one of those three previous occasions has he actually made his way out of that Q1 session.
So, big work to be done for Ricardo Rossi. And now first half goes faster still, but Guido Pini immediately demotes him down into second position. Low 1 minute 58 then for Pini, so we're still over a second after lap times that we were doing earlier today. Not necessarily a great surprise. Amid all the hysteria with Antonio Rueda's brilliant comeback, and of course the performance of Max Gilles in Silverstone, it was quite easy to overlook. Another really solid job by Guido Pini at the British Grand Prix. Coming there for the first time and coming away with a strong 7th place, equaling his best result in the World Championship so far. Pretty decent run. Last 3 Grand Prix, going back to Jerez, where it's kind of a fixture now, if not necessarily in the victory fight, but in the kind of fight just behind that. He's been there or thereabouts, and the kind of more we go into this season, Lewis, the more I'm inclined to think that this is a pretty stellar rookie lineup that we have in Moto 3 this year. It's not just Quiles and Carpe that are impressing and doing the business, but we've also seen in recent weeks the likes of Pini and Pironi step up and show that they're capable of potentially fighting for the podium this year as well.
Pini's had 3 top 10s in the last 4 races, plus a front row start to boot in Le Mans, although that was the one race in the last 4 where he didn't ultimately finish inside the top 10, of course, after he had a crash in the race when he was in that podium battle. As we watched the Aspar duo making their way down the back straight. Quiles leading Foggia. Almost one rider uber experienced, one rider very little experienced, but they're not exactly living up to their reputations, I guess, in that respect. Quiles already in 3 Grand Prix achieved plenty. Dennis Foggia, this is his 100th Moto3 start this weekend, although he certainly hasn't been shown the right way to negotiate the final corner there for Quiles, although he does go into what is now 3rd place, although he was on the outside. He won't lose that lap because the tarmac wasn't green that he went to, but it's certainly not the fastest way around there. That's why it's not a track limits infraction, because it is believed to be slower going out there. Quiles 3rd at the moment, ahead of his teammate Foggia, with Stefano Neppa, our first rider of the afternoon, into the 157s.
Good stuff from Neppa, and if there's one rider in this Moto 3 class that needs to catch a break, it is, I feel, the Italian, who is also found himself in a bit of a rut. Just 2 points scored in the last 3 outings. Bit of a contrast to his teammate Lunetti's recent revival. We saw Silverstone in again this weekend looking very strong. So really does need to make some movements towards the front of Moto 3. It's been a tough mid part of the season since we come back to Europe. It really has gone downhill for him. Speaking of going downhill, or just maybe not necessarily even getting started. That's Foggia. We're getting to the stage of the season, Lewis, where it's not a question of when, it's if it's going to happen for him in Moto 3 this year. But Jaspar CF Moto KTM, because there's not really been a great deal of progress over the last couple of race weekends, and we're at a track where Foggia has had a great record in the past, 1 in Junior GP, 1 in Moto 3. Still not really seeing any great progress from him.
Yeah, rather than going down it, hasn't really climbed up the hill so far, sadly, for Dennis Foggia this season. Best of 6th, which was in that dramatic opening Grand Prix of the season in Thailand. I guess from Foggia's point of view, he could point to some misfortune that he's had in recent rounds. Did crash in Qatar when he felt he was strong enough to challenge towards the front, and of course had a technical problem on the very first lap of the British Grand Prix. Of course, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but he was convinced he was going to be fighting for the podium at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago, and given he has won around there as well in the past, you could certainly understand why he might say that. This is a big lap coming in from Quiles. This should certainly rubber stamp his place in Q2, 157.491. That's only around 4/10 of a second away from what he was doing in much more favourable conditions this morning. He's a 1/3 of a second clear now of Perez, who takes 2nd. Foggia with a personal best himself into 3rd place. And Stefano Neppa, for a P1 a moment ago, is now sitting on the precipice in 4th.
Comes in from Ricardo Rossi. At least he's on the board. He does have a decent amount of time to climb his way up, potentially into a place in the top 4. But yes, super stuff then from Quiles. And while we have Rossi on screen, we're going to pass down to Elliot and give a bit of an update on the Honda rider.
Yeah, I was just stood outside the box where you saw him getting a bit of a telling off. My Italian isn't the best, as you guys know, but it was definitely not a words of encouragement, let's say, from his team. And when he went back out, a couple of the mechanics were sort of arms wide thinking, what's just happened? So, a bit of confusion down in the Rippercord Snipers box. I don't think all is happy at the moment in time. Let's see what Rossi does towards the end of the session, though.
So it was a bit of an unscheduled pit stop there. Well, maybe
What are you doing here, Ricardo?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you've got 15 minutes to set a lap time. Why are you in here when there's no name on the timesheets? It's fair to say, and Marco Cicchini, the crew chief slash team manager of Snipers Racing team, quite an imposing character. If you're a young lad in your early 20s, Ricardo Rossi is, so I'm sure when you feel his wrath, you really are motivated to go out and put something special in, see what Rossi can do. Whether he can retrieve something from this session. Max Kina is just getting a bit of a slipstream there from Guido Pini coming down back straight. He's on course to further strengthen his position in this session.
23 or early 20s still? I'm not sure with Ricardo Rossi. I'm going to claim 34 then. I'm still in my early 30s. So it makes me feel better about my increasing age. Here comes Max Keeles, who's still very much a teenager. And he sets a 1:57.406 consecutive 57 fours for Max Keeles, who's just enjoying himself, I think, in this Q1 session. I don't think his place in Q2 is under any great threat here.
Yeah. I has 4/10 of a second advantage over Vicente Perez in second. Guido Pini, who's in fifth, is 7/10 of Keeles, so I'm pretty sure he can park it after that recent lap time, and no, a place in Q2 is safely secured. What I really like about this kid is just the sheer confidence that he has. He had a pretty rough day yesterday, but at no point did you kind of get the impression that he was panicking or a little insecure. He had the speed, and he's gone out so far today with the minimum fuss, just how he's put the place in Q2, so impressive stuff again from the number 20.
The riders under pressure at the moment are the two we're highlighting on screen at the bottom. Two of the riders certainly under pressure. Yamanaka and Pini, who certainly expect to be in the top four, certainly on recent qualifying form. Pini would expect to be there. Yusa Yamanaka has qualified outside the top 10 in the last two Grand Prix, but outside of Austin, when he qualified in 19th place, he has been a permanent fixture in qualifying 2 this season. In qualifying 1, you might recall here last year, was Yusa Yamanaka, and he had bike problems which left him with no time and started right at the back of the grid. It was one of his worst weekends of the 2024 season, and at the moment, not particularly a successful 2025 visit to MotorLand either for Yamanaka. This, though, looks set to move him into the top 4, assuming he doesn't lose too much time in this final sector. The final corner feels like he goes on for an age, turns 16 and 17 as he drops over the crest and moves up into 3rd place, which relegates Stefano Neppa now out of the top 4.
Well, applause there. Jake Reeks moves Yamanaka's latest efforts. It's been a bit of a sobering start to the year, hasn't it, for the MSI squad? It's turned to gold last year with several 1-2s in the Moto2 class, the first ever season in that. They were even challenging for the championship and Moto E World Championship, the first ever time in that series as well. Plus, even Ortola fighting for the championship in this category here, but not seeing what we were expecting from Angel Becerra so far, and Yamanaka hasn't quite been living up to his side of the building either, aside from an impressive podium in Qatar. That's it. Let's get park it. That's exactly what he's doing. Towards the end of this session. Job done as far as Q1 goes, and let's say low 57 will be doing pretty well in Q2. They're coming up here in terms of back to the front row.
Yeah, given the fastest lap we've seen since most weekends at 56.9, that's a strong lap time, whatever way you cut it, from Max Keeles, who's now going to be sitting comfortably in his chair while his teammate, his extra experienced 24-year-old teammate Dennis Foggia, continues to ride for all he's worth to ensure he joins Keeles in the top 4. He is currently 4th, is Foggia, on a 1:57.906, but he's coming under some serious threat here. Forasato's going quickly, Pini is improving. Ricardo Rossi is out there trying to rescue his weekend. Yamanaka is continuing to improve, although he's still ahead of Foggia in the order at the moment, but might nudge himself ahead of Perez, who've got at least 5 riders, if not 6 actually now, with Rossi in the first sector, all on personal best. Foggia, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, is not, and his place in the top 4 might only last for about another 10 seconds or so.
Dennis Foggia's day could well be over if Furasato manages to the momentum through this final corner. It looked clean enough from where we were sitting. Furasato comes across the line and does go 3rd. Dennis Foggia looks as though he will be staring at 19th place on the grid tomorrow at best. Could be worse still because Guido Pini is on a lap time here that could demote Foggia further. And it goes away from the number 94 as he crosses the line. Even Pini does not manage to progress.
Dennis Foggia had a look up to his left to the big screen, saw him spin and immediately shook his head. Foggia eliminated in qualifying 1, so he will line up 19 from the grid for tomorrow's Aragon Grand Prix. Slight surprise, I guess, for Pini to be down in 7th place, although we have to remind you that much like Quiles, he went down in a big way in practice yesterday, high-sided coming through the Marc Marquez corner, turn 10. So Pini also came into this session on his back foot, and unlike his fellow rookie Quiles, Pini could not repair the damage.
The momentum certainly continues for this rider here. He has taken on board 1 or 2 words of advice from his technicians down in the asphalt box. His 57.4 has been enough to top his Q1 section by more than 3/10 per second. Arasato and Vicente Perez also going through, so this job by that quartet. Quiles Wager will be right in the thick of the fight for pole position coming up in a couple of minutes' time.
Nothing we've seen about Max Quiles' career so far, as short as it is in Moto3, tells us he won't be. He's been there, of course, on a couple of occasions on the front row of the grid. When your worst qualifying so far as a Grand Prix rider is 6th, you know that Max Quiles has got something quite special over a qualifying lap.
Yeah, with his podium at Silverstone, I mean, you're talking about a pretty special category of rider that gets a podium within their first 3 races as a World Championship rider. Pedro Acosta did it in his first, Alvaro Carpe did it in his first race this season, Pedro Quartararo in his second, Pinati as well. I mean, we're talking about some of the top names ever to come through this Moto 3 class. Quiles is making his claim to be one of those.
That's Tachiko Bawazri, you could see coming through the heat haze towards us, popping a stand up really down the back straight, so pretty happy with his afternoon's work. 8th for Bawazri in that session, which will put him 22nd on the grid. And as mentioned, he is part of some Thai motorsport history this weekend. First time in the history of Grand Prix motorcycle racing we have Thai representation in all 3 classes. Bawazri in Moto3, Nakaran Atirat Fuvapan, who is a substitute on the teenager this weekend for Mario Aggi. Of course, Sukiat Chandra in MotoGP, providing inspiration for the Asia Talent Cup riders of the future. Max Quiles, who's also got a very bright future ahead of him, quickest in Q1. Risa Yamanaka, Taya Furusato and Vicente Perez also advanced. Perez once again keeping up his 100% record of advancing through Q1. Dennis Foggia 5th from Stefano Neffa and Guido Pini. The Italian trio will start together on the grid tomorrow. Bawazri 8th from Riccardo Rossi, who could only get himself up to 9th. Eddie O'Shea 10th ahead of Noah Detweiler, and the returning Marcos Ariarte back in action this weekend, of course, after missing the last 5 Grand Prix through injury. Ariarte at the 89 into his wrist in Argentina. He's back this weekend, and he will start 26th tomorrow. He continued his incredible qualifying streak in Moto3. Max Quiles has kept himself in the running. Top in Q1, he will be joined in the battle for pole by Yusa Yamanaka, Tai Furusato, and Vicente Perez. Q2's up next. Welcome to MotorLand Aragon as we count down to our 8th FISO sprint of the season. The previous 7 have been won by Marquez, 6 by Mark, and 1 by Alex. Will either of those two be celebrating and draping a gold medal around their neck in just around 2 hours' time from now, 3 PM local time? The sprint gets underway in MotoGP. It's just past 10 past 1 here. It's sweltering Saturday afternoon in Spain. Pole position in Moto3 is upcoming, featuring these 18 names: Jose Antonio Rueda comes in with the fastest time in practice yesterday afternoon, although that is the fastest lap time of the full weekend. David Munoz and David Almanza have been hot on his heels. Alvaro Carpe and Adrian Fernandez have also been showing there's plenty of Spanish representation at the front of the field. Joe Kelso and Jacob Ralston for Australia also through the Q2. Angelo Piqueras, Nicola Carraro, Nicola Netta and Valentin Peroni also saving themselves the 15 minutes work of Q1. Scott Ogden also automatically through from qualifying, into qualifying 2 for practice yesterday. Cormac Buchanan and Ruche Moody for the Boe squad, and joining them in Q2. Max Quiles, Yusei Yamanaka, Taya Furusato and Vicente Perez. So with Yusei Yamanaka joining Angelo Piqueras in Q2, spirits will be high at empty helmet MSI. Let's get some word from Jordi Cattell, who's with Elliot.
Yeah, great to speak to Jordy for the first time this year. Jordy, obviously saw Ryusi go through there, and we know before the weekend he struggles here at MotorLand. How was he feeling after Q1?
Yeah, for us the circuit is not our favorite circuit because last year we struggled a lot in Moto3, but Yamanaka did a very good job in the qualifying one. He did the lap alone, completely alone, with his pace. He's growing, and we are very happy for Yamanaka. We will see the Q2 with both riders, if we can be on top or not, but anyway, we are working, and we have a lot of hopes to be there.
2 DNFs in a row for Angel, super unlucky obviously in Silverstone with the contact with Tayo. What's his mindset coming into Aragon? Obviously over 50 points down there on Rueda. Rueda's looking strong, but what's the mindset in the garage, especially for Angel?
Yes, Angel is he has a big potential. We will be a top rider in the future. We will arrive at MotoGP for sure. But the way is not easy. He must to learn a lot. He normally brakes so hard. He must to understand that when you are more smoothly, probably you are more faster, no? And that's not easy to understand for very strong riders. We are in this point, in this circuit. He must be more brake a little bit early and not push too much. We are working in this side.
Great to hear from you, Jordy. Thanks for your time and good luck for Q2. Hope to see you boys doing well.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Elliot, and thanks very much to Jordy from the MSI squad. That was a very interesting, revealing interview. Certainly say that Angel Piqueras is on the back foot since Qatar. His second victory of the season. There has been a 55-point reverse in favour of Jose Antonio Rueda. As it said, he now finds himself 54 points back in the World Championship. He really does need a bit of a response. He's coming to a track where the squad did struggle last year, and Rueda took his first ever Grand Prix success. So I would say that basis he is up against here. But Piqueras hasn't been setting the world alight this weekend. 8th fastest in practice yesterday, as opposed to Rueda, who was quickest. 36. Been looking for a bit of a turnaround here. So it should be quite an open session this though. As fast as Rueda has been this weekend, there have been several other names toward the front, both in terms of rhythm and in terms of on-ride speed. You can see Max Quiles in that session there, showing some of his potential, but also David Almanza on the right of your screen there, second of the two Leopard riders, was under previous lap record earlier today. So look out for him, number 22, can certainly be a decent shot from pole position. Such an unpredictable character. He's chasing his second ever pole position of this season. So we're about to get underway. Adrian Fernandez, number 31, is back over the grid this year after he missed the British Grand Prix. He had a hernia in his left leg, which debilitated him somewhat towards the end of the French Grand Prix. So he's had one race out. So he's not quite at 100% here. So with being on his left leg, and it's been an anti-clockwise track. It's not the easiest layout for him making his return from that injury, but he said he's generally feeling quite comfortable. Adrian Fernandez has generally been pretty competitive as well so far this week. 5th in practice yesterday.
Elliot, let's head back down to you.
Yeah, more bows in the sniper's box, unfortunately. Nicola Carrara couldn't get that bike started, and I think they've missed the window where they wanted to go out. So more frustration down here for the number 10. Let's see if he can get out. I don't think it's too much of an issue in terms of a bike problem. I just think they couldn't get it going in time, and now they've missed the window. They've missed the opportunity to chase the riders, get in that group. So let's see what happens throughout the session for the Italian. Shaking ahead. Let's start then to Q2 for the sniper squad, and they've only got one rider to cheer for in this session, with Riccardo Rossi eliminated in Q1. And well, it is a 5.1 kilometre MotorLand Aragon circuit, but as you can see, most of the Moto3 riders have found themselves on around about the same 300 metres of it. Large reason for that is, of course, we're coming up to turn 15 shortly. This is 13, and out of turn 15, it's a near 1 kilometre long back straight, and the slipstream is so powerful around a circuit such as this. It can gain you, thick and a half a second in that final sector if you time it right, and nobody wants to be particularly the leader of that, although Jose Antonio Rueda is prepared just to get on with it, knowing that I guess he feels he has the pace, slipstream or not, to challenge for pole position.
That is a rider that is currently operating at the height of his powers. 5 victories this year out of 7. It certainly is in the form of his life, and Espinaras or Joel Kelso steps up in the next couple of weeks. We could be looking at a bit of a dawdle to the 2025 Moto3 World Championship. But as I was saying previously, just looking through the times this morning, Lewis, Pinheras did do a 15-lap run in FP2, a little mini sprint, a mini race simulation, first be held over 17 laps tomorrow. And yeah, it started promising lots of laps at the 1 minute 57s, but at the end of it, dropped down to 1 minute 59s, which suggests that it's not able to hold a seriously consistent pace. I think that would have given a bit of hope to some of his rivals, the like of Munoz, Almanza, Carpe, Quiles as well. So Rueda has been looking absolutely sensational at this point in some of the previous Grand Prix that we've had so far this year. This is certainly looking strong here, but I might say untouchable here at Aragon.
So he doesn't appear to have the same level of supremacy that we saw from him, particularly in Jerez. Well, last visit to Spain, that is a big high slide coming down the hill for David Munoz. Good job done there by the riders behind. I think it was Adrian Fernandez who was coming around the corner and was able to duck around David Munoz. Once again, though, it is never dull when David Munoz is around, but that was a little too hairy for our comfort.
It's well
way offline.
Way offline there, and onto the dirty part of the track. It's a big, big crash. Comes down pretty heavily. Looks like it gets a big old bang on the head there as well, and that is Adrian Fernandez then that's had a crash at the start of this section.
He's made it one corner further round, I think. He's down there at turn 10, so shortly after Munoz's crash, Fernandez did the same. As Neil mentioned, Fernandez only just making his return from injury. Positive news is that he's walking away pretty freely without any sign of injury, but that's 2 key runners in this Moto3 field who are going to be starting on the 6th row tomorrow.
Yeah, 2 potential challengers for pole position as well. So a disaster for Adrian Fernandez and David Munoz. They just happen to be best of friends, and they've crashed in unison. Fernandez almost crashed a lot of sympathy for his great rival. As the first laps come in, then Alvaro Carpe sets the early benchmark with 1:57.1. That's very fast. That's just 2/10 off the new absolute lap record, which was set in cooler conditions this morning. Could we get another lap record this afternoon?
Oh, Darren Almanza there, losing the front briefly on his way through turn 3. Don't join your teammate on the sidelines, David. He has at least put in a 57.1 himself. He's currently in 2nd place. So it's Carpe, Almanza, Piqueras, an old Spanish front row at the moment. Lunetta, Ralston, Forasato is currently your 2nd row. Scott Ogden, Valentin Peroni, and Joel Kelso, although we are seeing a string of lap times being deleted due to exceeding of track limits, as we now pick up Alvaro Carpe, who did start from pole position, of course, at the British Grand Prix, but officially he is still chasing his first pole position in the class, of course, promoted to pole by Rueda's Silverstone penalty.
Yeah, he was definitely getting held up, coming down through the corkscrew right left there. Yeah, his lap time is completely gone away as he runs off track, coming through turns 10 and 11. So, a brilliant sector there for Carpe. Great to see that Munoz is back in the garage already. Several riders yesterday, Jack Miller I think was saying that basically the racing line here, Lewis, is about 1 foot wide. If you get off of it, there is so much dirt off the racing line that something like that can very easily happen.
It's easy to say from here as well, isn't it? But in those types of situations, you're better off just keeping it straight and just running on through the tarmac runoff area on the inside of turn 9. He tried to keep it on the racetrack, and of course trying to turn in very tight right on the outside of the corner, and on that third tarmac, the rear just lit up and fired him over the top. We're into the 56s now. Luca Lanetta now takes over at the top for the 658 Squadron Course squad. The Honda's going well here this weekend, as Lanetta has underlined there. Rueda now up onto the front row for the first time in the session in third, but we're keeping an eye on Max Quiles, who was top in Q1, and he's now top in Q2 with an all-time lap record.
56.848 is the fastest ever time we've seen at this MotorLand Aragon circuit on a Moto 3 machine, so Max Quiles is putting his experience in Q1 to good use. I didn't tell you he was going to be in the running for pole position.
Isn't he always? Max Quiles already in such a short Grand Prix career. So it's now Quiles, Lanetta, Carpe, your provisional front row. Rueda relegated back down to 4th place. Joel Kelso's a rider who hasn't quite maximised this first run of qualifying too. He's back in the pits, having done 3 laps, but Kelso the slowest of our 15 riders to currently set a time.
Kelso's brilliant, consistent run of results. Second and top 4 finishes coming into the British Grand Prix. That obviously came to a finish when he crashed out of the lead early on, just got out by a bit of a gust of wind. Silverstone on the Sunday was Joel. It's pretty painful for his championship hopes. It's 64 points behind Jose Antonio Rueda in the championship fight. Still sits third overall. So really closed in back with him. So we'll be looking to respond once again this weekend. That's currently 5th. Lap time just 3/10 off. That's his provisional pole.
Yet to qualify on the front row of the grid is David Almanza, who managed to start there, of course, in Silverstone with Rueda's penalty. Best qualifying so far, well, he equalled it, 4th in Silverstone, to go with the 4th on the grid in Argentina earlier this season. As we pick up one of our other impressive rookies, perhaps hasn't come into Moto3 this season with the same fanfare, but boy, is Valentin Peroni doing a fine job for the Tech 3 squad this season, as he sets a personal best to move into 12th place. Starts so impressive that already his boss Erwin Pontro is predicting podiums later in the season.
It was such an impressive performance in Silverstone for the young Argentinian. Victory fight all the way through the race. I think it's played out a little bit differently. He could well have found himself on the podium after that big last lap shake-up, but doing that just your 7th race as a World Championship rider. It's seriously impressive. So Peroni, since you come back to Europe, has really started to show us what he can do. As I previously mentioned, just Carpe, Quiles, the rookie contention that are showing excellent potential this year. So Harris 6th at the moment. We just saw a clip of him looking a bit animated before he goes out for his final run in this section. And as Lewis was just saying, it hasn't been an ideal start to Q2 for Joel Kelso, currently down in 16th.
Because of that, he's gone out early for his second run. This is Kelso on an out lap as it stands at the moment, where understandably focusing in on the Diabolt pit box and David Munoz on the 64. Certainly looks like a very relatively relaxed repair job going on there, as if they're pretty confident and comfortable that they've got enough time to get him out for one final run. So perhaps David Munoz isn't out of the running yet in Moto3. Just saw there Angel Piqueras up the road, sat in the middle of the pit lane in the fast lane. I don't know whether he's waiting for someone else to go out there, or has he still got problems? He still has problems, and they're wheeling his bike back to the empty helmets MSI box again.
It's a remarkable job that the GP technicians have done. Again, back on track. They were his early crash. They didn't think that was going to be a session over, but he will be out there for the final 5 minutes. Get a bit of an update on David. We're going to pass on to Elliot.
Yeah, had to run behind the main building. That's where the box is situated for the liquid money boys and girls. Yeah, no real damage really to the bike. The mechanics were obviously working rapidly to get it fixed, but it was more about just checking over things and making sure everything's all okay. No injury issues for Munoz either. He was super relaxed at the back of the box, so let's see what he can do now in the final few minutes.
Pressure on his shoulders now, currently without a lap time on the board, although he does at least have a second opportunity, unlike Adrian Fernandez, who dodged David Munoz and then crashed a corner later. He will not set a lap time in this qualifying session, and he will start on the 6th row of the grid. Following Kelso then through the very corner where Munoz crashed. A little bit of gravel sprayed all over the racetrack, but nothing to require a stoppage in this session. Kelso at the moment, well, he's not got a representative lap time to his name at all, a 2:007. So we haven't really seen anything like Kelso's potential so far, but we're now starting to finally see it. A good second sector for Kelso, which has brought him into front row contention potentially here.
Also just getting on with this business, not waiting around for toes, which I have to say is fairly admirable stuff. If he manages to nail this third and fourth sector, he could be on for a place on the first, maybe the second row as well. He's done pretty well through this third sector. It's coming through this kind of stop chicane. Charles Bond's group never getting away around on their markers. So Kelso, there he is just up ahead of them, coming up to the final double left-hander, turn 16 and 17.
Have a look at the top speed charts on our timing screens to see the, I guess, the difference between having a slipstream and not. It's around 5 kilometers an hour if you can get a slipstream down that back straight. Kelso, without it, still goes on to the second row in 6th place, so he just edges ahead of the 2 Frinza MT Helmet MSI KTMs.
Good stuff that from Kelso. His lap time snap between earlier today didn't necessarily indicate that he was feeling super confident. There wasn't a great deal of consistency on some of the times that he was doing. And faster names were able to do multiple laps in the moment, 57 seconds, really able to get close to that. As you see, Adrian Fernandez, just a miserable Q2 session, unfortunately, for the young Spaniard. Expression says it all. We're just hearing in our ears that that bike has not made its way back, so he was thrown away his chest protector there. It's because he knew his session was over.
Taking up Carpe then, who's dropped to the back of this train. Clearly something going awry on this lap. I think we're about to see what it was. Coming through turn 3. And that could have been an awful lot worse than it was in the end. Front end tucked for an age. Carpe managed to save it, a shake of the head. And now we do have a second Leopard Honda on the floor. Almanza had just set the fastest first sector of this session, but unfortunately now he's joined his teammate on the sidelines.
Yeah, it's the exit of turn 7, it looks like. And it's been a big one, judging by the shape of David Almanza in the gravel trap there. It's clearly got done very, very heavily.
His feet took a whack there, didn't he, as well as he caught the lip of the gravel trap. So Almanza, who's currently 5th, won't be improving upon that. But Jose Antonio Rueda, the World Championship leader, certainly looks like he's going to improve on 4th as we now pick him up through the 3rd sector. He is half a second up on Quiles, who already set an all-time lap record, and he's also going to pick up a bit of slipstream. I think it's Peroni up the road on the Tech 3 KTM. We'll follow Kelso first, who's doing all of this work without any kind of slipstream, and you might be about to see the difference that might make for Kelso. He goes no further, stays in 6th place. Yellow flags are now cleared. And Jose Antonio Rueda might be about to get us into the mid-156s here. He's now past Peroni. Lanetta right behind him. Rueda does go to a 56.3, but Lanetta very nearly beat him right behind.
Riders there completely missed her on. I thought for a moment Lanetta was going to barge into the back of the number 99, but that is a brilliant lap time from Jose Antonio Rueda. 6/10 of a second under the previous outright circuit record. We did not expect to be under the circuit record in these hot conditions this afternoon, never mind more than half a second. But Rueda once again showing us why he is currently leading this World Championship by more than 50 points.
Someone who was particularly unhappy there riding around was Perez on the second of the MTA bikes. That's twice in 2 laps now. He's been turfed off the road into turn 1 as he's been trying to position himself in the best position to follow. Unfortunately, the rider he was following was Rueda, who went straight up.
Yeah, a couple of other improvements that have come in that have been quite impressive. Tayo Furusato, who came through turn Q1. Jacob Ralston up into 5th position. That's on course to go for his best qualifying of the year so far. David Munoz has managed to put the 9th fastest time in. We did not expect to be saying that after we saw that huge place plant that he did coming down through the corkscrew at the start of this session.
Checker flag is out, and it looks like a couple of rookies are looking to try and disrupt Jose Antonio Rueda's chase to pole position. But Carpe and Quiles going quickly. Quiles currently on the front row in 3rd. Carpe a row further back in 6th place. Here he is trying to, get out of the way of Nicola Carraro. He might be in a decent position behind him to pick up a slipstream down this back straight, but has lost too much time following him through that bus stop section. He's a quarter of a second adrift coming through the 3rd sector. Quiles is also in touch. There's only 26,000 between Rueda and Lunetta. It looks like the pair of them are fighting it out for one place on the front row of the grid.
Carpe will have benefited from that slipstream coming down the back straight, so we'll be on for something quite interesting. See him up into potentially third position. We are looking at Piqueras, who finds himself in 10th. It's going to be the fourth row at best for the number 36. Yamanaka comes across the line, and Carpe does jump up into third. What about Quiles? Quiles then retakes a place on the front row. Carpe in fourth.
So another front row start, 3 out of 4 for Max Quiles. Lunetta did a fine job there, following away there to take second place on the grid for the 58. That equals his best qualifying from Misano last year. But having proven he can win a Moto2 race from the very back of the grid in Silverstone. This time, Jose Antonio Rueda is intent on winning from the front. The 99 and World Championship leader has his third pole of the season.
Brilliant stuff. He became just the third rider in Moto3 history to win a race from the back of the grid at Silverstone. He's hoping to make it a little more comfortable for himself here tomorrow in the race by starting from pole position. Brilliant stuff from the number 99. It's becoming kind of customary to see this kind of performance from him. He's back in 10th on the grid, and not feeling particularly comfortable here. Rueda is sensing another opportunity to go big here and make up some big points in the championship. This is the moment just after he had set fastest time ever on a Moto3 machine. The end wasn't that close for him. Got a bit excited thinking he was maybe going to tailgate the number 99, but there was a decent amount of space between them both.
It was closer between them in terms of qualifying times, though, wasn't it? Just 26 thousandths of a second from Lunetta taking his first pole position in Moto3. Well, his team manager, Paolo Simoncelli, said after Silverstone that Lunetta gets fired up when he's in the middle of the fight. He says that's his comfort zone. Well, he's qualifying exactly where he'd want to be then, isn't he? Right in the middle of the front row of the grid between Rueda and Quiles. That is certainly, if your comfort zone is the middle of the fight, well, Luke Lunetta was exactly there.
He certainly is. Scored his first ever podium in Grand Prix racing here 1 year ago. In slightly iffy conditions. Continues that fine form saw at Silverstone, where he had a really good recovery ride, considering he was given a long lap penalty. Through for his first podium of the year. But Max Quiles once again has been a star in Moto3, coming through Q1 to qualify in the front row. Here, you did it. We're going to go down and speak to Nico Tirol, his team manager.
Yeah, we are, Nico. Great job for Maximo. Q1 into the top 3 in Park Fermi on Saturday. Just how good is the boy you've got in your hands?
Wow, unbelievable performance from Maximo. We are super happy. He's from GP, but anyway, we keep going day by day. Super happy about performance of Maximo, and tomorrow is race day. We need to keep like this and to learn.
Great job. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you, thank you.
I think the rest might be learning from him at the moment, given his tender years. He continues to qualify at the front and race at the front. Max Quiles will start from the front row of the grid. It's a bad percentage success rate, is it? 75% now of his Moto3 appearances have been from the front row of the grid. We'll start third tomorrow. Well, I guess a slight early warning for Max Quiles fans. Might not be the opportune place on the grid to start from. If you remember last year in MotoGP, the pitbull side, the inside of the grid, found very strict off the start line, so that might be something for Quiles to keep an eye on.
Quiles, Wilson in 6th, David Munoz in 9th. Might be slightly nervous going to the grid tomorrow. Sure they will be doing some clean-up efforts to make sure that the inside start-finish straight is as clean as possible. Great stuff there from Luke Lunetta, just indicating to Marco Grana, his crew chief, that he was at the absolute limit behind Jose Antonio Rueda, and he's at the second fastest time of that session. He was also 0.6 of a second under the previous all-time lap record. Incredible stuff.
So it's Rueda, Lunetta, Quiles, your front row for tomorrow. Carpe, Forosato and Ralston on row 2. So you like to highlight the performance of Jacob Ralston. Don't forget how his 2025 started with the vertebra in his neck in pre-season. Yes, certainly recovered, not just in terms of his physical condition, but recovered his season already in a fine manner. Constant points finisher in every Grand Prix since his return. Now start from the second row of the grid tomorrow. His best qualifying, equaling his best qualifying ever in Moto3 and his best of the season. And it was a rather thoughtful Angel Piqueras, wasn't it? Wasn't a session without its problems for the 36. Issues getting his bike up and running ahead of his final run in that session. Playing catch up once again on the grid tomorrow as he looks to try and reverse the overwhelming momentum behind his title rival Jose Antonio Rueda.
Really forlorn. There was Piqueras, came into the season as the big favourite, but he is being shown up by his compatriot currently as he struggles to adapt to the demanding demands of the KTM. First year, of course, on that machinery. Spent the last year on the Honda. So we'll have to try and mount some kind of comeback from 10th on the grid, but Max Quiles has had another sensational Saturday afternoon. He was third in the grid, he's with Elliott.
That's a great job to come from Q1 to get into Part Ferme on a Saturday. Just how good does that feel in front of your home fans, and how are you feeling for tomorrow?
It's great. I had really good confidence since the first laps. Yesterday I had as well really good confidence, but I did a big mistake on practice and I couldn't enter the Q2, but I had it clear that I could go fast. And yeah, then Q1 was good. I did a good lap, lonely. And yeah, now in this second, in the Q2, it was great. First lap, I was a bit calm and I relaxed too much and the group went. I said, okay, well now lonely, I'm gonna try my best. Yeah, it was crazy, 46.5 lonely. I had read a bit more far away at Luneta. I think if I could catch them a bit more, I would have done a really good lap. But yeah, it's still really good at 46.5. Really good rhythm and really happy.
Great job, Maximo, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
So perhaps there's a couple of tens still on the table for Quiles in that qualifying session. No, it ain't exactly bad, is it? For the 17-year-old. He's going to be a problem for Moto3 riders in the next couple of years. Fine job from the Aspar rider. As they just continue to unearth talent, don't they? Year upon year in Moto3. We've seen World Championships for Lance Valtteri, it's Ethan Cavara, David Alonso. Is Max Quiles their latest champion of the future? Well, an equal career best qualifying for Luca Lunetta. Podium here last year, and he now takes a place on the front row of the grid. Luca Lunetta without.
Fantastic job again in qualifying. We welcomed you back at Silverstone. The feelings were back. A podium there, a podium here last year too. How good does it feel to be on the front row?
Yes, thank you very much. It's honestly, I'm riding, enjoying on the bike, and when you enjoy on the bike, the results are there. So I'm enjoying every moment on the bike and every corner, every second. And honestly, it's 2 or 3 races that I feel good. We recovered the good feelings that I had in the start of the season and the last races of the last year. And after the test Le Mans, we made a little step, and I made a little step for myself. And I'm really happy to be on the front and to enjoy the race tomorrow in this special circuit for me. I made my first podium and I like a lot. And just enjoy tomorrow and let's see what's happening. Thank you very much.
Great job, Luca.
Ciao, grazie, grazie.
We'll be hoping that in the Grand Prix tomorrow he's in a similar position than he was when his qualifying lap was completed, right behind Jose Antonio Rueda. You saw, as Neil mentioned, from the gestures from Luca Lunetta, that he was absolutely on the limit to follow Rueda. Can he follow or even pass him in the Grand Prix tomorrow? It'll be an intriguing race tomorrow in Moto3 over 17 laps. Dare anybody push too hard too soon in those early stages, with the possibility of tyre management playing a role in the Grand Prix. Jose Antonio Rueda with a 54-point World Championship lead, having taken 3 consecutive wins, of course, in Jerez, in Le Mans, and in Silverstone. Momentum is certainly with the series leader, and the advantage on the grid is with him too. Pole number 4 of Jose Antonio Rueda's career. The championship leader is Vidal. four corner of your career for Jose Antonio. Great job in front of your home fans. Just how strong are you feeling to get another win under your belt this weekend?
Well, I'm very happy to have the ball in Aragon here. It's my special track, so for me, I enjoy every lap that I make in here. So well, let's see tomorrow the race because I think will be difficult to manage for the tire and also. But well, we prepare for that. We prepare for all. We study also all the things. Yeah, we'll see tomorrow the race, and I hope that we enjoy.
Great job.
Thank you.
Certainly been enjoying it a lot lately, hasn't he? Winning for fun in Moto3. Didn't start there, of course, in Silverstone. That is back-to-back pole positions for the first time in Jose Antonio Rueda's Moto3 career. Third of the season now for the Spaniard. Yeah, he says he counts this as a special track. Of course, his maiden victory here a year ago. Can he repeat the feat tomorrow? Rueda Lanetta Quiles, your Aragon front row. Carpe Forosato and Ralston on the second row. That equals Ralston's best in Moto3. Almanza, after his big crash, 7th. We hope he's fit to start tomorrow. Joe Kelso and David Munoz, who started the session with a big crash, join him on row 3. Scott Ogden will start in the middle of row 4 with the two NT Helmets MSI riders either side of him. Keras and Yamanaka, Buchanan and Moodley for Boe, 13th and 14th. Peroni next up from Camaro for Perez and Adrian Fernandez, who crashed early in Q2 and set no time. Foggia, Nepa and Pini in all Italian. Row 7 ahead of Boasri, Rossi and Eddie O'Shea. And your field of 26 tomorrow on the grid will be completed by Noah Deckdealer and the returning Marcos Ariarte. It is a fourth pole of the career of Jose Antonio Rueda as he seeks to extend his championship lead tomorrow. Up next, it's Q1 in Moto 2. Hey everybody, welcome back to MotorLand Aragon. You peer off into the desert and then drop to ground level at the MotorLand Aragon circuit, looking down the start-finish straight, the relatively short run here down to the first corner, which has also been a magnet for mayhem over the years. Which certainly puts a premium on qualifying towards the front. Well, we've got a group of riders, 14 of them in total, shortly about to head out in qualifying 1 in Moto 2, who know that they must deliver in the next 15 minutes if they are to start anywhere near the front. Here are those names. Of course, a Boscoscuro Heavy qualifying 1. In fact, the first 6 names on your running order there, all on Boscoscuros. Celestino Vietti, Philip Salac, Ethan Cabara, who led the Moto 2 race for the first time at Silverstone a fortnight ago. Alonso Lopez, who started this weekend as the lap record holder here in Aragon. That has since changed. Tony Arbolino and Ivan Artola, also on Boscoscuro chassis, set to take part in this Q1 session. Joining them on Calexes, we have Ayubu Sasaki, Adrian Huertas, Darren Bender on his return for injury, Yuki Kuni and Nakarin Aturat Fuvapat, the Thai rider who's in for the injured Mario Aggi. And on forward chassis, we have Alex Escreech and Jorge Navarro. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison with you in the commentary box. In pit lane is Elliot York, and somewhere near him we will see Celestino Vietti, who is now on screen. As mentioned, Neil, a Boscoscuro Heavy Q1 session ahead of us.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't an easy day for the Italian chassis manufacturer here at MotorLand Aragon yesterday. Just Jake Dixon was the sole representative that made it through automatically to Q2. I do feel that 2, 3, maybe all 4 of the riders to progress from this session into Q2 will be riding Boscoscuro frames. Philip Salat certainly feels that he has the potential to be one of them. So not against the likes of Vietti, Ethan Gabara as well. So Lopez, former lap record here too. So all to play for here in this Q1 session coming up.
Hot conditions for this Q1 session, but as we've already seen a few moments ago in Moto 3, We won't tell you what happened, but we can tell you that the lap times were fast in that qualifying session, and there was a fear coming into this afternoon with the hottest temperatures and conditions of the weekend that we might see a slightly greasy track and lap times slower than we saw earlier on today. That was not the case in Moto3. So could we potentially see lap records broken again in Moto2? The all-time lap record was broken yesterday afternoon and then again this morning in Moto2 by Dennis Unchu, a 150.190, the fastest lap time of the weekend so far. It's certainly not been attainable by any of the riders in this Q1 session so far this weekend. So many different stories across our Boscoscuro riders, including this man, Alonso Lopez, who's yet to qualify on the front two rows of the grid so far this season, and nothing we've seen this weekend indicates that that's going to change.
Yeah, it's now 12 dry races in succession that we've yet to see Alonso Lopez finish higher than 8. It's been a pretty barren run in dry conditions for the number 21. Obviously his pre-season was affected by a nasty finger injury which required surgery. Also required him to sit out the majority of the Jerez test, and it feels like he's just been on the back foot since then. But he is safe in the knowledge that he's not the only one in the Boscoscuro frame that is struggling slightly here. I think the common perception coming to Aragon was it's a low grip track, and previously some of the circuits that we've gone to this year, namely Circuit of the Americas or Termas de Rio Hondo in Argentina, where Jake Dixon won 2 races in pretty dominant fashion. We kind of felt that, okay, this could be a good weekend for the Boscoscuros, but so far it hasn't quite proved to be the case.
And Jake Dixon, the sole Boscoscuro rider, automatically through to qualifying 2. Of course, there are still potentially 4 that might join in through this session. Celestino Vietti, of course, teammate to Alonso Lopez, who we saw prior to this session, has been this route before. It's a 5th Q1 appearance, believe it or not, already in 2025 for Celestino Vietti, although he's made his way through on 3 of the previous 4. As we follow a trio of those Boscoscuros on circuit, and here are 4 more on circuit. This is Philip Salach on the number 12 for the Alfa Martin VDS team, who have often followed a clear strategy in these practice sessions and qualifying when they've sent their riders out together to try and tow each other around. Unfortunately though, they found the potential knock-on effect of that session, the negative knock-on effect, which reared its ugly head yesterday when Jake Dixon had a near high side coming through the Marc Marquez corner of turn 10, and that of course delayed Salach, who was behind him on track, and ultimately scrapped both of their riders' laps. Without that, and some traffic as well, Philip Salach certainly felt that he had the potential to be through to qualifying 2 without the need to take part in this session.
He wasn't panicking at the end of Friday. He felt that his potential was much higher, and he would be able to progress through this session with the minimum of fuss. So Lopez puts the first lap of the session in, and it's a 150.8, so we're already in the 1 minute 50s, which suggests that we're going to have some very fast Moto2 times here today and this afternoon. Philip Salach goes fastest with Arbolino and Guevara going quicker still. Considering we're only half a second off the outright circuit record, I think maybe we could have a new one in Q2 coming up after this one.
Yeah, Alfa Guevara is just 52 thousandths of a second away from the fastest lap time we saw yesterday from Manu Gonzalez, and from Guevara's point of view, that's comfortably quicker than anything we've seen from him so far this weekend. He hadn't done a lap in the 150s prior to now, and he's just pumped in a 150.6, and that 150.731 might just be the tonic to boost Tony Arbolino's mood, who currently sits in second place.
It's been a shocking weekend for Tony Arbolino up until this point. Never really comfortable. And this track where he was on the podium 1 year ago, was the first Jake Dixon hardest in last year's Moto2 race here at this MotorLand Aragon circuit. Was really struggling yesterday, particularly in that final sector, and the fact that he had a couple of riders close up ahead maybe helped him out in that regard. Yesterday he was losing around 0.4 to 0.5 in the last sector alone. Just said the final double left is where he was losing the majority of his time. It's just been a bit of a breakthrough down in that Blue Crew Pramac Yamaha Moto2 garage. Arbolino hasn't quite been able to follow his teammate Guevara in recent times. Guevara showing a little bit of light is at the end of the tunnel for that team after a couple of difficult rounds.
Has there been a breakthrough at the Speed RS squad? Well, Alonso Lopez certainly not finding the fastest route to that final sector, did he? Lost all of that advantage, which was the thick end of 410 over Guevara, and slots into second place, so it is at the moment a Boscoscuro 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in this session. In fact, made that now an all top 6 for the Boscoscuros. Guevara, Lopez, Arbolino, Salach, Ortola and Vietti at the moment, with a lockdown of the top 6 places in this Moto2 qualifying 1 session. Best of the rest is Sasaki at the moment, who just disappeared there out of shot. He's 7th on the 71 bike. Kalex on a 151.292. Sergio Garcia, of course, the other Boscoscuro in this session, in 8th on a 51.4. He's the only rider at the moment denying the Boscoscuros from the perfect Q1 session so far. He's currently 8th ahead of Navarro, Cooney, Huertas, Binder Escridge and Atirat Fubertat.
Huertas, Binder and Escridge all making their way back from their respective injuries, which kept them out of Silverstone. You mentioned this yesterday, Lewis, but Sergio Garcia and MotorLand Aragon, yes, it's one of his home circuits, but he's just never managed to get on with this particular track. Even going back to Moto3, had some of his more challenging weekends around this layout here. Besides, just takes a little bit of liquid on board and pit stop and chat with his teammate there, was Darren Binder manages just to get out of the way of Vietti. We'll see whether the Italian has lost significant time as he comes through sector number 3.
And Vietti looked like he was just about to catch Binder there in the wrong part of the racetrack. It's cost him a couple of tenths through there, and you can see him already there with his left hand in the air, perhaps gesturing in the direction of Darren Binder. Vietti certainly not helped by what happened there in the 3rd sector of the lap. Vietti yesterday, it was sector 1 where he was losing the majority of his time. 4/10 of a second he was losing to the fastest riders through there, and Vietti will now come up pit lane, and perhaps a choice word or two, no perhaps about it, from Chelsea Vietti to Darren Binder, who's not interested in a tete-a-tete with Vietti and ride straight past him into pit lane. It's fair, of course, as Neil mentioned, to reference Binder's injuries that he is returning from. Of course, that crash with Zonta van der Gorberg on the Friday morning in Le Mans, and the broken arm that Binder sustained as a result of that. He said after practice yesterday that he's just building his confidence up lap by lap, not really focusing too much on the results here this weekend, and basically just seeing how his body responds with every lap that he puts in. So don't be too concerned or read too much into Binder in 12th place at the moment. He's very much thinking long term here on his first weekend back from injury.
Celestino Vietti's frustration still evident as he dismounted his machine. Binder holding him up there. In some respects, obviously we had a sensational fight for victory in the Moto2 category at the British Grand Prix 2 weeks ago. Top 5 in that race all have to be commended for playing their part in one of the great Moto2 fights. Not just recent times, I think all time, it's fair to say. But just behind that, Celestino Vietti had one of the best rides of the Grand Prix, coming through from 19th on the grid and finishing in 6th, and there was a big gaggle fighting for that 6th place for much of the race, and Vietti made pretty short work of them, which indicated had he qualified better, he probably would have been in the thick of the victory fight as well. Yeah, we're seeing him have yet another complicated weekend. Obviously discern from sheer number of Boscoscuros in this session that it's not entirely Celestino's fault here in Aragon, but another situation where we're halfway through Q1 and sweating a little bit as to whether Vietti will manage to make it through.
Yeah, ultimately he missed the top 4 on that last lap by the thick end of, well, his best lap by the thick end of half a second, so he does need to make a sizable leap forward if he is to get into that top 4. Top 4 that is currently completed by this man, Philip Salach, who returned home since our last Grand Prix outing at the British Grand Prix, back to the Czech Republic and through Brno, which returns to the calendar for course next month. He's freshly resurfaced as Salach very nearly lost the front there through turn 3. We've seen a bit of that today across all classes as Justin Vietti, I think, is being instructed just to calm it a little bit there before he goes back on the racetrack. But Salach testing out the freshly surfaced Brno circuit and giving it a glowing rendition, and unfortunately though, having already had one warning on this lap, Salach did not heed the second warning. He goes down at turn 7 and he is now very much on the edge of Q1 elimination.
Yeah, you have to say that was coming, just the way he was riding. It was a pretty loose lap. Salac was obviously completely on the ragged edge and on the limit, maybe trying to recover from that mistake that he'd just suffered up at turn 3. You can see that the front is a little bit unsettled coming down into turn number 7. The front gives way then. Hope his right wrist is okay after he tried to hold on to the throttle as far as he could. Bit of frustration there for the Czech rider. His girlfriend looks on in the Mark VDS box and they're struggling to get that bike started again. This could spell disaster for Philip.
He's currently still within the top 4 and on course for Q2, but of course that 150.8 could be beaten by several riders yet, so Philip Salac looking to get that bike up and running. They're now going to push it well and truly out of the way, and the MotoGP stewards in race direction were quite keen for him to get that bike out of the way and put the yellow flags away, which is what they now have done. So Alonso Lopez, Alex Escridge and Emu Sasaki go 3 abreast down the back straight. This is a case of no, you lead. I don't want to lead down this back straight. It looks like Alonso Lopez is being forced to tow this group around.
That's Tony Arbolino just sitting up, and not sure whether that's Alonso Lopez
coming up pit lane.
Yep, and he is probably going to try and lose this tow. This group behind him, sorry. So Lopez currently sitting second. I'm not sure if this is a sign of his confidence or whether he was just trying to shake off that massive group of riders behind him.
He has got time to ride through pit lane and still get round for one more lap, so Alonso Lopez certainly hasn't called his session a day there. But he certainly didn't want to be providing a tow for anyone else, because they could all bump him out of the top 4. There's still very little to choose between them, and confirmation from Elliot York in pit lane that Lopez did simply just ride straight through and back onto the racetrack once again. Sasaki gets out of the way as a bunch of riders, including Chelsea and Vietti, come through, and Vietti, having already been balled by traffic on his first run, doesn't want to repeat.
The Sasaki getting out of his way as well. Oh, and that's
there
another...
you go.
Well, that's another instance
Some
where...
more Italian swear words, unfortunately, now being uttered under the helmet of Chelsea Vietti. That was one of the forward bikes, wasn't it, in the way this time, and Chelsea Vietti, whose temperature was already at boiling point. I think it did just boil over.
Yeah, and that was even Autola, who's just behind him. His lap has gone to pot as well after a red first sector, so Vietti and Autola being upset by some of the riders behind. So Salac, if this continues, could be breathing a sigh of relief here. Yeah, you can see that he has managed to get going again. And he's going to try once more. This is where it went slightly awry last time. That's a lot cleaner version of turn 3 for the number 12.
You couldn't quite see which forward bike that was in the way down at turn 8, because they were both in that group, but I'm certain that the FIA MotoGP stewards will be having a look at that later on in the day. So Philip Salac, who's currently 4th on a 150.822, as Neil mentioned, he's been given a, not that he knows it, but a bit of a reprieve there with the traffic on that previous lap, which prevented any further improvements. Salac, who was a 4/10 of a second quicker, back to Ivan Artola, who currently sits 5th. The group that were all climbing all over each other on the previous run will now have one final shot at this, and Vietti once again. Final shot at this, and Vietti once again having to try and navigate his way around a forward bike. It just won't come together in Q1, will it, for the 13?
And you can see a shake of the head there as he was going into turn number 2. Jorge Navarro, maybe not the cleverest bit of riding from him to be where he was in the exit off turn number 1. Salac is fully committed here. He's not a million miles away on this lap, even though it is not yielding personal bests. He's lost a little bit of further time through split number 3, but could be okay here for Salac, you know. I've seen a red first sector from Alex Escridge on this latest round of laps, and from Alonso Lopez as well. It would not really affect Salac so much if Escridge's lap time goes away.
Yeah, we'll follow his progress through the second sector. Lopez has generally been quick through the first part of the lap, but he generally loses time in that fourth sector. Salac does not improve. He did get over, though, for one more lap. Checkered flag is now out, and a sign of confidence down at the Blue Crew Pramac squad. Ethan Guevara has parked it. He's currently fastest on a 150.6. I think he's right to park it. The one rider might beat his time, but I wouldn't expect 4 to. His teammate Tony Arbolino, though, who's also in the pits, might still be watching a little nervously.
Doesn't look as though Celestino Vietti is going to be in the troubling the top riders with this particular lap. You can see Lopez on a good one. Escridge as well has lost a little bit of time as we pick up with the number 11 coming through to number 16. So it's currently 13th in this session, but he could be on course to go top 4, maybe top 6. As he climbs out of that final turn, crosses the line. It is 8th for the number 11.
Well, what we do know is Ethan Guevara's got that final sector sorted out because riders are all losing time to him, and Ethan Guevara is the fastest rider in the speed tracks, which might also play a part in that. Vietti has taken the checkered flag in 5th place. He'll be 19th on the grid this weekend, much as he was last time out at Silverstone when he came through to 6th. Lopez did lose a chunk of time again in that final sector, but not enough to drop behind Guevara, so Lopez does end Q1 on top. And of the 7 Boscoscuros that are in this Q1 session, we do get a maximum of 4 through to Q2.
Biggest sigh of relief that we can hear in pit lane is from Philip Salat and his Mark VDS crew, despite that late crash down at turn 7. The Czech rider does manage to come through, and is Vietti just going to give a little bit of his own medicine? Yeah, you can see Vietti very frustrated. It was a messy session, wasn't it? First of all, held up multiple times. I've lost count of how many times it was. Darren Binder at first, and then I think it was Jorge Navarro as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the story of Vietti's session here. So this was Binder, who did ultimately get out of the way, but that would have certainly caused Vietti to hesitate somewhat. And you can see, watch his left hand here as he comes onto the back straight, telling him that that's the first and only time you're going to do that to me in this qualifying session. Some more choice words now sent to the direction of the South African on their way up pit lane. And then, unfortunately, another blue bike got in his way later on. Not sure whether it was Navarro on both occasions, but certainly on the second of those occasions. Into turn 1, it was Navarro who got in the way. And, of course, prior to that, he also caught a forward bike through the downhill reverse corkscrew section of turn 8 too. So, a session that didn't quite come together for a variety of reasons for Celestino Vietti.
Yeah, dismay on one side of the speed box, sorry, the speed RS box, and, well, some jubilation on the other side. That was a bit more like it from Alonso Lopez. We haven't seen the very best of him, really, at any point this year in dry conditions. But Lopez getting within 3/10 of the outright circuit record. Stuff as well, you know. Session out for the Blue Crew Pramac Yamaha Moto2 squad. Look at that. Very clear where Ethan Guevara was making his time up. It's been all weekend long. 2.5 tenths faster than anyone in that final sector. He was the only rider that could live with Dennis Onju in sector 4 yesterday. Onju head and shoulders above the rest in that one particular part of the track, with the exception of Guevara just there.
It's not a bad age to have up your sleeve, is it? In a circuit such as this, where, whilst there are overtaking possibilities elsewhere on the lap, but certainly the biggest opportunity is on that back straight down to turn 16. So actually, I think, explaining how that final run went. Certainly didn't go to plan for the Czech, but no harm done ultimately. The number 12 goes through. It's Alonso Lopez, though, in the end, who topped qualifying 1, as Ethan Guevara was confident in his progress and decided to pit early. Lopez, Guevara, Arbolino and Salach, part of an all-Boscoscuro top 6, because only 4 of them advanced. Celestino Vietti, who was spending much of his session getting held up by blue bikes and was then turning the air blue. Ivan Artola, 6th from Yumi Sasaki, Alex Escridge and Sergio Garcia, only 9th. Adrian Huertas on his return to action. 10th, Jorge Navarro, 11th, and having his invitation for lunch at the Speed RS box firmly cancelled. Yuki Kuni, 12th, ahead of the returning Darren Binder, who also won't be on the Christmas card list of Celestino Vietti, 13th, and Nakarin Adirat Fubapat, 14th. Alonso Lopez, though, does get one of the Speed RS Boscoscuros through to qualifying 2, and the battle for pole is moments away. Welcome back to MotorLand Aragon, ladies and gentlemen. We are within an hour now of lights out in the Tissot Sprint in MotoGP. As the many fans who come from far and wide, but the vast majority of them, of course, have come from Spain will have one thing in their minds, and that is a home victory for either Mark or Alex Marquez, who of course have had the sprint successes all to themselves so far this season. 6 wins to Mark, 1 win to Alex. Will either of them be putting a gold medal around their neck later on this afternoon? We'll find out in the fullness of time, but before we get to that, we have to decide the grid for Moto2, and certainly the front half of it, with Manny Gonzalez, who has been in the top 2 on the grid at every Grand Prix so far this season, coming in as our fastest rider from practice yesterday, although not the fastest rider of the weekend overall. That honour goes to Dennis Onchu, who was quickest this morning ahead of Diogo Moreira. Both will surely feel they've got a chance, and they made a Moto2 pole today. Joe Roberts looking much more like his old self in 4th here in practice yesterday. Joe Roberts was also relatively competitive this morning, lapping in the low 151s. Barry Baltus, perhaps the strongest rider on race rhythm this morning in free practice too. Also through, he was fit yesterday. Zonta van den Goorberg, 6th from Jake Dixon and Dower Silverstone winner Senna Agius. Danny Holgado, one of the 2 Aspar rookies to advance through the Q2, although in very different circumstances to his teammate, who we'll come on to in a second. Marcos Ramirez, 10th. He also caught the eye looking at his race rhythm in practice this morning, so keep an eye out for him tomorrow if he qualifies well. Aaron Canet, 2nd in the World Championship, of course, was 11th in practice and through the Q2, along with Alberto Arenas. David Alonso, who crashed twice in practice yesterday afternoon, but did still go through to Q2 in spite of all of that, along with Danny Munoz, the substitute at Red Bull KTM Maya, who replaces the injured Colin Vaya. And of course, your top 4 out of qualifying 1, all on Foscoscuros, also with a role to play in this battle for pole position. Those 4 riders: Alonso Lopez, Ethan Cavara, Tony Arbolino, and Philip Salach. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison with you in the commentary box. Elliot York is in pit lane, and Manny Gonzalez is in the lead of the Moto2 World Championship. Of course, his qualifying record this season spells a worst qualifying of 2nd. Could that record be under a little bit of threat though today?
I think going off what we've seen so far this weekend, you would have to say so. You previously mentioned the likes of Dennis Onju, the new all-time lap record holder at this Aragon circuit, and surely going to be in play for pole position. Diogo Moreira has been super strong here right the way through from Friday morning, which from his first podium of the season as well. And there's no doubt about it, it is time to perform for Turkish rider Dennis Onju. It's been a rough run of races after being on the podium in Qatar and scoring a solid 5th position in Jerez. His follow-up results in Le Mans and Silverstone were below par, 17th and 19th. What was more troubling was really able to explain exactly what happened. One thing is for sure though, it managed to mess up his qualifying performances in both instances. So Onju knows that this is going to be a crucial session for his hopes tomorrow. He guns for his first ever front row start in the Moto2 category.
Here's Joe Roberts, who has certainly been on an upward trend in this 2025 season. Of course, having started it, having ridden a Moto2 bike competitively for the best part of 6 months after his season was ended early by that crash in practice in Australia last year. But we are now starting to see signs of the Joe Roberts that fought for the Moto2 World Championship for a large part of 2024. 8th in the end in the British Grand Prix. And he's certainly the closest in terms of lap time or overall time to the winner in any race this season. Just 4.4 seconds in the end. Joe Roberts off the race winner at Silverstone, which represents a clear step forward for him. And automatically through to qualifying 2 for the 2nd Grand Prix in a row. Although generally he has been doing his work on a Sunday from relatively far down the grid. Best qualifying so far this season of 14th for Joe. Well, hopes high coming into this session for the Fantic squad. Aaron Canet, of course, just 3 points off the World Championship lead. And Barry Baltus certainly caught the eye this morning with a good long run in practice. Let's get some early session thoughts as this Q2 session gets underway from their team manager, Roberto Locatelli.
Yeah, just come down to us at the bike deck now on track. Roberto, great to speak to you for the first time this year. Both boys going well. We'll start with Barry. He's had a great start to the season and looking last time out of Silverstone. How's he feeling this weekend?
Hi, looking at this start because I feel sensation similar in Qatar, or they try the front tire because it's very, inside the race, difficult. And now in this morning, we're testing the other solution in the front wheel for the other tire. And for tomorrow, if possible, same in Qatar, one tire for the race and one tire for the qualifying. But in this condition, today is very hot. All I think is ready.
Aaron on the other side of the box was P11 in practice. Was that just not getting quite a lap time together? How's he feeling ahead of qualifying?
I see this weekend only to the work to the race. You don't see it. Seem to be same, not fast. Only for the race because up the plate is the championship, and it's better try and take all possibility in the race.
Thanks, Roberto, and good luck for the session.
Bye.
Thanks very much, Elliot. Thanks as well to Robbie Locatelli down in the Fantic Racing garage.
Best yet to come then from Aaron Canet, we can take from that.
Yeah, that is quite interesting. Working only for the race. We're looking a little deeper into some of the longer runs yesterday, and Canet did not really feature in any of the top times that we saw ourselves, but potentially there was some testing going on, potentially some different tyre combinations as well. Canet, I guess, did manage to safely make his way through into Q2, courtesy of that 11th place in practice yesterday. So let's see what he can do in this session. You can see that everyone is planning to follow the number 18 of Manny Gonzalez. I do not think the championship leader is overly impressed with some of the antics of the riders just behind him here.
You got to go, Manu, unfortunately. That's what comes with qualifying first or second in every Grand Prix so far this season. You become a marked man in Moto2, and everybody wants to follow him. And the rider who's put himself in the best position, mate, will be Ivan Camara on the 28, who's first rider behind Gonzalez. Then comes Joe Roberts and Marcos Ramirez for the American racing team. As mentioned, Ramirez did a good long run earlier on today in practice. Certainly caught the eye with his rhythm and longevity on his tyres. As we ride on board then with Manu Gonzalez, who will be quite keen to pull as much distance as he can, and he's not going to be doing it with that. Manu Gonzalez crashes into turn number 5, and we said his qualifying record in 2025 is under threat. It's long gone.
Yeah, because that bike looks as though it's pretty totaled. I will be amazed if Manny Gonzalez is able... Well, yeah, he's not rejoining on that, you would have to imagine. And we could be looking at a situation where Manny Gonzalez does not set a lap time at all in this session. A complete disaster for the championship leader.
Shades of Taka Nakagami in 2020, wasn't it? For
He's
Manny
wide.
Gonzalez, slightly wide, just veered onto the curb ever so slightly on the outside of turn 5. And having been so keen to stay out of the way, whether he had perhaps lost a little bit of temperature from his tyres by sitting up at the end of that outlap, trying to wave riders past, whatever the cause of it, Manny Gonzalez will be setting no time in this Q2 session.
Well, we've not seen that so far this year. Manny Gonzalez almost been perfect on Saturdays in 2025. It kind of goes hand in hand with what he was saying yesterday, Lewis. He did call yesterday the most difficult Friday of the year, despite the fact that he ended fastest in practice and had set a new lap record at the time. But he said that his feeling with the front just was not really comfortable, and that it had to do some significant changes to his bike from the base setting that he's been using right the way through the season. So Gonzalez looks as though he'll be starting from the 6th row, and possibly from the inside of the 6th row, which we know is going to be an even further handicap on this Aragon grid.
Well, opportunity knocks here for the likes of Denis Sonchu, Diogo Moreira, Philip Salas, who had a good go at crashing down into turn 1, having crashed already in qualifying 1. Somehow Salat saved it, and he lives to fight another day.
That was a pretty remarkable save. Salat was facing the indignity of crashing in both Q1 and Q2 just there, but managed to work miracles on his left knee to keep it upright. Denis Sonchu goes fastest then with a 50.4. Aaron Canet jumps up into 5th with his latest lap time. Baltus improves as well. Good stuff as well from Danny Munoz in the 8th position, standing in for Colin Bear this weekend.
I was about to say, before we saw Philip Salach's acrobatics into turn 1, the opportunity knocked for the likes of Unchu and Moreira, who have been certainly snapping at Gonzalez's heels so far this weekend. Well, Gonzalez shot himself in the foot with his crash at the start of this session, so they've got a real opportunity here to take a first Moto2 pole position. And of course, you have to say as well, huge opportunity for Aaron Canet in particular to put some serious space between himself and his title rival on the grid for tomorrow's Aragon Grand Prix. Canet currently 4th at the moment, and this rider, most importantly, given the way his weekend have been going, Alonso Lopez currently in the middle of the front row.
Yeah, no point yesterday where we were looking at Alonso Lopez and thinking that is a rider that is potentially going to be fighting for pole position, and he's actually found himself in provisional pole because it looks as though Dennis Onju's lap time has been cancelled. The same can be said for Aaron Canet as well. So, yeah, a lot of riders still yet to set a lap time due to the yellow flags being shown.
Yeah, of course, Manigal Gonzalez was at the front of that queue, having not wanted to be there. It meant he brought the yellow flags out for everyone behind him. And that's why so many laps are being disallowed. Only 9 of them on the board at the moment, with Lopez on a 50.7. Ahead of Aegis, who's just pitted second. Holgado onto the front row of the grid in 3rd place, ahead of David Alonso, who's his teammate in 5th. There you can see the confirmation that it was the yellow flags that cost Dennis Onju as the two frantic teammates go side by side into the final corner, and we might be about to see here Aaron Canet finally push on time attack. He's been focusing on the race to this point. He now turns his attention to qualifying and immediately puts in a 150.220. That's just 300s away from the all-time lap record set this morning. When Aaron Canet turns his attention to qualifying, Aaron Canet is pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he called himself the pole man earlier in the year, which was an interesting new nickname for the number 44, but he is living up to that moniker with that effort, and he almost has half a second of advantage on the rest of the field as it stands. So a scintillating start to this session for Aaron Canet, made all the better by the fact that his main championship rival, who sits 3 points ahead of him in the World Championship, is probably going to be starting from 18th.
Yeah, that certainly won't make Manu Gonzalez feel any better, will it? Who knows he's going to be starting 18th on the grid, and at the moment, his championship rival, Aaron Canet, who's just 3 points behind, is sitting on pole position. There is Aegis, who's currently in 4th place. He's took his maiden victory in Silverstone from 5th on the grid. And we'll be hoping that that is the start of the real purple patch for Aegis. Already the best season of his Grand Prix career. We're only at round 7 of the season for Senna. And he's now, for the remaining 7.5 minutes, fighting a lone battle for the intact squad.
Good start to the session from Senna. He's had a solid weekend as well. Certainly was showing yesterday afternoon that he has potential podium rhythm for tomorrow's 19-lap Moto2 race here. Good start to the session as well from Danny Holgado. We need to remind everyone that he was actually under the surgeon's knife after Silverstone. A couple of race weekends in succession where Holgado had been suffering from serious arm pump issues, and he had an operation on his right arm to alleviate that. Wasn't sure whether he'd actually be able to ride at 100% throughout this weekend until he went out on track yesterday. But Holgado was actually quite impressive in his rhythm as well. Same could be said for his teammate David Alonso, who finds himself 8th so far in this session. Despite 2 big crashes yesterday, Alonso's rhythm was almost as impressive as Onju's.
Well, although it's not necessarily his fault, of course, the yellow flag's being brought out, Dennis Onju does find himself in a position that he has been in quite a few occasions this season, of having immense pace but not a grip position to go with it. Onju then, of course, with that lap time cancelled, is shuffled back to 16th place on the grid. It's Manu Gonzalez has to lick his wounds now and turn his attentions to tomorrow. The frustration visible, and that's where his motorcycle currently is. It's on the service road, making its way back to the pit lane. And that is not a motorcycle that will be running again in this session.
Yeah, that's going around the outside of the track as well. And you can see his frustration, potentially. The fact that the bike has taken so long to get delivered back to the garage. But that mistake was, unfortunately, all of Manu's doing. Just a little bit wide on the entry into turn number 5 there on the curbs. As you said, somewhat reminiscent of Taka Nakagami crashing out of the lead back in 2020 during the Teruel Grand Prix. And just wonder if the fact that he was maybe a little upset, a little flustered, the fact that there were about 5 or 6 riders wanting to tail him round to get a tow from him. Potentially that is one of the reasons where his concentration was maybe just not what it needed to be. Just confirmation on our screens there that Dennis Onju's fastest lap time. The session was also cancelled for yellow flags.
Of course, as mentioned, he had obviously been sitting up through the final corner, potentially letting temperature out of his tyres, and only one of the corners prior to turn 5 on this lap is a left-hander. That's turn 1. Before you go through 3 right-handers of 2 and 3. A gentle left of 4, but that's relatively easy flat on these Moto2 bikes as you're approaching 5. 5 was the final corner that Gonzalez tackled on this MotorLand Aragon circuit in this qualifying session. Either way, what a Grand Prix we're in for tomorrow, with Gonzalez playing catch-up from the 6th row of the grid. And can his teammate at least repair some of the damage from an intact point of view? With Senna Aegis currently in 4th place, can he get himself on the front row of a Moto2 grid for just the 2nd time?
Well, as we see, Senna Aegis come down the back straight. He is on course to go 2nd in the middle of the provisional front row here. To get a bit of an update on the Australian, we're going to pass down to Elliot.
Yeah, I stood by the box and listening into the conversation he was having with his team, and they basically said, look where we are, we know what we can do. He's lapping all on his own, as you can see. I think that is the idea. They're really confident. Senna is really confident after that race victory last time out that they've got what it takes. They don't need to follow anyone. Confidence high, Senna going well again.
He was pushing the limits of adhesion down into turn 1 just there. There was no real improvement. Thanks very much for that update there, Elliot. Yeah, there is no real reason, I guess, for Senna to be dawdling around, waiting to follow when he knows he can go out there and get the job done, just as he did in Silverstone 2 weeks ago. Latest Australian to win a race in this category. After Anthony West had done so, Remy Gardner had done so on multiple occasions as well. And we're coming down into crunch time in this Q2 session. 3 minutes to go. A whole host of names will be looking to jump up the order later on, namely Jake Dixon in 9th, Dennis Onshu in 16th.
Jake Dixon, of course, your winner here last year. Bernard Gonzalez, spectator with the rest of us in this qualifying session. Yes, don't get angry, get even in tomorrow's Grand Prix. With Dixon then, downhill through the right hand of 8 and the left of 9. The reverse corkscrew, the left-hander, long left-hander at turn 10. David Alonso needs to make sure he's well out of the way of his former Aspar teammate in one way, shape or form. They were both within that stable last season. Jake Dixon then into 12 now. The 90-degree left-hander, this bus stop section which takes us left, right and left before we return to the back straight. Of course, there is a massive gap any of these riders potentially slot themselves into between Canet and Moreira. 1st and 2nd, 0.46 of a second. Dixon at the moment looks like he's just going to miss out on that window. Currently in 9th place and could potentially climb a row on the grid, but this isn't going to threaten the front row.
It was sector 2 where Dixon was struggling mainly yesterday, losing a lot of time. It was the same on this lap. It was actually sector 3 and 4 where he was pretty strong. So watch out for him. Watch out also for Dennis Onshu because he is super strong in his final sector as well. This could well be a pole time for the young Turkish rider, number 53. Dixon manages to climb up into 6th. That's a decent lap time from him. And Onshu goes to pole position with a new lap record. That is a new lap record. He beats what he managed to do in FP2 earlier today. So Dennis Onshu on course for a maiden pole position in this Moto2 class.
We have seen signs of this in various weekends so far this season. I think that's the 4th weekend in a row that he's topped FP2. The 3rd weekend he set a new all-time lap record at various stages in the weekend, but he hasn't ultimately backed that up in qualifying. It looks as if today might be the day for Dennis Onshu, although he won't have one final shot at this, having clearly gone wide there at turn 5. There are some overall best first sectors though, but as we know, these riders need a big advantage over Onshu before they arrive at that 4th sector.
Brilliant stuff from Onshu, but brilliant stuff as well by a couple of riders just behind. Philip Salas, despite that crash in Q1 and that near crash in Q2, manages to go provisional front row. He's in 3rd. Joe Roberts on course for his best qualifying performance of the year so far. And Danny Munoz standing in for Colin Bayard in 8th.
Yeah, overall best first sectors for Baltus, for Moreira, for Holgado, for Canet, and for Vanden Goldberg. So this one is far from over. Dennis Onshu can't celebrate and already plan how he's going to look in the new Tissot watch just yet, because we still have a number of riders who are looking to deny him that maiden pole position. Of course, Moreira and Baltus themselves chasing a first Moto2 pole position. Moreira is into the heart of turn 14 now, through the left of 15, and you feel he's going to need a big advantage. He's got 0.2 of a second. Will that be enough as he enters this final sector of the lap? Canet going quickly too. He's also in the 4th sector.
Moreira should be picking up a nice little slipstream from Danny Munoz just up ahead as he comes down into this final sector. Baltus will be getting a bit of a toll from the pair of them up ahead.
Bounces sideways through turns 16 and 17. Has he got a good run out of that final corner? So many threatening on two. Can any of them beat him? Moreira does. He's into the 149. 149. 940. Diogo Moreira becoming the first Brazilian rider to take pole position in Moto2.
Brilliant stuff from Diogo Moreira, brilliant stuff from Baltas as well. Just 2 tenths behind. I did not expect any Moto2 rider to be getting into the 1 minute 49s at all during this weekend. Incredible stuff from the Brazilian.
Here comes Daniel Holgado. This could launch him up from 13th up to 5th for Holgado. Lopez improves 2 to 10, so 5th and 6th for the Aspar team. Their rookies will start together on the second row. But 3 riders on the front row who are all chasing a first pole position. Unchu is denied in the latter stages. Moreira takes his first pole position in Moto2. Barry Baltas will start an equal career best second on the grid. Second time in the last 3 Grand Prix that Baltas has started from the front row of the grid. Unchu third as Alberto Reinas joins the long list of riders venting their fury after a qualifying session that didn't quite go his way. He's in 12th place. Manu Gonzalez, in some respects, may be thanking the likes of Moreira, Baltas and Unchu for at least bumping Kinnett off the front row of the grid, but the World Championship leader is playing some serious catch-up tomorrow, a grid that is led by Diogo Moreira.
Well, Diogo Moreira, could we potentially be talking of him as a outside bet for the championship? He is just 41 points in arrears after a couple of really good results. His best ever result last time out, of course, in Silverstone. He'll be starting tomorrow's race with no one in front of him. Sensational stuff and confirmation what Lewis just said. The first ever Brazilian to take pole position in the Moto2 category. First Brazilian in the intermediate class since when? That's going to be an interesting stat to try and find out. And obviously, it was a good session, a good weekend for Dennis Onju on the whole. He was third, his best ever qualifying result in Moto2. To find out how he did it, we're going to pass on to Elliot, who's with Nicholas Ayo, his team boss.
Yeah, Nicholas. Great job from Dennis all weekend long to get on the front row. He clearly likes his MotorLand Aragon circuit. How's he been this weekend compared to others? Because he's stepped his game up.
No, this weekend, been a little bit more relaxed, Dennis, for sure. He's been always a little bit, let's say, he's had quite a lot of pressure on himself always on Saturdays, and that's why the qualifying have been our weak point this season. Of course, now we're happy that he's in the front row and hope that we can race both now.
Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks, Elliot. Thanks to Nicky Ayo. Well, it's not pole for Dennis Onju, but he's genuinely a contender for the victory tomorrow, isn't he? You have to say, this Moto2 Grand Prix, we had one of the very best Moto2 races in recent times in Silverstone. This one feels wide open for tomorrow.
Yeah, it certainly does. A couple of losers in that session, you'd have to say. Senna Agius was shuffled from 4th all the way back to 13th. Jake Dixon 6th at one point, shuffled all the way back to 14th. So what to do for both of those names?
Fascinating grid for tomorrow with many of the big hitters play catch-up. Diogo Moreira, though, takes a first Moto2 pole, a 49.940 to beat Barry Baltas by 0.2 of a second. His equal best in Moto2. Dennis Onchu will start from the front row in Moto2 for the very first time. Kinnett, who was on pole for so long, 4th, with Holgado and Alonso for Aspar 5th and 6th. Salachi was on the front row with a minute to go, 7th from Van den Goldberg and Roberts. Lopez 10th via Q1. Tony Arbolino 11th, ahead of Arenas and Aegis. As Neil mentioned, both Senna Aegis and Jake Dixon shuffled back in those latter stages, with Marcos Ramirez 15th, ahead of Ipac Guevara, Dani Munoz, and of course the big headline and qualifying today in Moto2, championship leader Manu Gonzalez crashing on his first time lap. He will start in 18th place. So history made in the Moto2 class, a first Brazilian pole sitter in its history. His name is Diogo Moreira. Coming up next to begin our coverage in the countdown to the Tissot Sprint.
Saturday takes centre stage in Spain as MotorLand Aragon hosts the first of 5 races in an intense run of 7 weeks. Surrounded by a rugged and rocky landscape, Aragon lies in a part of landlocked eastern Spain. Close to Alcanitas, sun-kissed fans are ready to see if Marc Marquez can produce more MotorLand magic from pole. Sprint action is next live. It's time for MotoGP. MotorLand Aragon, what a venue, what a circuit. 5.077 kilometers in length, 3.155 miles. The 6th Spanish circuit in history to host a Grand Prix with Jerez, Catalunya, Jarama, Montjuic and Valencia. Anti-clockwise in configuration, 7 right, 10 of them left. And that means Marc Marquez is in business at a track that he loves. He's going for a 7th sprint victory in 8 so far in 2025. To build on what is a pretty healthy 24-point lead in the championship over his brother Alex. 1:12 and 16, some of the various braking zones here in Aragon. Overtaking hot spots in this long layout, plenty of them, including 14 and 15 down a hill. This classic battle eventually won by Pecco Bagnaia against Marc Marquez for his first MotoGP win. So a couple of weeks ago at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, there was drama from the very first corner as Alex Marquez crashed out of the lead, quickly followed by brother Marc when he was also leading in a race that was red flagged up and involving Aleix Espargo and Frankie Morbidelli at the restart. It was Fabio Quartararo who made a sensational launch away on the factory Yamaha. More woes for former world champion Pecco Bagnaia as he crashed out of contention. This was heartache, cruel for Fabio Quartararo when he was over 4 seconds clear of the chasing pattern. His rear ride height device stuck on. And that meant Marco Bezzecchi was able to take his first victory of 2025, his first win as a factory apprentice star. Johann Zarco continued his purple patch as he took second for LTO Honda. And Marc Marquez moving into a 24-point lead in the championship after his last lap heroics in an epic battle with Frankie Morbidelli. And so far, so good in Aragon for number 93, Marc Marquez. It has very much a feeling of Aragon 2024, doesn't it? The 2025 edition of the GoPro Grand Prix of Aragon. It's almost eat, sleep, race, repeat as far as Marc Marquez is concerned, because he comes into this 11-lap sprint, lights out for that in just under half an hour's time, as a massive red-hot Bucky's favourite, having led both practice sessions on Friday, just as he did on our last visit here in September, and just as he did on Sprint Saturdays a few months ago. He led the way in FP2, and then he took pole position. 5th pole position in the Open 8 Grand Prix for Marc is another Marquez 1-2 on the grid. And is it going to be yet another Marquez 1-2 for the 8th successive sprint so far in 2025? The brothers have been the stars of Sprint Saturdays so far this season. It's a scorcher out there. Sizzling heat here in Spain as we're approaching, 25-3 local time, ambient temperatures well into the 30s. It's going to be hot, hot, hot here as well tomorrow when we go Grand Prix racing over the full distance of 23 laps as Marc Marquez looks to close out his 7th victory in the Premier Class here in Aragon. Well, he made it 7 poles here in Aragon earlier on today with a blockbuster all-time lap record lap of 1:45.704. Put him on pole position ahead of Alex by just over a quarter of a second, with Frankie Morbidelli excelling for Pertamina Enduro Via 46 Racing Team, the Italian, set to launch away from the front row for the first time in 15 rounds since he was in front of his home crowd in Mazzano a few months ago. Keeping nice and cool, thankfully, in a rather lovely air-conditioned commentary box overlooking the end of the start-finish straight in the braking zone for the first corner. Lovely vantage point we have here is Matt Burton and Lewis Sotheby with Jack Appleyard trying, let's hope successfully, to keep himself relatively cool in these baking hot conditions. Lewis, once again, this does feel very familiar. No great surprise to see Marc Marquez leading the way here in Aragon, but the story of 2025, so often on Saturdays, has been
Marquez versus Marquez, Mark versus Alex, 93 versus 73. And that was the script once again here today.
Exactly how many of the fans here at MotorLand Aragon would have scripted it to see the Marquez brothers go head to head. They are so popular around the world, but in particular in this part of the world, just an hour and a half or so away from their home in Severa. They will go head to head from the front row of the grid. The qualifying results that many of us, if not all of us, expected this morning qualifying, but Marquez the elder, perhaps having to work a little harder than we might have predicted for pole. It looked like Alex was going to provide the ultimate upset in qualifying earlier on today when he moved ahead of his brother Mark with a minute or so remaining, but Mark had his response, and despite threatening to upset a pair of them, Frankie Morbidelli had to settle with joining them on the front row.
Yeah, Alex qualifies second for the 5th time in the opening 8 rounds, and second is a very familiar tale for the 29-year-old Spaniard when it comes to sprints on Saturday afternoons in this year's MotoGP World Championship, because he has been second in 7 of our 8 sprints, 6 of our 7 sprints rather, so far this season. Of course, he did break brother Mark's golden run last time out at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. It has gone pretty much to plan A so far, as Marc Marquez is concerned. A little thumbs up there from his crew chief, Marco Rigamonti. You do get a sense, there's a feeling around the paddock that there's only really one person that can beat Marc Marquez and topple him here this weekend, and that is Mark himself. Although he has had his mistakes so far this year, Lewis, and some high-profile errors at that.
Yeah, the only person that can beat Mark Marquez himself, well, he has beaten himself on a few occasions this season, and snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Of course, he looked like he'd done that in Silverstone before the red flag saved him, where he went on to take a podium. But of course, the errors in Austin, the error at Iraq will be fresh in his mind to make sure that he does not take anything for granted here this weekend. It might feel like a foregone conclusion for Marc Marquez this weekend, but it felt like that in Austin earlier in the year. Well, earlier on in the day, we saw a new cameraman join the ranks here at Dorna. Whether he'll be returning to do that in the future, well, I guess we'll wait and see. But he's certainly enjoying his time here. It's MotoGP legend, Randy Jack.
He is indeed. I don't know if he's got the afternoon off, because normally, Randy, our cameramen, they've got to work all through the day in these searing temperatures. How did you enjoy your debut out there on track earlier?
Well, I was in between the 30-minute session and Q1, and, you know, I was behind the TV there watching the practice where the corkscrew is. And the guy asked me, hey, would you like to come down? And all the flag marshals were sitting in the shade waiting for Q1 to start. So I said, oh, okay, I'll come down. So then they started to show me. I had no idea anybody was filming or anything like that. But it was kind of cool. The guy lives near me here in Spain, so it was super nice to talk. Imagine you got a new appreciation for what those guys have to do out there. It's amazing how many people started answering on it on Instagram and things like that. And even my wife in the family thing said, well, look, your pop's got another job. So, but no, it's kind of cool. It's a very cool unit, how it works. And, you know, we've had them at Laguna Seca and a bunch of different places. A lot, I think even Red Bull and in Portugal we used to have one. So, it's very cool. Right, let's look at this one before I let you go. Obviously, Marc Marquez, the huge favourite. I know, that guy at the front on the red 93 bike. All weekend he's been speaking about keeping his concentration, staying focused, because he knows he's got such an advantage here. I'm sure you've been in that position before where things are just coming so naturally. How challenging is it for him, lap after lap, to just make sure he's hitting those same markers? You know, out there, he surprised everybody, I think, in section 3 and 4 in the last lap, and where he really pulled something out. And Mark's always had that within inside of himself. This particular racetrack, it's obviously counterclockwise, makes it that much more simplified. But it's not, let's just say, it's not easy to fall off here. It's, you know, the level of the game is going to be. Personally, my son and I were talking this morning on the way, and I said, man, if I'm on that front row, going into turn 1, and you're the first guy to put the brakes on, I have a feeling I might let the brakes off and go out on the outside of the curb and come back. Chipping legend. Always great to hear the thoughts of Randy. Well, you just saw, didn't you, on that tie graphic which popped up on your screens. Of course, that could change, but the information filtering out of Mixing right now, and out of the factory Ducati garage, is that Marc Marquez plans to, plans in inverted commas, shall we say, to start and race in this sprint with a medium front, medium rear tyre. Mark himself saw it flash up on screen and looked at his crew chief, Margot Rigamonti, and said, "Are we on the medium?"
Yeah, did you see that? Are we planning to perhaps throw a dummy to the rest of the riders towards the front of the grid? I mean, it'll be a massive sign of confidence if Marc Marquez is going that route, if he's already thinking of the race rhythm tomorrow. Jack, some more on that from you.
Yeah, I was just speaking to a couple of people in the Aprilia garage just before that came up, and they said, don't be surprised if a few people go with the medium rear tyre here. It's a long circuit, 5 kilometres. We know that it can really punish the rear tyre as well. And 11 laps, although it is a sprint, is no short distance. So the guys in Aprilia were predicting, ahead of seeing that we might see 1 or 2 on the medium rear, which we don't often see on Sprint Saturday. So don't be surprised if Mark does in the end opt to go for the slightly harder option rear tyre.
Yeah, Marc Marquez then as it stands. Thanks very much for that, Jack. Marquez getting himself in the zone and ready for this sprint. So medium front, medium rear tyre for him. Fabio Quartararo did say yesterday, after all of his problems with the soft, particularly in time attack mode, where he was all at sea, out of the seat pretty much in every corner when he was opening the throttle, he said his hand might be forced to race the medium. Will Quartararo also be one of the riders that maybe is giving serious consideration to that harder option rear?
Yeah, that might be out of necessity for for Fabio Quartararo rather than any actual sort of choice, but we shall see. What might happen though if Marc Marquez does start on that medium rear tyre in the sprint, could put him under some early pressure on the first lap or two, with riders around him on the softer option with that initial early explosive pace. So we shall see what they go for. We'll have full confirmation just in the run-up to the sprint getting underway, just around the time of the warm-up lap. We should be able to confirm that to you once they all leave the grid for the warm-up lap. Here is John Zarco then, who starts from 12th on the grid. Honda threatened a result here yesterday with some strong pace in practice. Joan Mir was 4th at the end of practice yesterday, and John Zarco was also fairly inside the top 10, but in the end they had to bring up the rear in qualifying 2 earlier on today, out-qualified by the KTMs, who've been on an upward trajectory this weekend. Mir and Zarco together on row 4.
There's been one race so far this season in Austin, and also in Argentina, where Zarco's not made forward progress. This was this dramatic ending to his pole lap for Marquez. How did he still find time when that factory Ducati was like a rodeo bull underneath him? He still was able to find a 1:45.704 on this very lap. Makes you wonder what the lap could have been if it was a cleaner attack around this 5-kilometre Aragon circuit for Marc Marquez. The 93 Army are out in numbers. They are out in force. They're enjoying some early June, early summer sunshine here in Aragon. And their day will be made even better if they can see their hero maybe complete one half of what is expected to be another double here in Aragon. Jack just telling us how hot it is down on the grid. It really is an absolute scorcher here this afternoon. 11 laps in this sprint, 23 laps in the main Grand Prix tomorrow. It's going to be a taxing race tomorrow, certainly for the brain and the body. Can Alex Marquez maybe upset the form book? Can he rock the boat in terms of Mark's home party? He did it last time out at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone with his first sprint victory of the season.
So we look inside the other half of the Honda HRC Castro box, unfortunately left empty, and there's the reason why Luca Marini, if you just joined us for the first time this weekend, a heavy crash in testing in Suzuka for Honda down at turn 1 at, what is it, Dixon high-speed circuit in Japan. Unfortunately, Luca Marini ruled out this weekend, although there was good news from his teammate Alberto Puig yesterday, telling us that the length of time that Luca Marini is likely to be absent, not as long as some of us feared earlier on in the weekend. The hope is that he'll be back in 3 or 4 races.
Marini not replaced here this weekend by HRC. Some other injury news to bring you. Of course, Roy Martin still sidelined indefinitely. No concrete idea of when the world champion will be back on the factory Aprilia. And we're also sadly missing another Aprilia rider this weekend, Ayagura. Withdrawing after some late medical checks in Barcelona on Thursday. Still not fully recovered after fracture. Still not fully recovered after fracturing the tip of his right tibia bone right at the start of the recent British Grand Prix. So no Martin still, no Marini, and no Agura-san.
Trying to look really closely at Marc Marquez's rear tyre as he left the pit lanes. You couldn't see the white band of a soft rear tyre, although it was moving very quickly, so we'll get more of an idea when he comes to the grid. Here is Fabio Quartararo, who potentially might go in that same direction, although he certainly didn't have as bad a time on the soft rear tyre this morning than he had yesterday. That felt like something of a save, didn't it, for Quartararo? Even if his pole streak was ended early on today, to get himself into Q2 and onto the third row was a decent damage limitation exercise from the Yamaha start.
Off the front row for the first time in 5 Grand Prix, Quartararo. 4 successive front rows, including 3 successive poles. He really has been the star of the show on Saturdays in qualifying. Of late, one rider who missed out big time is on your screens right now. British Grand Prix winner, the hero of Silverstone, Marco Bezzecchi, who having crashed on his first flying lap at turn 3 in Q1, having missed out on a place directly into Q2 yesterday by just 9 thousandths of a second, just shows how small, fine margins can completely alter the complexion of your weekend. Bezzecchi with the crash at turn 3, and then a couple of technical issues as he went out on the second bike to try and find a late lap in that Q1 session, and leaves him 20th on the grid. Now that is the Italian's worst qualifying performance in 55 rounds since his rookie season at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. It's his equal lowest MotoGP starting position. A lot of work to do for Bezzecchi if he is to make it back-to-back podiums on the factory. Aprilia Sonkiat Jantra starts behind Bez.
Talk about heroes to zeros from the Aprilia point of view. 20th and 19th, the 2 factory Aprilias on the grid. With Lorenzo Savadori 19th, Bezzecchi 20th. Bezzecchi does feel like he's got pace to move forwards, even had he qualified in a more useful grid position from an Aprilia point of view. He's generally been starting around about the fringes of the top 10. And certainly yesterday it looked like he had decent rhythm to potentially muscle in on the podium battle. That feels like a remote possibility now.
It really does. He came from the back nose and fourth on that sprint in Silverstone. That really was a platform to suggest that he had good pace in the main Grand Prix. So Marc Marquez going on here his mechanics. Are they taking out that medium rear tyre?
Of course, they could easily just be changing it for another brand new medium rear. The tyre that he would have left the grid for the sighting lap on would have been a pretty old rear tyre.
See when the warmers come off that fresh rubber. Sprocket goes on, and let's just find out. Shame we're cutting away from that just at that moment, because we were just about to see maybe what they were going to do.
Well hidden, aren't they?
Yeah, well, he's the master of the mind game, isn't he?
He's standing in front of the camera as well, briefly there. I don't know whether that was Mark doing so deliberately, but yeah, the information at the moment is that Marc Marquez is going to start this Tissot sprint on the medium rear tyre, and certainly the initial information is that he's the only rider on the front row to do that.
Well, he knows the score. Come on, Gigi, give us a bit of a tip, mate. What's going on with Marc Marquez and that medium rear tyre? He walks casually off the grid. He has been strutting his stuff all weekend so far here in Aragon. So much pressure and expectation on the shoulders of Marquez when he comes to places like Austin, Sachsenring, and in particular Aragon, a track where he's got such a stellar record that so much focus, so much attention is focused on him. And as he said yesterday, he has to be hyper-focused himself just to make sure that there's no repeat of the errors which have come his way in Austin, in Jerez, and last time out at Silverstone. You do wonder, he's 24 points clear in the World Championship anyway, but without a couple of key mistakes. I mean, he could be 60, 70 points ahead in this World Championship right now, couldn't he, Marc Marquez?
Let's head down to the grid then and hear from Fabio Quartararo. A much improved Saturday for the Frenchman. He's for Jack.
Well, Fabio, what a brilliant turnaround from yesterday. Great job in qualifying to be on the third row. Just firstly, what have you found to really take that step forward?
Yeah, yesterday we were a bit lost with the electronics. Today we found a little bit our way. We are still a bit far, not feeling super comfortable, but we're gonna make our best. And we know it's a tough one, but I will try to find some solution, try to enjoy, and the most important is try to improve our bike on tough conditions.
Medium rear, soft rear, what do you think?
I feel better on the medium, but you know, the performance on the soft looks like it's a bit better, so this is the tire that we choose, and I think it's almost everybody choosing.
Thanks, Fabio.
Good luck. Thank you.
Well, as you can see on this graphic that we're currently looking at the moment, Marc Marquez, Fabio Quattro we just heard from, Fabio Di Gianantonio you can see on the graphic in 10th place, and Miller in 14th. They're a quartet of riders that, as it stands right now, have gone for the medium rear. So too has Portugal's Miguel Oliveira. But that graphic already out of date, isn't it? Because Fabio Quattro just told Jack that he is definitely going for that soft rear tyre. And did Fabio give the game up? Because he said he expects every rider, all 21 in the field, to go for the soft. Is there going to be yet another late change as far as Marc Marquez is concerned?
Well, if that decision had been made 24 hours ago by Fabio Quartararo, he might well have gone for the medium in an air of desperation, but clearly some steps forward have been made today. Of course, this was always predicted to be a tough circuit from a Yamaha point of view. It has been historically since the man we just saw on screen, Frankie Morbidelli, won for them in the Teruel Grand Prix of 2020, but I don't think in their wildest nightmares they expected Friday to go as badly as it did. But some great shoots of recovery for Quartararo to get himself onto the third round.
While we were running through that graphic and focusing on the rear tyre choice, a couple of noteworthy performances on the grid. Pedro Acosta on the factory KTM, he fires away from 5th place. Been the best Friday and Saturday for quite some time for the 20-year-old Spaniard. Best qualifying of 5 since Austin. In fact, it's only the 3rd time in the only 8 Grand Prix that Acosta's qualified inside the top 6. And 1 place behind him on that second round of the grid is his teammate, the South African Brad Binder. Binder shining finally in a qualifying session. It's his best qualifying in 12 since Mandalika. The first time Binder has qualified inside the top 10 since Sepang right at the tail end of 2024. So he's had his time at woes so far this season. But Costa and Binder go from the second row of the grid. Marc Marquez then, big favourite to take the spoils in this 11-lap sprint. He's on pole. What about Pecco Bagnaia? Had his sprint struggles so far in 2025. He heads row 2 in 4th. Let's get the thought to the boss, Davide Tardozzi, who's the Jack.
Davide, medium rear, soft rear. What are you guys going for?
I think that almost the grade will be with soft. Medium rear is a question mark for somebody that can be passed with the tire too, but you see, because on the right side the medium has a very good grip, but anyway, I think that all the grade will be in soft.
Mark, the obvious favourite for this one. Pecco in a great place to challenge for the podium. How do you see the race playing out?
I think that it will be at least 7 riders fighting for the podium. And we'll see the start. I think that a few of them will be very aggressive on the first couple of corners. Then I think that it will be a fantastic race for the fan television and here in Aragon.
I hope so. Thanks, Davide.
Yeah, thanks as always, Jack. Thanks to Davide Tardozzi. Well, we hope there are 7 riders fighting for the podium, because there might be 1 fighting for the victory. It wasn't sort of completely confirming that without any question, 100% Mark is running the medium or the soft, but certainly he was hinting that maybe Mark will be racing the soft rear in that sprint coming up shortly. Well, we just mentioned the brilliant performances so far this weekend of both Pedro Acosta and Brad Binder for the factory KTM team. We can see Brad on screens right now, and glad so we can hear from the boss as well, Akiayo, who's the Jack.
Yeah, down here with Akiayo, a great day so far, great weekend so far for KTM. Pedro 5th, Brad 6th. The big talking point is the choice of the rear tyre. I'm seeing some late work on Brad's bike. How do you see the race panning out, and what do you expect rear tyre choice from both guys?
Generally, I see that it seems like most of the riders in the grid go to the soft grip. So there is some riders who was a little bit, let's say, thinking between, but seems like there is not many riders with medium, so most of the riders follow them.
Podium chance for both boys today?
That's target always, but of course, it looks a bit more promising than in some other weekends before this year, so keep focused for the own work.
Good luck.
Thanks, Owen.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Akiayo. Pedro Acosta's last sprint podium. Well, it was right here in Aragon last September. Got to go further back than that for Brad Binder's last sprint top 3. That was in the opening round of 2024 under the lights of the sail in Qatar. The KTM's going to put up a big challenge in this 11-lap sprint. There were 5 riders, weren't there, initially, that obviously went for the medium rear tyre. It was Marc Marquez, Marc Marquez, Fabio Di Giannantonio, Fabio Quartararo, and the two Pramac Yamahas, Miguel Oliveira and Jack Miller. And we can certainly tell you that Marc Marquez has not switched over to a soft front. We think that he has changed to the soft rear tyre. So he has changed over to the soft rear tyre.
That's his previous selection, as you can see, and he's now changed to that. Medium front, soft rear tyre. Don't know whether there was kidology going on there. Marquez, don't think he really needs to play those games at this stage, given the advantage he's got. But Marc Marquez will be going into this T3 sprint with the soft rear tyre as the majority of the grid.
Yeah, we heard from the horse's mouth, didn't we? Quartararo confirmed to Jack that he had given serious consideration to the medium rear tyre, but he also switched to the soft rear. So Marc Marquez on pole position for the 5th time so far this season. Good to see Frankie Morbidelli firing at the front in qualifying once again. As he mentioned, his first front row in 15, and his 13th front row start in 130 Premier Class appearances for the 29-year-old.
Let's see how he gets off the line at the start of this sprint, because remember last year, the inside, the right as we look, nearer the pit wall, the riders with the dirtier, dustier tarmac struggled to get their bikes off the line. Bagnaia was third on the grid last year, and he span his rear tyre up on both the sprint and the race itself.
Yeah, Bagnaia has never been happy to qualify fourth, has he, in his life? Jack, let's get some bang-up latest information on this rear tyre choice.
5 riders going for the medium rear tyre, guys. Fermin Aldeguer, Enea Bastianini, Miguel Oliveira, Jack Miller, and Fabio Di Giannantonio. Those 5 riders go with the medium rear, everyone else on the grid with the soft.
Thanks ever so much for that, Jack. So Oliveira, Miller and Di Giannantonio, they have stuck to their guns. They have not changed. 2 riders that have gone from the soft to the medium are Fermin Aldeguer, who Jack just said, going from 7th on the grid, and also Enea Bastianini. This is your front row there. It's all a level playing field in terms of tyre choice. Medium front, slick rear. For Frankie Morbidelli then on the front row for the first time in 2025. Alongside him, Alex Marquez, your British Grand Prix sprint winner. But Marc Marquez, with massive home support behind him here in Motorland. He fires away from pole here in Aragon for the 7th time, his 99th career pole position. Can the 93 take another sprint success in front of his home crowd here in Aragon? MotorLand 2025 has been all about Marc versus Alex Marquez. They go head-to-head once again in this upcoming 11-lap sprint here in Aragon. A sun-kissed crowd. A little shade around in the grandstands here are set for some hot action in our 8th sprint of 2025. Only 2 riders have taken the spoil so far, and they both hail from the same household. 6 sprint wins so far for Marc Marquez. 1 win for his brother Alex. That came last time out. And certainly somewhat cooler conditions at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago. Can anybody break at the Marquez stranglehold on sprint Saturdays? Taking Bagnaia, he goes away from 4th place. What about Frankie Morbidelli? Keep an eye on Morbidelli. Can he maybe upset the form book and gate crash the Marquez party here this afternoon? On board then with Mar, there is his grandstand. We are 93. The Alex Blue squad are out in force. Well, it was that grandstand there, wasn't it, where Marquez jumped off that Gazini Ducati, having won the Grand Prix here last September, his first win in 1,043 days. What a moment that was for Mark. What a moment it was for his loyal legions of fans who have stuck with him through thick and thin. I think it's fair to say right now he is back to his brilliant and formidable best as he looks to extend his 24-point lead in the championship going into the sprint over brother Alex.
Can anyone get ahead of Marc Marquez on this first lap of the sprint and give him some hard work to do this afternoon? You feel that Marc Marquez leads out of turn 1 and through the first lap of this sprint. We may not see him again over the remainder of the 11 laps, and of course we will keep a close eye on that quintet of riders who have gone for the medium rear to see how they fare, not just at the start, but particularly the longer the sprint goes on. They may well have an advantage in the latter stages of the sprint. The first of those on the grid is 7th place Fermin Aldeguer.
Yeah, Mark did not see anybody else's rear tyre in both the sprint and the Grand Prix here in Aragon last September. Of our 34 racing laps here a few months ago, he led the lot. 29 degrees is the ambient temperature. I've got to say, walking to the commentary box about half an hour ago, it feels a lot hotter than that. We are expecting it to be in the low 30s tomorrow. And we are expecting a Marc Marquez romp in this sprint. Are we going to get maybe a few surprises? Who can maybe get ahead and ruffle the feathers of the 93? He comes to pole position then. For the 71st time in his MotoGP career. It was pole position number 99 this morning with an all-time lap record of 145.704. So he can make it a century of poles next time out in the Italian Grand Prix in the spectacular Tuscany Mountains at Mugello. We're in MotorLand though now for around 8 of 22 in 2025. 11 laps of sprint action coming your way now. Right, we're racing in the sprint here in MotorLand. Alex Marquez has made a superb launch away from second of the grid. Marc Marquez is going backwards. He's 4th on the brakes in the first corner. He's going to go around the outside of Acosta, maybe Morbidelli also. He's recovering lost ground though, Marquez, but he was pushed back to 4th briefly. A poor start for the pole man.
And Morbidelli had no problems from the inside, the pit wall side. He got a great start. But Bagnaia from 4th got a poor start. He's behind Quartararo and Gian Antonio.
Yeah, Quartararo chopped his nose off. There is Aldeguer getting busy on the inside of Acosta into turn 5. Those two have had some real close calls in the last couple of Grand Prix. Not a lot of love lost between those two. Bagnaia goes for an ultra-tight line into 7. He's gone through under Gian Antonio. No way back through on Quartararo. Well, we've got a bit of a sprint on it because Marc Marquez with work to do from 3rd.
And Alex Marquez trying to scamper off and bolt on this first lap with a rider between himself and Marc Marquez, although Morbidelli closing up downhill from the reverse corkscrew. So it's Marquez, Morbidelli, Marc Marquez, then 3rd from Aldeguer, Acosta and Quartararo, up 3 on the first lap to 6th.
Been a shocking first lap so far for Binder. He started for a season best 6. He's down in 13th as Acosta fights back on Aldeguer. Down the hill, tricky braking zone, trail braking with a lean angle into turn 12. Acosta has wrestled back that 4th.
At the same time, Gian Antonio came back through on Bagnaia for 7th place. So Bagnaia's early sprint struggles persisting here in Aragon.
We're going to now pick up some slipstream behind Pedro Acosta's factory KTM, and they wind it up from 2nd gear out of turn 15 all the way up to 6th gear, around 345, 350 kilometers now, then hard on the brakes into the 3rd gear at turn 16. Marquez closing up visibly, isn't he, of Morbidelli's rear tyre. Surely Marc's going to have an attack on Frankie into the first corner on the brakes. We're about to find out. Lap 1 in the books. Alex Marquez leads by 0.3 seconds.
Well, Frankie Morbidelli proved on the first lap that he's not going to let this 2nd place go easily. He tries to squeeze Marc Marquez into turn 1, but Marc had the inside line and hiked the high ground. He's back up into 2nd place.
He's not an easy guy to pass, is he? Morbidelli, he never gives place away easily. Marquez then now, Marc. Back up into 2nd. Alex is your leader by, about 0.3 seconds. Acosta now has got a bit of daylight between himself and Aldeguer in 4th place. Acosta chasing back-to-back sprint podiums here in Aragon. His last sprint rostrum was right here last September.
I remind you once again, Aldeguer is on the medium rear tyre, and it's going to disadvantage him on that first lap. He's made his way from 7th up to 5th. This behind him is the battle for 6th. Quartararo and Gian Antonio, and I couldn't necessarily see Pecco Bagnaia crawling over the back of Digi there either. Bagnaia in a lonely 8th.
From his equal worst MotoGP starting position, which was 20th, Marco Bezzecchi recovered 4 places on lap 1. He came to the line in 16th place, but shows you how that dismal qualifying affects him. He lost 4 seconds on that opening lap alone.
And he's just got faster on Zarco too for 15 Zarco's at a poor first lap. He's dropped 4 places.
Oh, there's a contact.
Miller met contact, and Mir goes down. Unfortunately for Mir, it is another DNF.
And it looks clearly where he's pointing the finger of blame. We'll reserve judgment until we've seen exactly what happened.
And it looks clear enough.
Clearly, Mir feels like there was contact from Miller. Yet the gap now is nearly 7/10 of a second. Alex back to Mark. We're on board with Acosta. On the brakes into turn 16. Acosta fancies this, doesn't he? He's closing in now on Mulverde. Just look at the corner speed that Acosta's able to carry. A full lean angle on that KTM C16. Alex, fastest on the circuit, 147 flat. This was coming. That's successive laps where now Mulverde has lost position. Marquez got it in lap 1 and they almost touch on the exit. Acosta tries to tap it out on the inside through 2, but Mulverde sees his P3 back.
I was thinking as Acosta was coming to the inside, I'd be impressed if he got that stopped. He didn't quite get it stopped. Morbidelli was able to take it back on the inside through turn 1 and into 2. This is the battle for the bronze medal at the moment. 3rd and 4th, Aldeguer next behind him in 5th. But Alex Marquez on a 47.0 last time around was a third of a second quicker than his older brother.
We've had to wait until the sprint around that, but the real Pedro Acosta is finally standing up in 2025. It's been a great nick all weekend, hasn't he, the Spaniard, as we drop down now through 8 and 9, this magnificent reverse corkscrew section. It's just hard to give you an idea with the onboard there, just how much the circuit drops away. And now you start climbing back up through the Marquez corner. This is turn 10. That gap between Alex and Mark through the first sector was close to 3/4 of a second. Sector 2, though, is where Mark is really strong. He's got the gap back down to under 6/10.
Jack Miller has a long lap penalty. The FIA MotoGP stewards, of course, have got more angles available to them than we've seen so far. They've clearly seen enough to give Miller a penalty for that contact with Mir.
So Marc Marquez starting from pole position for the 7th time here in Aragon in MotoGP. Just wheel spin. Look at that, you can see his wheel spin weaving around. There's big contact as well, wasn't there? Coming through. Shoulder barge from Acosta. Conversely, Alex got a perfect launch weight, did he, on the 73 Gresini Ducati. Elbow to elbow, knee to knee. Oh, that was really close, wasn't it? Between Acosta and Marquez as they jostle for position. That was all because of the wheel spin, wasn't it, that dropped Mark, and a great start by Acosta. That's how their paths crossed.
Elbow to elbow between Acosta and Marc Marquez. Mark was looking well not to lose it out there as Acosta goes wide. He was busy trying to attack Morbidelli. He's now having to defend from Fermi Aldeguer in the 21 in 3rd. That's a breathing space.
On that 3rd lap, Vinales picked up Bagnaia. So now Bagnaia has been pushed back from 4 from the grid to the back end of the points going places. His Saturday sprint struggles show no sign of ending, do they, for the Italian? He's got Brad Binder for company now, who's regrouping from a terrible first. I'm not sure what happened to Binder further down, because at the end of lap 1 he'd gone from 6 to 13. And now he's trying to force his way back into the point scoring places.
And of course, 2 of the places he gained were Mir and Miller moving out of the way as they made contact with each other. Clearly contact initiated by the Australian, who has on that penalty. He's out of the points anyway, down in 14th place. So Acosta now, of course, regrouping from that mistake he made into turn 1. Was Bagnaia on our left-hand side of the screen, has lost a further 3 places. He's now out of the top 11. Binder into the points in 9th there to Brown Fernandez and Benzeki. But what has happened to Pecco Bagnaia? He is down to 12th now. Aldeguer has gone for the full lunge on the inside of Acosta down the hill into 12. He has made it through. Yeah, you got the sense that Miller was the guilty party. You can just see the how aggrieved Mir was when he came to arrest in that turn 12 gravel track. Aldeguer and Acosta. A battle of 2 rising stars in the MotoGP World Championship. They've already had their big tussle so far this year. Look at the top speed of that KTM. KTM surely is the only bike that can outdrag a Ducati down this long back straight here in Aragon. But Aldeguer has the inside line. Some battle this. This is keeping the fans on the edge of their seats as Alex Marquez once again fighting another fast lap in the sprint. 146.9, almost back matched by Mark in 2nd. The gap still just under 6/10. And a 47.5 for Morbidelli, his personal best, now that he's clear of the Aldeguer Acosta battle. He's now 1.6 seconds up the road. Acosta did a 49.1, of course, with that mistake into turn 1. You feel the longer this sprint goes on, Aldeguer is going to have the superior rear grip.
There was a monumental mistake somewhere, wasn't there, by Bagnaia on that last lap. He did a 150 flat which was just nowhere. I mean, compared to Alex Marquez, 3 seconds he lost. Marco Bezzecchi is producing yet another stunning sprint fight back here. He came from 19th on lap 1 in Silverstone to take the checkered flag 4th. He started this sprint here in Aragon 20th. He's close to points now, there he Bez. He's 10th, right on Binder's case. Another great charge back through the pack for Bezzecchi. That qualifying's the qualifying crash at turn 3 this morning, that's really hurting Bez, because all weekend he has had a podium place, no question.
Of course, it's going to go back to 20th on the grid again tomorrow for the Grand Prix itself. Marc Marquez has really closed in on this lap. It's down to 3 tenths of a second. You can see the battle between the Marquez brothers. Top left of your screens. Here we now see it on screen. Alex now, as we approach our distance in the sprint, is now coming under some big pressure from his big brother.
Yeah, there's a move coming, isn't there? Very, very shortly. And Alex will know exactly what is going to happen very, very shortly. They click through that Sigma shift gearbox on the Ducati GP24, which Alex is riding, the latest spec factory bike in the hands of Mark. Nothing wrong with Alex's performance on the front end in the braking zone for that turn 16. Now then they power out to the final corner over this crest then. A short dart now to the finish line. The gap is down to just a tenth of a second. And now Mark is going for it. Mark attacks Alex on the brakes into the first corner. A bit of a block pass there, wasn't it? Just hugging the inside curve. There was nothing that Alex could do about that. And is this sprint as a contest now over?
Parked in the apex, didn't he? Alex was thinking to cut back and go back underneath his older brother, but Mark just stood it up on the apex and forced Alex to back out of it. So Marc Marquez on lap 6 finally hits the front. He gained half a second on Alex Marquez. It wasn't so much Mark getting quicker, it was Alex getting substantially slower. He did a 1:47.7. Has he taken too much out of that sub-rear time?
There's only 2 riders on screens right now, Mark and Alex, who are quicker on circuit than Vinales, who's in 8th place. Vinales just on his PB lap of this sprint, a 1:47.799. And the home crowd are roaring on, the home heroes. Mark and Alex, born and bred in Savannah, just about an hour or so away from it. This was Bagnaia.
Miller's just disappeared behind him into the long lap penalty loop, of course, after running into me early on. Bastianini passed Bagnaia on the last lap. He's back into 13th place now, and no sprint points are coming the way of the double world champion.
Yeah, he's lost 9 positions, and it's been another humbling experience, hasn't it, that for Bagnaia. He really is having to tough it out. This is what happened to him. We're on board into turn 7, and as you can see, he's just so wide there. Bezzecchi flies through. Ralph Hernandez came through on the Trackhouse Aprilia. He drops now down into that reverse corkscrew. There were 16 places on the grid between Bagnaia and Bezzecchi. And not even halfway through the sprint, Bezzecchi's able to get on through and just look at the daylight. Massive gap already appears between Mark and Alex. On that lap, 6 of 11. Mark took 6-7 tenths out of Alex behind him. We feared that as a contest it was over, and that looks like being the case.
Contact nearly there between Quartararo and Vinales. Vinales on the inside and taking that 7th place, and Quartararo nearly tripping over him on the way out of the corner. That relegates Quartararo now down to 9th, and Bezzecchi from the back of the grid is about to take the point position off him. Bezzecchi now on lap 7 of 11 from 20th into the points.
Another overtaking exhibition, this isn't it, from Marco Bezzecchi. If only they could make that really work on a soft tyre. And he's had so many issues qualifying on an RSGP so far this year. Race pace is bang on. Quartararo just had a little bit of a look over his shoulder just to check what the gap is back to Ralph Hernandez. And there is Mark then sweeping through his favourite turn 10. And he's now almost 3/4 of a second ahead of Alex. Alex in a comfortable second. No concerns for him, with Morbidelli pretty much 2.5 seconds behind him. Not a given though that Morbidelli's going to hang on to that bronze medal, because Aldeguer behind him was 4 tenths faster on the previous lap. And now that medium rear tyre is going to come into its own, isn't it?
Faster and faster, won't he, as the others struggle on their soft rear tyres. So Aldeguer's got a firm chance of getting into the podium battle here and catching Morbidelli. We'll keep an eye on Alex Marquez, because of course he was back in the 48 on the last lap, although Morbidelli only did a 47.9 behind him. But the rider on the move, that question here, he's firming Aldeguer in 4th. Yeah, trying to bolt at the start of this sprint. It looks like Alex Marquez has really punished that soft rear tyre. He's in the 48.
on the last lap. He's still in the 48, just no response whatsoever to Mark, who's now 1.1 seconds clear. The gap between Aldeguer and Morbidelli has shrunk once again. That's now 2 laps in a row, with the benefit of that medium rear tyre up to optimal working temperature now. Aldeguer's been 4/10 faster than Morbidelli.
And don't forget who else is on the medium rear. Fabio Di Gianantonio, who's in 6th place, outside of Marc Marquez, who did a 0.74 on the last lap. The two fastest riders on circuit right now in this sprint are the two riders at the front on Ducatis on medium rear tyres, Aldeguer and Di Gianantonio, 4th and 6th.
Smart pick this to go for the medium as well, because they're not only super strong and competitive in this sprint, but potentially getting a lot of data and information ahead of the full distance Grand Prix over 23 laps tomorrow. On board with the rookie Aldeguer. We drop them now down through this beautiful complex of 8 and 9, known as the reverse corkscrew to so many of you at home. Morbidelli fighting tooth and nail to cling on to this bronze medal. At the moment, he's had 1 sprint podium so far this season, and that was in Qatar. Yalis is up into 7th. He's bringing Bezzecchi with him as well. Binder still in 9th place, having had that horror first lap, a points-saving ride coming in from the South African.
Bagnaia just set his personal best on the last lap, but he's not in the 47s, then mind the 46 in the 48-0 for Bagnaia. His personal best lap, he's slowly coming back at the Quartararo-Fernandez battle, but way outside of the World Championship points. Another fumbling day for Pecco Bagnaia.
Aldeguer, fair play to Morbidelli on that soft tyre, because he got brilliant acceleration, picked up the throttle perfectly out of that second gear, tight turn 15. Just never even gave Aldeguer a sniff at getting in the slipstream. You can just see, it looks like ahead, there's more movement on that soft rear tyre as Morbidelli was squeezing the power back on through 17, and Aldeguer is just he's fast on the sprint, 3 laps in a row now. He's cut 4/10 into Morbidelli, and I'm afraid to say thank you, Morbidelli. I don't think he's going to be clinging on to this bronze medal for much longer here in Aragon.
At this stage, Morbidelli will be managing. Aldeguer won't be. He's just got no concerns. He just breezes past Frankie Morbidelli. Morbidelli's going to try and think about fighting back, but he's not got the grip to fight with.
Well, the home fans are loving this, aren't they? There's Aldeguer's manager, Hector Fauber. A pretty impressive 125 and Moto2 rider himself back in the day. That was just easy as you like. The difference in grip, age grip in particular, was so noticeable there as Aldeguer. He's on the inside through turn 4. Morbidelli, yellow flags out in the first sector.
I think it's Augusto Fernandez who's dropping down our order. He was running in 15th place on the wildcard Yamaha. I think he's dropped out of the race somewhere. He's brought those yellows out in the first sector with 2.5 laps to go in this sprint, and coming out again now, look at the distance he's already put to himself, and Frankie Morbidelli now just has to make sure that he doesn't fall into the clutches of Acosta and his teammate Di Gianantonio behind.
Yeah, Morbidelli's now looking at Aldeguer and going, that should have gone for the medium rear tyre. He's got ciao Fermin, enjoy the bronze medal. At the front, it is Marc Marquez, who is cruising to what's going to be his 7th sprint success of 2025. He comes through turn 16 and 17, 1.6 seconds was his advantage over Alex through the 3rd sector on this current lap.
Augusto Fernandez has stopped, but it wasn't a crash. He has had a technical issue somewhere around the racetrack, so that was why the yellows have been brought out. 47.4 for Marc Marquez, 47.6 for Alex Marquez. And Fermin Aldeguer now with 7/10 of a second in his pocket of Morbidelli to Gianantonio on that medium rear to set up as the best. And Maverick Vinales is the first strong on circuit now. He just put in a 1.7196. Where might he have been had he not dropped place on the first lap?
Yeah, 2 and 3 laps ago, spotted that he was only slower than the two Marquez boys further up the road. And now Vinales got into his groove. And that's broken Bezzecchi as well. Bezzecchi just has not been able to go with Vinales. Although, fair play to Bez, starting 20th on the grid to come through to 8th and be potentially picking up a couple of points. Top job by him. That's your live championship. So, Alex Marquez did say this weekend it's probably all about damage limitation and minimise the points that he loses. He'll only be losing 3 at this stage.
Morbidelli as well and truly falling into the clutches here of Pedro Acosta, who said it might be a case of just managing it now for the final couple of laps. Well, Acosta snips a 4th place here on that KTM, rather than worrying about Di Gianantonio on the medium rear, chasing him down. Acosta looking to go on the attack here.
Get down there into turn 12, he's not been close enough. You know,
real close battling with Aldeguer early on in this sprint. Aldeguer, you can just see there, up into the distance. They drop down through turn 14 on course for his second sprint podium in the last 3 rounds. And another potential double podium in the upper gear for Grassini Racing. And then Morbidelli. See how good he is at getting off that turn 15 and down this back straight. He's done it again. See him constant, can't even get the slips through to attack him. It's his edge grip where it seems that Morbidelli's suffering at the moment. We ride on board with the Italian, trying to fend off this late onslaught coming from Costa. So Hugh Ryan is building up behind him at this last lap again. Costa's there, Gian Antonio's there, and so too is Vignales. VR46, KTN, then VR46, then KTN. 4 riders in a line, and Morbidelli, he's clinging on to this 4th place. How late was Frankie breaking there into that first corner. It just looked like Acosta was going to have the Avanti on the inside line. Aldeguer just keeps reeling off a successive PB laps, so 147.323. He's just got phenomenal late pace. We're on the final lap then. A final lap which Marc Marquez can certainly enjoy as he starts it 1.8 seconds clear of Alex. What can Frankie Morbidelli do? He's going to have to make that Pertamina Enduro VR46 Ducati a wide road, isn't he? For the second half of this last lap. Certainly won't want that KTM on his rear tyre when they leave turn 15. So we know how fast Pedro Acosta on that KTM is. Down the back straight to the final corner. So Morbidelli needs to make sure he gets this 3rd sector absolutely spot on. I've seen Morbidelli. He is good at getting that Ducati off that turn 15. This time around, they don't have to be absolutely millimetre perfect on that throttle because you can see Acosta just went in a little bit hot. Vignales also went charging in too hot down the hill in the turn 12 as he was looking to pick up some slip through. Acosta's trying to work out how to close on Morbidelli. He's got a big attempt coming in because the Gian Antonio could actually be knocking him back to P6 into the final section we go. And after a bit of early drama, from pole position to 4th place, having made it a magnificent 7 poles here in Aragon in MotoGP, he's going to make it a magnificent 7 wins in the sprints in 2025. Marc Marquez increased his world championship lead over brother Alex, who takes the checkered flag in a lonely 2nd place. It is a 2nd sprint podium in the last 3 rounds for rookie Fermin Aldeguer. Top job by Morbidelli, who somehow did hang on to 4th place. Acosta took 5th, headed to Gian Antonio. Points for Vignales, Bezzecchi and Binder. Unbelievable ride by Bezzecchi from 20th on the grid to 8th. A good job by Binder as well, who came through after a poor first lap, 13th to 9th. This is going to be a very, very popular podium in this part of the world, isn't it? Close-knit trio. Marc, Alex and Fermin Aldeguer. We always felt that once Marc decided to pick his moments and make that move with Alex at that first corner with 5-6 laps remaining, it was, you feared game over, and that's exactly as it panned out. 2 seconds, or just over 2 seconds, was the winning margin. As Marc Marquez will say, normal service has been resumed on Sprint Saturdays. The British Grand Prix just a blip, as Alex won that last one, but Marc back with yet another gold medal around his neck. Normal service resumed, as you say. Max Marquez certainly gave you something to think about in those early stages. To the Pedro Costa course into turn 1, but not with a sprint later on. There was only ultimately one winner, the one winner that so many of these fans came to see today, and will come back to see, they hope, tomorrow, as Marc Marquez goes for his 2nd consecutive Aragon double. A full Ducati top 4. KTM did get 2 riders in the top 7 and 3 in the points in the end, but it was another Ducati neck. Yeah, that's the best sprint result of the season so far for Acosta. Just his 4th top 6 of the season. So some hope for KTM. Still a sprint now, was it 7 seconds quicker than the sprint here last September, which is not half a second a lap, so the pace is pretty hot, as hot as the conditions here. It's Fermin Aldeguer. Well, he is loving life, isn't he, the rookie? Yes, he's got a very strong and competitive motorcycle underneath him. Well, it's the world champion in motorcycle from last year. But you've still got to twist the throttle and grab the brake, and he's doing an excellent job. The Marquez, we are 93 grandstand. That's what they came for. They came to see
Marc Marquez take pole position and another sprint victory on Sprint Saturdays as Pecco Bagnaia comes to the back of the factory Ducati garage. Didn't see that come. Ducati garage, didn't see that coming. I'm not saying I expect him to be fighting with a victory, but to go from 4th on the grid and take the checkered flag in 12th place. There's his wife, Denisia, who's looking about as happy with life as her husband right now. Unfortunately for Pecco Bagnaia, that is 2 sprint non-scores in the last 3, and across Sprint and Grand Prix, there's now 4 non-scores in his last 5 starts. For Pecco Bagnaia, as the pain continues to pile on for Pecco. For Marc Marquez, after, of course, a British Grand Prix weekend where, for the first time this season, we didn't see Marc triumph on either a Saturday or a Sunday. Marc Marquez resumes his sprint dominance in 2025 and ekes out that World Championship lead still further to 27 points. Whatever happens tomorrow, Marc Marquez will leave Aragon tomorrow night as the World Championship leader. His 8th sprint victory, his 21st podium. Maverick Vinales. Another top performance by Top Gun. Not the top KTM as he would have wanted to have been, but his late pace was certainly good enough to be in that fight for the podium. A very special podium as well, taking part in the fan zone here in Aragon. Of course, in Spain, and the Spanish fans love nothing more than seeing their own do the business. It's the old Spanish top 3 once again. Just as it was, of course, in the sprint. This is your sprint top 3 from Le Mans a few weeks ago. And Marc Marquez, well, he had top billing and he lived up to it. Another crushing victory on that Sprint Saturdays for him. Pedro Acosta, well, it was a good early battle with Aldeguer. To KTM, but just did not have the late pace and unfortunately wasn't able to get ahead of Morbidelli despite putting all kinds of pressure on the Italian late on. But he's done it once again. There's going to be an even bigger party tomorrow night if he does complete the pole, sprint and Grand Prix victory treble for the 2nd year in a row here in Aragon. It's a major music festival going on in Barcelona, about 3 hours up the road, but I feel like the noise might be matched by the We Are 93 Marc Marquez fan club here in Aragon. Frankie Morbidelli, well, you can't say he didn't throw everything at it today. Morbidelli, who was up in 2nd place, of course, in the very early stages, certainly had no problem getting that Ducati up the line from the dirty side of the grid, which bodes well for him going into tomorrow. Aldeguer ultimately just had the superior grip on that medium rear tyre at the latter stages, and unfortunately it saw Morbidelli relegated off the podium. He's getting sick of 4th place though, surely, isn't he? That's the 5th time this season in Sprint and Grand Prix that Frankie has finished just off the podium in 4th spot. As we have seen so often this year, well, the story of sprints in 2025 have been, at first, either A or M Marquez, at second, either A or M Marquez. And this time around, it's Marc that's leading the way. Once again, a thumbs up there from the Ducati Lobo team star. Those fans are certainly enjoying their day out in the Spanish sunshine. The Gian Antonio, 6th place, which was a good effort. He had a bit of work to do, starting 10th on the grid. And he was right on the tail of Morbidelli and Acosta at the end of that sprint. Maybe another lap. He might have fancied his chance of having a pop at Acosta and his Pertamina VR46 racing teammate. Marc Marquez is a superstar in his native Spain, and the fans, well, this was what they bought their tickets for. This is what they paid good money to see. The 8-time world champion at his magnificent best. Pole position with an all-time lap record in Q2 earlier on today. And he leads home yet another Mark Alex 1-2. on Sprint Saturdays. He'll say only half the job is done, the big points are available on Sunday. But he's already, sounds like, got the party started here in Aragon. It will take some stopping to inform that Marc Marquez is in at the moment. Sing for joy in the grandstands. It was their man who they came to see today. Did the job. Delivered in spades. Somebody had to work hard for pole position earlier on today and had to work hard in those early stages for sprint success. But in the end, it was the result that many of us expected, and certainly many thousands here came to see. Fermin Alligator showing just why Gigi Dall'Igna, Davide Tardozzi and fellow top Ducati management were so eager to sign him before he'd even kicked off the 2024 Moto2 World Championship chase, because Alligator's second top three in the last three sprints. And let's get the thoughts from the rookie. Who's for Jack?
For me, what a brilliant ride. Back onto the sprint podium. That medium tyre choice looked to have been an inspired one in the end. Just how much have you enjoyed that?
Yeah, at the end, we are fighting for improve. We don't have nothing to lose. Just we talk with the team and we decide to put the medium. We say maybe we are the only rider on track with this, but it's information for tomorrow. But at the end, we do an incredible work, staying on the podium with the Spanish people. It's incredible. Thank you. Brilliant job. Well done. Thank you.
Yeah, his first sprint podium in front of that record crowd in Le Mans would have felt very special. And there's nothing quite like a home podium, whether it be in a sprint or a Grand Prix. He's starting to get used to life at the sharp end, isn't he? In these MotoGP battles, another double podium in the sprint for Gresini Racing. Second once again for Alex, and he is with Jack.
Alex, you said all weekend it's been about trying to get the maximum, but I'm sure that as the laps were ticking away then, you were thinking that maybe victory was on the cards.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it at Mark, the start of Mark was, have not been really good, and I said, okay, maybe it's 7-8 and we can make some gap. But yet to me that already in the first lap, he was quite there on my way behind me, so I mean, yeah, I was just trying there to make some gap, just for that. But when I saw it on the pit board that was Mark behind me, I said, okay, she will overtake me, we need to be there, and later on, you know, was a race to manage to go until the end, to not to make mistakes. So happy we have good information for tomorrow race, long race, and we'll try to be a little bit close to Mark, but it will be difficult here.
Top ride, well done.
Thank you.
All said and done. It's another valuable podium finish for Alex. Guess it's another second place, but Marc Marquez is just simply too good around Aragon. He's back on top in the sprint here in front of his home crowd, and he is for Jack.
Mark, what a brilliant performance, sprint victory here, but it's been a far from ideal Saturday, a challenging qualifying, and then that opening lap left you with a lot of work to do, so to have battled back through, how satisfying is this win?
Yeah, I already had a small problem on the start because I started spinning the rear tire, and then I was able to manage and don't lose a lot of positions, but then my plan was try to lead from the beginning until the end. But yeah, I saw that Alex was pushing a lot on the first 2-3 laps. That was a bit my weak point with the soft rear tire, and just was calm, and then in the end of the race, the feeling was great, was perfect. So yeah, let's see if tomorrow we can keep the same rhythm.
Congratulations.
Muchas gracias.
I think it's fair to say the Spanish fans have enjoyed their Saturday afternoon. You can see some battle scars. Marc Marquez's left aero, that was the big early contact, wasn't it? A big scare as he stuffed it out with Acosta on the brakes into turn one. That was all because, as he said, and as we spotted in commentary, the big wheel spin as soon as he dropped the clutch on that factory Ducati. So an all Spanish top three in Spain. Yeah, if you're doubting who the home crowd hero is here in Aragon, where their allegiance lies, well, we just got our emphatic answer. As now, then, we get ready for the medal ceremony.
Well, they've certainly got another young Spaniard on the rise to cheer for in the years to come. This young man, Fermin Aldeguer, with a second sprint podium from the last three. Aldeguer moves to 8th place now in the World Championship. Climbs 2 places today, goes up ahead of Pedro Costa and Fabio Quartararo. Alex Marquez keeps up his 100% record of being on the sprint podium so far this year after a first win of the season in Silverstone a couple of weeks ago. It's back to 2nd place again for Alec as Marc Marquez. Well, he didn't stay off the top of the sprint podium for long, did he? After silver at Silverstone, Mark tastes gold once again at his beloved Motorland.
So make that 22 successive sprint victories now for Ducati. Their stellar run rolls on Saturdays, and it is yet another for the 8th time in 2025. Marquez lockouts of 1st and 2nd. Make that Alex's 10th second place for 2025. He was kind of quite eager, wasn't he, to rid himself of that Mr. P2 tag, which he kind of gave himself at the start of the season, but at the moment, that sort of is the accolade that he faces. Not like I have to say, he just sounded like he was supremely confident about completing the double win here tomorrow. He said that once he got to the front, he felt like he was pretty comfortable, pretty relaxed, always felt like he had the upper hand when he hit the front. It wasn't without his dramas. He had to work perhaps a little bit harder than what he was anticipating as Alex Marquez took advantage of Mark's sluggish start because it was wheel spin which clearly dropped him back to 4th place. But Alex made the early running and at one stage was almost 8/10 of a second ahead of Mark. But once Mark made that decisive move at the first corner, with about 4 or 5 laps remaining, he was able to then streak away to a comfortable 8 sprint success by just over 2 seconds. Mark back on top with another gold medal. Maximum points on 2 for Saturday for Marc Marquez. Alex Marquez 2nd from Fermin Aldeguer, 2-3 for Cassini. Frankie Morbidelli, who was up in the top 2 early on, fell to 4th, but did hold on for Costa and Gian Antonio on the last lap. Maverick Vinales 7th, Marco Bezzecchi from 20th to 8th. He did also race the medium rear tyre in that sprint, incidentally, to take 8th. Brad Binder 9th, and the final World Championship point. Ralph Fernandez 10th, Quartararo plummeted with clearly fading grip late onto 11th. Pecco Bagnaia never really a factor in the sprint today. He finished 12th with Jack Miller 13th after a long lap penalty for taking Joan Mir down on the first lap. So Marc Marquez will lead the World Championship whatever happens at the end of tomorrow's Aragon Grand Prix. He's 27 points clear now of his younger brother Alex. Pecco Bagnaia 84 now, drifting 3rd, and just 20 ahead of Frankie Morbidelli. John Zarco 5th in the World Championship, 5 ahead of Fabio and Gian Antonio. Zarco did not score today. Marco Bezzecchi is 7th in the points, as he was at the start of the day, although Fabio Quartararo dropped 2 places. Pedro Costa stays 9th, but Fermin Aldeguer lead from Hereford up into 8th. His Constructors' Championship lead 147 points over Honda. Pretty in 3rd, and 8th again, and yeah.
Clever team, 88 clear in the team championship. Their advantage has been cut slightly by Grassini today, of course, after their double podium. Independent standings. Alex Marquez, of course, has led that for some time. He's 77 points clear now of Frankie Morbidelli, with Fabio Di Gianantonio closing in on John Zarco in their back. And in the independent teams points, BK8, K8 Grassini. A 48 point advantage over VR46. LCR's advantage over Tech 3 has been cut to 18 points after Vinales scored 3 today. Much of the talk pre-sprint, the intrigue was on tyre choice. 5 riders went for the medium rear tyre. Firming out the air, the leading rider among them on the grid, but the battle up ahead of him was close and it was physical. As Pedro Acosta elbowed his way through briefly on Marc Marquez, only to lose that third place on the way out of turn 1. Marquez with wheel spin put himself in trouble on that first lap, and to fight back, that's Frankie Morbidelli, makes the second lap again. Further round, we saw contact between Jack Miller and Joan Mir, with Mir making it very clear who's at fault for that. The FIA MotoGP stewards agreed and gave Jack Miller a long lap penalty. Pedro Acosta, though, was struggling to keep touch with Frankie Morbidelli, and that mistake at turn 1 fell him into the clutches of Fermin Aldeguer, with the Grassini rider taking 4th place. Up ahead, the Marquez battle switched hands, with Alex Jolly finally being wiped out by Mark. As one Grassini rider fell back, the other one was motoring forwards as Fermin Aldeguer on his medium rear tyre was really coming into play late on as he cruised past Frankie Morbidelli. But up at the front, total service resumed on the Saturday sprint for Marc Marquez. After being beaten into second place by his younger brother Alex at Silverstone, Marc Marquez back on top, a 7th sprint win out of 8 in 2025. He's 27 points clear of his younger brother Alex, and will go in pursuit of an Aragon double tomorrow afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow for the race day here at the Grand Prix of Aragon.
Really battled it out, but when Marc Marquez is in that kind of form, there's no one who can compete. You just have to watch him take to the podium and give him a well-deserved round of applause.
Hello, welcome Red Bull Rookies Cup. Race 1 from Aragon, coming to you from the Wild Wild West. Madam Peter Clifford here, ready to go for it. Yeah, and it's a stinking hot day in sunny MotorLand Aragon. David Gonzalez, Brian Ariata in Hakim Dennis. I'm just looking to see who is the first of the guys who got punted down. I think that's Thingy Junior, isn't it?
Yeah,
Christian Daniel Jr. So he was qualified 5th. So instead of being in the middle of the second row, he's at the back of the grid. Yeah, so shall we talk about that when we come down the grid to like 5th place? We'll say there's Carter Thompson, but it should have been Christian Daniel Jr. But he and 5 other people have been punted to the back, and we'll mention it then, shall we?
Sounds good. Yeah,
okay.
we'll do that.
All good.
Well, okay, thank you very much. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to round 3 of the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup. It's hot, it's sunny, it's arid, it's MotorLand Aragon. We're in the Wild West as far as location goes and with the season as well. The championship battle is wide open, everybody. We've had 3 different winners so far this year. Hakim Danish is at the top of the tables, but the championship could all change come the second race even on Sunday. But before we get into what's going to happen this weekend, let's have a look back at the best of Le Mans last time out. Title favourites Hakim Danish and Brian Ariarte were running away from the rest of the pack before an unexpected end to proceedings. You had a red flag, Peter. Red flag, and we are over 2/3 distance. That could be a race result.
No, I think it will be the race result.
Ariarte was awarded the win ahead of his championship rival, with Italian Giulio Pugliese earning his first ever Rookies Cup podium. Race 2, meanwhile, was similarly hectic as the Raiders played havoc early doors.
And here's the tricky left, hard on the brakes. Hakim didn't make a good job of it yesterday, Brad. Oh my goodness! Both of them down. And the race spikes.
First-year rider Beñat Fernandez took advantage of the rain-induced chaos to grab his maiden Rookies victory. Danish would stage a remarkable comeback to finish all the way up in second place ahead of the Argentinian Marco Varelli. Well, I tell you what, that was a heck of a comeback from Hakim Danish, wasn't it? Well, he hasn't got any wins so far this season, but with 4 second places, he now has a 23-point lead atop of the championship. Below him, though, we have a surprise name in second place, another first year. Beñat Fernandez obviously took that victory back in Le Mans. He sits ahead of Brian Ariarte in the standings, and it's becoming quite a habit, him being up there at the top of the races. So let's head over as he chats to Dominica to tell us exactly how he's doing it.
Beñat, it's great to have you here to have a little chat because I would love to find out how are you finding it so far in the Rookies Cup?
The experience is super good. All the riders, they are super kind, and yeah, be here on the Rookies is like a dream.
Tell us a little bit about round 1 in Jerez and round 2 in Le Mans.
Round 1 was a bit unexpected because I was running on the front group, and I wasn't expecting that I got this pace. And on second race, I was on the front group, but then I got the incident, but I still finished 5th. So I arrived Le Mans with another mentality. Pre-practice, I was going alone and trying to improve by myself. On the second race, I saw Hakim and Brian crash in front of me, and I said, okay, now try to have your own pace.
Beñat Fernandez currently the fastest rider on track, the young Spaniard.
I was super focused, and I am first, and I was super happy. I can't tell. You know, all the riders say I can tell, but really you can't tell. It's like an explosion. It's like what you're fighting to.
And your expectations for the season?
Now I'm second, but I don't know, maybe top 5, something like this. I know I got the pace. I don't need to just focus on this because it's my first season, so just try to improve all the races, and that's all.
That's a great mentality. Thank you so much, Beñat, and I wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you.
Tommy, I really like realistic expectations from our first years. I'm not really a fan of this. I'm going to come in and win and things like that. Take your time. So I think 5th is quite a reasonable expectation. What a lovely lad.
Really, really nice from him. I'm so happy to see our rookies performing so well. He got a podium, he's progressing, and also this weekend his girlfriend is here, so I'm sure he wants to do really well.
But of course, the big story here in Aragon is that Vader Batama's returned to action, and he's put it on pole position for our races ahead of Brian Ariarte, and also another first-year, David Gonzalez, a local. What did you make of qualifying today, then?
Well, I think MotorLand Aragon is a really tricky track. Conditions as well were not ideal. I mean, it wasn't raining, but it was extremely hot, and also it was really windy during the qualifying. But I think the biggest story is Vader Batama being on pole position, so let's hear how his qualifying went.
Today qualifying was very good for me, and I'm really happy. I was injured before, and I'm happy I can back race this weekend with Rookies bike. Now it's time for the race. Over to the commentary team. Take it away.
Well, thanks very much, Vader. That's great to hear from you, and so great to see you back after missing Le Mans. Interesting, Matt, as you pointed out, we haven't had a win yet from Hakim Danish this year. He's had a string of 4 second places, and things really didn't go that well for him in qualifying. He's down, he was 7th fastest, and I felt when I chatted to him after the session, he was just frustrated. Of course, it was very different conditions to what it is today. An incredibly strong headwind. And previously, Hakim has been on pole position by often running alone. And of course, he really couldn't do that with a strong headwind. You needed a slipstream yesterday, and he just got it. It didn't work out for him, and he didn't pick up the slipstream when he needed, and he ended up 7th fastest.
Yeah, but this is the place that he took his first ever victory in Rookies Cup here a year ago. He knows how to go really quick round here. He's just got 6 or so problems ahead of him. But as you can see on the ticker on the bottom of your screen, we have a lot of penalties from qualifying yesterday, which has impacted the first couple of rows on the grid. Namely, the likes of Christy Daniel Jr., who would have been 5th on the grid, bumped down to starting in 21st for this race. That actually moves Hakim Danish up from the 3rd row to 6th on the grid on the 2nd row, Pete.
Yeah, and as you say, Christian Daniel, it's Yaroslav Kapushin, Kiatsik Singapong, Benyat Fernandez, he's pushed back to the back of the grid as well, as is Gwilym Planck and Marco Morelli. So they've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, a lot of work to do. That's a lot of fast riders right at the back there, isn't it? So it looks a little bit windy out there today as well, not to the extent that it was yesterday. But it'll be interesting to see with that long back straight, will we get a big group? Will it split up? Who knows? You can never guarantee anything in Red Bull Rookies Cup, as we see Guido Pini on the grid there, down there with David Gonzalez, rider in 3rd place on the grid. Great stuff from that Spaniard there.
Yeah, great to see it. And, here it's quite often in Rookies Cup, there's a choice of gearing. You can go 1834, 1833. And talking to Brian Uriarte yesterday, he said the headwind was so strong that even on the lower gearing, he wasn't getting on the rev limiter down the back straight. That's how strong it was yesterday. But there is Hakim Danish in 6th place, number 13. He had a win, that win from last year.